Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the second part of the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript project series. We had some fun in the first part and now we're jumping into more cool projects to keep the momentum going. So with that said, let's get right into it. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So today's stream will be kind of different and kind of interesting because today we'll be building another project obviously, but today's project is a typing test. Basically, you have you seen those websites like Monkey Type or 10 Fast Fingers? I'm pretty sure. We'll basically be building a simple typing test application, web application, like one of those. Okay, so let's get started then. So first what I'm going to do is I've already created the index.html file as always. I'm going to make the boilerplate. After that, I'm just going to make two more files like always. One will be style.css for styling our web page. Another is script.js for basically putting JavaScript in our web page, right? I'm going to go to our HTML website. I'm just going to change the name to typing test, I guess. Typing to the application. There we go, why not? So what I'm going to do here is go to go live and click. I'm just going to do that. Oops. Just like that, and we should be good. So that's our web. That's our code, and that's our web page, right? As you can see, the header. Oh, sorry, not header, the title. So in our body tag, what I'm going to do here is, before doing anything actually, I'm just going to link my my CSS and script.js file. I'm do script, and in src I'm just going to put my script.js. Now my style.css and my script.js is linked. Okay, so here we go. We are starting. So I hope you will enjoy me typing and just, just learn something new. Know what I mean? It's just how it is. So here what I'm going to do is I'm also gonna put a font awesome file. What I'm gonna do here is go to my font awesome and I'm gonna go to my kits. There we go. I'm just gonna copy this. I think that should let me use the font awesome things. There we go. If it doesn't work, then I'll just figure out I'll instantly know if it does not work. So with that said, let's get started. The first thing I'm going to do is basically make a div, obviously, that's called timer. So that will be our timer, and I'm also going to give an ID for timer to call the DOM from JavaScript. So what I'm going to do here is do that. It will have a class of timer, an ID of timer. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a clock icon from font awesome, if that works. Okay, that does work, meaning it's actually working, so that's great. So next is I'm just gonna do span, and span here that will be 60. So the initial will be 60 seconds. That will be the initial value, and it will drop it from there. Okay, makes sense. So next is actual container. So I'm just going to make a div called container. Inside the container div, what I'm going to do is make a header div. This will be our header. I'm just going to, inside this, I'm going to call an h1, and that will have a class of title. So our title will be typing test, I guess. You can put whatever you want, honestly. It doesn't really matter. You know it. After that, I'm going to put a paragraph tag giving a short description, right? And I'll also give it a class saying subtitle, just like that. And I'll just say, measure your typing speed and accuracy. And at last, I'm also gonna do a typing test to test it out because I love typing, even though my typing speed is not that great. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make another div saying stats grid. So this will be a grid that will show your stats, right? How many words did you type, or how many words are left, and just all of that stuff. So that's the stats grid. Inside this, I'm just gonna make individual stat card, right? I'm gonna call a div that will have a class of stat card. Inside this, what I'm going to do is I also need another icon, so I'm just going to copy this because it will still have the same icon class, and change this. So this will have, I want a tachometer, so I'm just going to do tachometer, alt, and I'm going to do stat icon. So that will give me a tachometer right there. And after that, I want another, so this will be a div that will say, what's your words per minute. I'm just going to do stat value, just like that, and also give an ID of WPM, which stands for words per minute. If if you're into typing, you might know it. If you don't worry, you'll just know. I just told you just now, so learn something new. So subscribe if you want to learn something new every single day, guys. So next is stat label. So this will basically be a label for words per minute. Now in the code, we know that is words per minute, but user does not see this, right? We have to say it is words per minute. So I'm just going to do stat label. I'm going to give a class and just say WPM. And here in right side of the div, we'll say words per minute. We'll fix it using CSS, don't worry. It looks all over the place right now, but we'll fix it using CSS. I mean, that's what CSS is for, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make 2 more of these because it's a stats grid. We'll basically fix it using the grid, grid property in display. I mean, if you want a grid video, because in our HTML and CSS series, we only covered until flex, because I thought new beginners will have difficulty in understanding grid because it's kind of difficult. But flex is kind of straightforward, but if you want to learn flex even more, I recommend you to do make some small projects like making a snap bar, or just putting individual boxes and just playing around with them. And next is what I'm going to do here is we have already made 1 stat card. Now in second stat card, I'm just going to change few things. The first one is obviously the icon. So we want a bullseye for this because it's actually accuracy, right? Kind of, goes with the theme. There we go. That's a bullseye. And the next thing is I need to change this. So this will be 100. Now I'm just going to give a different ID saying accuracy because this accuracy, I'm just gonna give the same class because it's only for styling, obviously, and I'm just gonna change that to accuracy. There we go. Now here, what I'm gonna do is obviously change this. So this will basically be the characters, right? So I think keyboard will be nice icon for that. The next is actually I'm just gonna leave it for 0 and just type characters here, and also copy this and paste it right here, and that will have characters. There we go. So that's our header, right? That is our header. I'm just gonna see where the grid ends and go around it. I was gonna say that's our header. That's not our header. That's our stats grid. I got confused for a second there. Okay. So next is progress container. So this will basically be our progress bar that we'll basically use, right? What I'm gonna do here is make a div that is progress container, and inside this make another saying progress bar. So this will be our progress bar, right? Makes sense? Makes sense. Now next is our progress fill. So what we'll basically do, we also did this, we did this in our HTML and CSS project. We made a small static progress bar because we didn't use JavaScript because it was only HTML and CSS, right? But in this video, we'll also be using JavaScript, obviously. So what I'm going to do here is we'll basically make a progress bar here, and this will basically be the progress filling bar for this progress bar, which is basically a div, right? So what I'm going to do is to give an ID saying progress fill. This is for JavaScript, obviously. And next, I'm just going to make a div saying progress text. I'm just going to do progress text and also give an ID of the same, but in camel casing, progress text, and just type ready to start. This will be the initial value or initial content to this HTML element. There we go. So that's our progress container, right? Next is our text container. So this will basically be the text that we'll be using. So when you see a text you want to type, right? That will basically be filling using JavaScript, right? But we still need a container for that. So we'll basically make a container saying this will have a this will have a class of text container. And inside this, I'm just going to type text content. So I'm just going to do, I'll make another div saying text content and also make an ID, also give it an ID of saying text content. And I'll leave it empty, but we'll fill it by calling this div in our JavaScript and just filling it with our thing, right? So that's our that. One thing that we'll be doing is we'll not be using we don't need that much HTML, but what we do need is a lot of JavaScript and CSS styling. So this will basically be a relatively big project. Not relatively big, it will be all okay. It will not be too big, but the next project after this will probably drop day after tomorrow will be a bigger project. So I want you guys to look forward to that. So I'm just gonna do input section here, and I'm just gonna make an input tag because it makes sense, right? So what I'm gonna do here is give the input type to obviously text, and I'm gonna give an ID to this saying typing input. Right, and I'm also gonna give a, I don't think I need a name because I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna do typing input. So this is for styling here. So next is obviously placeholder. This will be click start to begin typing. We'll also be making a button, so yeah. I'm also gonna make 3 dots to make it look a little bit cleaner. And initially this will be disabled because you cannot type anything without clicking the the start button. Makes sense? We'll be changing it using JavaScript. So yeah. Next is autocomplete. So autocomplete will be off because we want our user to type and not just, autocomplete anything, right? Nowadays, spell check will also be false because if it automatically autocorrects anything, it will just lose its meaning of doing a typing test, right? And typing test accuracy is the key to get better at typing. Oh my god, I cannot speak. So next, I'm just gonna format the document. It looks cleaner that way, and yeah, that's our input. So with that, after that, we'll basically be making a controls div. So this is a div that will basically handle all of our, control section, like start or stop, right? The first one is obviously start. So what I'm going to do is make a button with a class of btn and also another class of btn primary. I'm going to put a hyphen in with this, and I'm also going to give an ID of start button. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is I need to give a icon because I also want a start icon to make it look even more cleaner. So I'm going to cut all of this and just I play, there we go. And here, I don't need to type anything. Under this, I'm just gonna say start test, just like that. That will make it look cleaner that way. I'm gonna copy this and paste it. So this will be our stop button. We're gonna do secondary. This is our primary, and this will be our secondary. So instead of start button, we'll just say it reset. And instead of play, I'm just gonna do redo. There we go. And I'm just gonna type here reset. There we go. That's our controls div. And that's our basically all of our container, right? Now after the container, what I'm gonna do is make another div. So this div right here will basically be our results, right? After you do everything, they'll basically show your results. What I'm gonna do here is make a div saying results. I'm making sure I don't mess up my spellings because it will be complete disaster in the CSS section or JavaScript if I don't call the right DOM. It will basically it will not be pretty. I will say that much. I'm gonna say results content, just like that. Under this, what I'm gonna do is give an h2 of class results title, and this will say test complete. That makes sense. And here what I'm gonna do is make another div saying results stats. So here I'm gonna make another div on the results stats. This will basically stay in grid, I think. I don't have the visualization, we'll just make it, don't worry. This will be a result stat, like individual stat. Under this, I'm also gonna make another div, and this will say result stat value, and also have an ID of final word per minute. There we go. And initially this will be 0. I mean, you know, it makes sense. And here, what I'm gonna do is copy this. You can also do Control-C, Control-V just like this. It will just duplicate it for you. This will be the label, so I'm just gonna cut that much, put label here, fix the syntax, and there we go. So that's one, right? What I'm gonna do here is basically copy this 2 more times. So this is for words per minute, this is for accuracy, and this is for the characters. That was the initial 3 parameters that we basically, you know, put, right? So this will be the final accuracy. We don't need to change that. Let's say it's 100%. That's 100, you know, and after that it's accuracy, just like that. So this will be final characters. I'm just gonna do characters and 0 and just copy that, paste here, and there we go. So after all of this result stats, right, this div right here, I want to make another div, and this, not div actually, I think I will make a button. A button makes more sense here. So this will basically be our close results, right? What I'm going to do here is make a button that will have a class of btn and btn primary. So this will basically be the same thing. And here, what I'm going to do inside this, I'm also going to give a onClick function. OnClick, it will basically trigger our close results. So this will basically close the results. Don't worry, it will basically be the close results. So what I'm going to do here is call one of these right here, redo. And here I'm just going to say try again. This will basically be our try again. And that is our HTML. Not too much HTML. But let me tell you something, we'll basically be making it look really good. So we'll have a really chunky CSS. So don't worry. So what I'm going to do here is first call the universal selector and do margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box. There we go. After that, I'm going to call the body and basically have our same font family here. What I'm going to do is I don't need this. I do need sans serif oxygen rubato. Actually, I also need cantarell, so I'm just gonna cut that much. Yeah, there we go. So next is that I don't need system UI. So there we go. That's our font. So next is background. I'm just gonna call the background. This will be a black, so I'm just gonna do 0, 0, 0, 0A, 0A, 0A. Cut that. There we go. And here I'm just gonna give color of white. I'm also gonna give min height 100 VH to cover the whole thing. We'll do display flex and do align item center. I'm also gonna do justify content center to make it exactly at the middle, obviously, because we are using flex and we did align item center and justify content center. I'm also gonna do padding top 20 pixels. I'm also gonna give a line height of 1.6 to kind of make it apart. There we go. So next is I'm gonna style the container, right? What I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna give a max width of 1000 pixels. There we go. We'll be making it responsive. Don't worry. Once again, I'm gonna sorry, I cannot speak again. I have I'm gonna give a width of 100% because I wanted to, take the whole thing here. I'm also gonna give a background of kind of black, same thing, but not that much. I think that should be fine. Kind of, it is, the background is perfect black, and that is there, So here what I'm gonna do is put that, and next is border radius. I'm just gonna give a border radius of 16 pixels here. I'm also gonna give a border of 1 pixel solid. That was one of them. I'm just gonna do two this time. There we go. Now next is padding. What I'm gonna do here is give 48 pixels. I'm also gonna give a box shadow of 0, 8 pixels, 32 pixels, RGBA. I'm also gonna give 0, 0, 0, 0.4. There you go. That's for the container styling. Now next is I'm just gonna style the header. I'm not gonna do too crazy. I'm just gonna do text line center because it's just the. Next is margin bottom. I'm just gonna give a 48 pixels. There we go. Not too crazy, So next is the title, right? So what I'm gonna do is do title and give so for title I'm just gonna do font size. I'm gonna give the font size to font size I'm just gonna give 2.5 rem. I'm gonna give a font weight of 700. Oops, and color to white. I'm also gonna give a margin bottom to 8 pixels. I'm also gonna give the letter spacing to negative 0.02 rem. Not rem, em, I think. There we go. So next what I'm gonna do is style the subtitle. I'm gonna do subtitle, And I'm gonna give a color of kind of a gray, so I'm just gonna that. And also give this a font size of 1 rem, that is 16 pixels. And basically give 400 weight. There we go. So next is stats grid. So I'm just gonna do stats grid. I'm just gonna call it display grid. Because we want a grid, right? I'm just gonna do grid template columns. I'm just gonna put repeat. I'm gonna do auto fit. And do min max 180 pixels into 1 fraction. There we go. So next I'm just gonna do gap 24 pixels. I'm also gonna do margin bottom of 48 pixels. There we go. Now next is stats card. I'm just gonna do stat card and give basically the stat card to background. I'm just gonna do 1E, 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 kind of a black, but kind of like not perfect black. I'm just gonna give border of 1 pixel. This will be solid, and this will again have, this time we'll have this right here. And I'm just gonna do border radius of 12 pixels and also give a padding of 24 pixels. I'm gonna do text line center and also gonna give a transition, because we'll be putting a transition to all 0.2 seconds at ease. Now we have put condition, I'm in transition. Now I'm just gonna do start card. That transition was for hover. When hovering, I'm just gonna do, I'm gonna change the border colors to something good. So I'm just gonna change, what was it? 3. I'm just gonna do 4 this time then. It'll be a little more lighter, and this basically will next obviously transform. I'm just gonna translate that y at -2 pixels. They'll basically make a lift off effect, just like that. I'm also gonna do cursor pointer to, you know, make it a pointer cursor. So here basically it will be flat if it full screen, but right now we are basically doing that, so that's fine. So next is basically the stat icons. So I'm just gonna put stat icon, and yeah, that's it. Now if you're wondering if why we haven't styled these two, we'll basically be styling this later. First we'll style the main container, which is our container. After that we'll style everything. So, you know, just letting you know. So first, next is stat icon. So here I'm just gonna do 1.5 rem, and I'm just gonna do color. If you remember from my HTML and CSS video, we can treat icons as if it were text. That's why I did font size, right? The next is color. So color, I'm just gonna do, make it a little bit more lighter gray, and do margin bottom of 12 pixels. I'm also gonna make it display block, so it covers the whole thing right there. Yeah, there we go. I think it looks cleaner, right? Up until here at least. So next is stat value. So what I'm gonna do here is change that to value and do font size 2.25 rem. Just like that. And here do font, I'm just gonna make it really block. I'm just gonna give a font weight of 700. Next is color. I'm just gonna make it, I guess, white. Perfect white. And next is margin bottom. I'm just gonna give a small margin bottom of 4 pixels. Also of line height of 1. There we go. I think without the line height it was, I think, a little bit too down. So there we go. That's our main div, right? The stat grid. Now for the label. So for the last thing, which is the label, which is these thing right here, we'll basically style that. So for that, I'm just gonna put a font size will be 0.8 rem, not a perfect, a little bit more, 0.9 rem. Yeah, there we go. And next is color. I'm just gonna make it this, 6.8. I'm gonna text transform. I'm just gonna change. Right now it's, I mean, some of them are in uppercase, but I want all of them to be uppercase. I'm just gonna do text transform uppercase. It'll basically change the text to uppercase. Now letter spacing, I'm just gonna put it to 0.05 rem. And I'm just gonna do the font weight. This is font weight, by the way, if you guys can see. There we go. I'm just gonna make it 500. There we go. I'm gonna do format document. Now next is the progress container. So this is the progress bar that we said we would make, right? I'm gonna do progress container. I'm just gonna put a margin bottom of 32 pixel in this. Now next is we'll be making a progress bar. So for the progress bar, what I'm gonna do is give a height of 4 pixels because it's really thin. Now background, what I'm gonna do here is give a, I guess this one right here, and give a border radius of 2 pixels. I want it to be just like that, and give a overflow of hidden. There we go. And also give a margin bottom of 12 pixels. There we go. Now for that, what I'm gonna do here is make progress dash fill. Now what I'm gonna do is give a height of 100%. So this will what it'll basically do is basically cover this whole this bar's height, right? So this will basically be a progress fill. Now background, I'm gonna give it a white. There we go. You can see the progress bar getting filled to 100%, right? I'm going to make the border radius to 2 pixels. I'm also going to give a transition of width. When the width changes, it will basically change the width of this progress fill, right? Progress fill div. And when it changes, we'll add a transition to width 0.3 at ease. Initially, width will be 0%. Right, makes sense. They will have no progress fill. Let's say we add 10% width, they'll basically fill up right over there. Well, if it's 50%, it will basically change to 50%. But we'll do it dynamically with JavaScript. But for now, initially, I'll just keep the width to 0%. There we go. Now next is progress text, which is the ready to start text you see on the web page. What I'm gonna do is actually there we go. I think you guys were not seeing properly, so I zoomed it a little bit for you guys. So next is progress text. As I said, what I'm gonna do is give a font size. Oh my god, these emits. I'm gonna give a font size 0.8. It's too little. I'm gonna give it 0.9 rem. I'm also gonna give a color of 6x6. There we go. And also give a text line of center. This will basically put it to center. There we go. Now next is text container. What I'm gonna do here is give a background of this right here, and also give a border of 1 pixel solid. This right here. Now for border radius, I'm going to give 12 pixels. I'm going to give a padding of 32 pixels. And I'm also give a margin bottom of seam. I think 32 pixels should be enough. There we go. This is the text container, mind you. So keep that in mind. I'm gonna give a font size of 1.1 I think 2 rand should be fine. And next is line height. I think I'm just gonna do 1.125. That's the like perfect, I think, good ratio. Now for line height, I'm gonna give 1.8. I'm gonna give a font family of SF. I'll do SF. I'm just gonna manually type, I think. SF mono, I think, and I also need Monaco. I think Cascadia code, I think. The next is monospace. There we go. Now we have from family, and it will be position relative. And I'm just gonna do min height. I'm just gonna put it to 120 pixels, which will be the minimum height. And display, I'm just gonna do flex, align items, and do a center. There we go. That's our container. Now next is text content. So we have already styled the text content. I'm just gonna do with 100% so that it takes the whole div to itself. Now for the actual what's the characters, right? The next one I'm gonna do here is basically make a char. Now here what I'm gonna do is this class right here will basically controlling from JavaScript. So here this will be position relative and do transition all 0.15 seconds, right? Oops. And this will basically be the char. For next is .char correct. So if the user types the actual word correctly, we'll basically just say make the color white, right? We'll basically do that and put the background to like something like 34197 and 94, and basically be just like that, kind of a green color, right? Because user had typed it correctly. Now next is for incorrect. We'll basically be using kind of a reddish color code. So here obviously the color will be white, and gonna give the background to RGBA and give 2396868 kind of a reddish color. Now for the current char, for the current character, right, what I'm gonna do is give a background of white and also gonna give a color of basically all zeros, just like that, full black, and give an animation of pulse 1 second. I'm gonna give it to infinite. And also gonna do char.pending. For the rest, I'm just gonna make the color purple, like 6x6 right there. Now for the pulse animation, I'm gonna make keyframes. Keyframes for pulse. You can also do this, cut that, type pulse, and under this type your animation. So initially at 0% and 50%, this will basically have an opacity of 1. Right? At 51%, and at 100%, 51% to 100%, it will have opacity of 0.7. There we go. So that's our pulse animation. Now next is basically our input section. So this is for our input section. What I'm gonna do here is to margin bottom. I'm gonna make it 32 pixels, just like that. And for typing input, what I'm going to do is give width of 100% and give a padding of 16 pixels and 20 pixels, just like that. Next is font size. I'm just going to make it the same font size, that is, 1.125 rem. I'm also going to give a background of, I guess this one right here, and give a border. I'm going to give a border of 2 pixel solid. That one right here. The next is border radius. I'm going to give a 12 pixels, just like that. The next is color. I'm just going to make it white. And I'm going to make it outline to none. And also going to give a transition of all 0.2 seconds at ease. And also give the font family of same font family as this guy right here. There we go. That's the font family. Now next is the focus. For the typing input focus, what I'm gonna do is for typing input focus, right? When it's focused, I'm just gonna change the border color to white. Initially it was black, so when I click it, it's disabled right now, but if I just for a split second, if I just do that, okay, I'm just gonna cut that. Now when I click it, it will be white, so it'll kind of give it a glow texture, We also have added the ease transition. Now you cannot access it because it's disabled. Now next we'll basically be making for text style disabled, right? For disabled, what I'm gonna do is opacity. When it's disabled, I'll decrease this opacity to 0.5, and cursor, we cannot make it pointer, so I'm just gonna make it not allowed. So whenever I hover over it, it will show the not allowed cursor, as you can see, saying it is not allowed. Okay. Now for the controls div, what I'm gonna do here is make it display flex and give a gap of 16 pixels. I'm also gonna give a justify center and do flex wrap because I don't want to make it too complicated when I'm actually, making it responsive. If you do flex wrap, if the thing is too small, it will come down. So I'll show you in a bit, okay? Now for the buttons, right? What I'm gonna do, I hopefully put the class as buttons, right? I didn't forget, hopefully. There we go, that's fine. Yep. So for the button, I'm just gonna make it display inline flex, right? I'm going to do align item center. I'm going to give a gap of 8 pixels. I'm also going to give a padding of 12 pixels and 24 pixels, just like that. Next is font size. I'm just going to give a 0.95 rem. I'm also going to give a font weight of 500. I'm also going to give a border radius of 8 pixels. I'm also going to give a cursor of pointer. And also give a transition of all, as same ones as before, all 0.2 seconds at ease. And do text decoration to none. And also give a outline of none. There we go. Now for the button primary, right? For button primary, this will be our separate classes. Button primary, I'm just going to give a background of white and color of black, which is the initial color. Now next is button secondary. Actually, I'm going to make the hover effect first. I'm going to give the hover to background to be F0, F0, F0. And give a transform of translate at y to -1 pixel. So when you lift, it will lift slightly, just like that. The next is secondary. Right, I'm just gonna do secondary. Put secondary right here. I messed up the spelling. Hopefully I just didn't mess up the spelling right here. There we go, I didn't. Now for the secondary, I'm going to give the background to transparent. I'm also going to give a color of white, right? And give a background border. I'm going to give a border of 1 pixel, solid, this one right here. There we go. And for the hover effect, what I'm going to do is probably give this one right here, and yeah, there you go. That's our 2 of our things. For more, I think, how about I just give the background to be green. Green yellow. It kind of looks really bad. I think white is okay. That's our button. So now finally we'll start our timer, right? What I'm gonna do is make our timer, right? So this will be our timer. So what I'm gonna do is make it position fixed. There we go. And do top 32 pixels. I'm also gonna do right 32 pixels. There we go. I'm gonna make the background to this one right here, kind of a blackish. And next, I'm just gonna make a border of 1 pixel, solid, this one right here. Next is border radius. I'm just gonna make it 8 pixels. I'm gonna put padding of 12 pixels and 16 pixels. I'm also gonna give a font size of 0.95 rem. And also gonna give a font weight of 600, but also giving a color of white. I'm going to do display flex and align item center. I'm going to do a gap of 8 pixels and also going to give a z-index of 1000. There we go. Now for the results model. So initially it will be hidden because it's the results model, right? Like this one right here, if it like is initially there, it may not make sense because it's the results, right? So first, this will also be positioned fixed, just like that. It will be top 0 and left 0. I'm just gonna make width 100%, height 100%, just like that. I'm also going to do a background of RGBA. This will basically be that, but this right here. Next is display flex, align item center, justify content. Justify content center. we do that, it'll be right in the middle, just like that. Now next is Z index. I'm just gonna give it 2000. So it'll be always on the top. Now opacity will be 0 because I don't want it to be there, right? So here what I'm gonna do is do visibility to hidden to make it hidden initially. And also give a transition of all 0.3 seconds at these. There you go. Now for the results model.show. So when we add the class list of show, it will change the opacity to 1, obviously, and also visibility to visible. So that will make it visible. Now for the results content, right? Initially, what I'm gonna do is comment these two parts out just for now. Okay. So when the results is shown, now right now if you show like this looks horrible, right? Now for the background, what I'm gonna, oops. So for the background, what I'm gonna do here is basically have this right here. And also give a border of 1 pixel solid. This one right here. Also gonna give a border radius of 16 pixels. Also gonna give a padding of 48 pixels. Also gonna give a max width of 500 pixels. Just like that. And also gonna give a width of 90%. And also gonna give a text align of center. I'm gonna do transform to scale 0.9, right? And give transition to transform. So we'll be using the transform to, transition it. So what I'm gonna do here is do results.content show and results.content. I'm gonna transform it to scale 1. There we go. Now next is results.title. So for title, I'm just gonna make font size to 1.75 rem. Right? So 1.75 rem. Now next is font weight. I'm just gonna make it really dark by using 700. And next I'm just gonna give a margin bottom of 24 pixels, just like that, and also give a color of white, but it is white anyways. So next is results.stats. So what I'm gonna do is do display grid. You guys already might have guessed, we'll be using grid. Now grid template columns, what I'm gonna do is do repeat. There are 3 and we'll divide it into 3 fractions, or 1 fraction each, just like that. And here what I'm gonna do is do gap 24 pixels and do margin bottom of 32 pixels. There we go. So here for the individual results stat, what I'm gonna do is just do text line center. There we go. And for these, for the results.stat value, what I'm going to do is do font size. I'm going to increase the font size to 0.2 rem. Font weight will be 700 to make it really dark, and make color white. Even though it's already white, I think it might make sense, right? For margin bottom, what I'm going to do is give 4 pixels. There we go. For label, what I'm gonna do is we'll have the same thing right here. I'm gonna change that to 0.9 rem, and color will be this one right here. Now next is what I'm gonna do is for I think I need margin bottom. What I'm gonna still do is cut this and type text transform to uppercase, and cut this and put letter spacing to around 0.05. Yeah, there we go. So that's our thing. And yeah, that's our container. So I will make it, I'll uncomment these two, making it completely hidden, and that's our thing. So we'll basically be doing the slight, as I said, we'll basically be doing media queries to make it a slightly responsive. We'll not be doing too fancy though. As always, I'm just gonna make it so min height for 768 when it hits 768 pixels. For container, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give the padding to 32 pixels and 24 pixels. I'm gonna give the margin to 16 pixels. Just like this. Now next is for title. For dot title, I'm just gonna change the font size to 2 rem. And stats grid, I'm just gonna change the grid template column to 1 fraction, so we'll basically be in serial ways, right, instead of having into grid in a grid format. Next is text container. I'm just gonna make it padding 24 pixels. I'm just gonna give a font size of 1 rem. Now next is typing input. What I'm gonna do is font size, I'm gonna do 1 rem. Just like that. Next is controls. For controls, I'm just gonna do flex direction. I'm just gonna make it column. And I forgot one thing. I'm just gonna make it column. And next is line items. I'm just gonna make it center. There we go. For the buttons, what I'm gonna do is give width of 100%. Also give a max width of 200 pixels. Oops. And also give a justify content of center. Just like that. For the timer, what I'm gonna do is give position. I'm gonna make it static. It was initially relative. And do fit content. And I'm also gonna give a margin of 0, auto 24 pixels. There we go. So when it hits 768 pixels, it'll basically be fit content right there, just like now. And yeah, that's it. So next is results content, right? For results content, I'm just gonna make the padding 32 pixels and 24 pixels. Now what I can do instead of this is, since where is the thing? Since I was gonna say container has the same thing, but also have more to do. Okay, never mind then. I was gonna put the same thing on there, so I was gonna include it into container, but okay. For results stat, what I'm gonna do is do grid template columns. I'm just gonna make it 1 fraction. And at last is actually for result. For result stats, not result stat. I'm also gonna give a gap of 16 pixels. I'm gonna change the gap. And last for the hidden, I'm just gonna do display none. There we go. That's our CSS. I think it came out looking pretty sick. Now we only have to apply JavaScript. Let's start. Let's get into it. So initially what I'm gonna do is make a array. So this array will be the text for all the text that user will type to test their typing speed. So this will basically be a container. So here I have a bunch of text that I've already pre-made and I don't want to bother to type it, okay? So I'm just going to be directly copy pasting it. If you want to see these text, then I will put the code in the description. So if you want to check that out after this stream, I'm going to put it in the description, okay? So you guys can check it out. I'm going to format document. So this is basically a bunch of random text that you can basically put. That's our array, okay? And for our global variables, I'm just gonna, the first one will be current text. And initially it will be none because there's nothing. The current index, it will be current index for the text. Initially it will be 0. Let start time. Initially it will be null and time left. Time left, it will be 60 initially. And let timer equals to null. And also do is active. So for the active, initially will be false, obviously. And let errors initially be 0. And let total chars initially will be 0. So these are our global variables. Okay. The next is DOM elements. I have to call a lot of DOM elements. The next is text content. So these are the text content for, the thing. So what I'm gonna do is do document.getElement by ID and basically just copy paste this and basically copy paste this bunch of times. So this will be copy, paste, 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 paste. I know it's kind of sounds crazy, but yeah, this will basically what we'll be doing. So I'm just gonna make it really thin, and I'm just gonna do Control Alt. I'm gonna do Control Alt D. I think my keybinds are not working. I think I set the keybinds though. Well, if it's not working, then I just need to. Nope, it's not working. I think my keybinds are not working after I installed VS Code. Okay, so I'm just gonna manually type it. So the first one will be typing input. I'm gonna copy this, paste here. Next one is start button. I'm gonna copy this, paste it right here. The next one is reset btn. I paste this, paste it right here. So next is words per minute element. Now this is not that, so I'm just gonna do words per minute. Next one is accuracy element. Just like that, copy this, paste right here, remove the element. Now next is this, but instead of accuracy, it characters. So just like that. Oops. I'm just making all of the. Next is progress fill. I'm gonna do that. Copy this, paste right here. Next is progress text. Progress text, copy this, paste right here. Next is timer, and do timer element, copy this, paste right here, remove the element. Now next is try again button, copy this, paste right here. So let me double check if the try again button is there. I haven't put the class to it. Okay, give me a second, guys. No, it should be fine, I think. Yeah, because it's the div that we'll be making, so yeah, that should be fine. So that's all of our divs, right? That's all of our, divs. So we'll be basically using those DOM elements to basically make our whole program. So first, I'm just gonna make a single function called load new text. I'm gonna do current text. I'm gonna do text and call the math class and do math dot floor and do math dot random, just like that, and multiply it by using text dot left. There we go. And call display text. So that will be our function. Now for the function of display text, right? We're basically doing text content dot inner HTML and do current text and do dot split by that, and also do dot map, and the first thing is the char and second will be the index. I'm gonna map it as just like that. I'm basically just calling it. So here what I'm gonna do is put that. I'm gonna call span class. So I'm just gonna put that on that. I'm do char pending. So this will be our char. And do data dot index equals to. Inside this, I'm basically will be doing the string manipulation using that, and also do. After this, we'll basically close this tag, and inside this, I'm just gonna make it char and close the span tag. That will be our thing. So after this, I'm just gonna be doing dot join by empty string, and that will return us basically return us a paragraph of display text. I'm just gonna format the document. I'm just gonna do inner.html, and yeah, I think that should be it. What I can do is probably do this and do that. We do that, and also probably do that to make it more cleaner, just like that. I don't know why the format document's not working, but oh well. So next is the start test, right? I'm gonna do start test and just do is active equals to true. So when the start test function is called, is active is set to true, and start time equals to date dot now. There we go. And here basically do typing input dot disabled, right? Disabled is set to false. That will basically set disabled. It will basically enable it for typing, right? Now here I'm just gonna do typing input dot placeholder. I'm just gonna set to start typing, so that will change it to that. There we go. Now next is typing input dot focus. I'm gonna call that. Also start button dot style dot display. I'm just gonna set it to none. So this start test right here will basically disappear when, calling it. Now next is progress text dot text content. Now what I'm gonna do here is basically set the test in progress. And do that and do start. Now basically it'll be start timer. Now this function does not exist, right? That's why we'll make that function start timer. So this will be our function number, whatever. I think I forgot already. Start timer, I'm just gonna do set interval. Inside this, I'm gonna call anonymous function. That'll basically do time left. I'm just gonna decrease it by 1 each second because we're using set time interval. Now here what I'm gonna do is set the delay of 1000 milliseconds. So every 1000 millisecond it will basically change to timer element by query selector that has span. I'm just gonna do text content to time left, and there we go. Now if let's say the time left is less than equals to 0, I'm just gonna call end test. So this is another function that we'll be creating. Format the document. Why is format document not working? That's weird. Okay, shit. Load new text. I forgot to put that. Now if I do format document, it should work. Okay, because of that, this document did not get formatted. That makes sense. The next is start timer. So after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a function that handles every input. I'm gonna do handle input. So what I'm gonna do handle input. So if is active is basically if it's false, then make it true. If it's false, then immediately return, because if it's not active, then even if it's called, it will just basically, it will not make sense, right? I'm basically saying that input, I'm going to make a variable called input value. They'll basically take value of the target, right? It will basically take value of everything, right? And I'm going to put that value to input value dot length, right? And what I'm going to do is update display. This is another function that we'll be making, don't worry. I'm going to pass the input value and also do input update stats. And here, this is another function that we'll be making, don't worry. And also do our update progress. And this is another function that we will be making. So that's it, right? That's for handling our input. Now for the update display, I'm gonna make a function of update display. That'll basically take our input value, obviously. Now I'm gonna start that and make a variable called chars. That'll basically get the char DOM query selector all and do char. So basically get the char that was mapped by the DOM element, by the map, right? Right over here. So we'll basically get that DOM element, and basically say errors. Initially it'll be 0, right? And total chars, do current index, right? Do chars dot for each chars. I'm gonna also put index because we need index. I'm gonna call this function char dot class name. I'm gonna change it to char, and also do if index is less than input value dot length. I'm gonna say input value on I'm gonna put that index, and if it's equal to current index, right? And class list dot add, else I'm going to do right opposite. I'm just going to do incorrect. Now I'm going to explain what I did here. So what I'm going to do here, this index is this index right here. When looping through all of the characters, right? This is the individual characters. So this is the THEART, or even the, this is also a character. This is an empty string, and OFBRO. So we're basically checking every single character, and we're checking initially if the index is less than the input value dot length. If it is, input value to make it give it a slight delay effect, right? So what I'm going to do here is input value dot length. If it is, then input value index. The index of this, if it's equal to the current index, it will basically add the correct. That means when user is typing the current index, that's the character, right? If it's correct, like let's say it is THE and initially the user typed T, it's equal, the input value that user typed is equal to the current index, which is T, that is on the text content. It will basically add the correct class list, right? So it will basically add the class of correct into that character. So what happens is basically, if I do correct, it will basically add this background. So it will give it a green effect. And if it's incorrect, then it will just make it look red using this class index, like using this class. That is what we did. Now do else if. What I'm gonna do is index is equal to. Say if it's not less than, and index is equal to the input value dot length and operator, and do index is less than the current text length. If it is that, then I'm just gonna type current index, I meant char dot class list dot add, what? Gonna add the current. So this is basically if the user is equal to the current index. So what if it's not typing, right? Initially it will just add current, so it'll basically make it white. because it's on that thing right now. So I'm just gonna add char dot classless dot add. I'm gonna add pending, and there we go. That is our update display function, just like that. Now for the typing stats. So here what I'm gonna do is give a const time lapse and I'm gonna call the current date, and those are I'm gonna do date dot now minus start time and divided by 1000 and again divided by 60. There we go. I messed up the spelling here. There we go. So next is the gross words per minute. So I'm gonna do basically formulas. Current index. Now I'll divide it by 5 and do time. There we go. The next is net words per minute. I'm gonna do math dot max. So I'm gonna do 0 and do math dot round. I'm gonna round that to gross negative errors slash time lapse, and there we go. That's our formula to calculate the net words per minute. Now for the accuracy, for calculating accuracy, first I'm going to check if the total chars is greater than 0. If it is, I'm going to do math dot round. I'm basically gonna do first what I'm gonna do here is basically do total chars minus errors. That's one bracket right there for this one. That's why I made that, and I'm going to divide that by total chars, negative errors. Then I'm going to divide that by total char, and here I'm gonna multiply it by 100 because that we need in percentage, right? And then what I'm gonna do is, that's our formula if it returns true. If it returns false, I'm just gonna do 100. Because if the char is 0, that means he has 100% accuracy, because he hasn't typed anything. So next is words per minute element. So what I'm going to do here is call the words per minute element. I'm going to do text content, and I'm going to do is finite net words per minute. If it is, I'm going to do words per minute, and now next is accuracy element dot text content. I'm just gonna basically append or manipulate it using that, and chars element dot text content. Text content is just do total chars. Yeah, that's our update stats function. Now for the progress bar, we still have a lot of function to make, guys. This will be a long stream. Probably, I think, I don't think it will go up to 2 hours. So here, what I'm going to do is for end test, I'm going to first check, not check, I'm going to set the isActive to false, because, it makes sense. I'm going to redo the disabled, right, to true. I'll disable the input field. I'm also going to clear the timer. Oops. Just like that. And I'm gonna do update stats. I'm gonna call the update stats function here, and also call the show results function that we'll be making later on. And by later on, I meant right now. So for all, I'm gonna do show results. So here it will be really simple. Okay, so first I'm gonna make a variable that is const final words per minute. So here, words per minute dot element dot text content. That is that. Now do const final accuracy and accuracy dot element dot text content. So basically store all of the text content here. And this will be characters, obviously. I'm gonna do characters element dot text content. I'm gonna call all of these DOM by using get element by ID, final words per minute, text content. I'm gonna do final words per minute. Actually, I'm gonna do Control C, paste it 3 times. I'll put accuracy here. Copy that. Paste here. Copy that. Paste here. Paste here. There we go. Now results. Now for results. Oops. Results model dot class list dot add. I'm gonna do right. But I don't think I've called the results model, have I? I don't think I have. Nope. So I'm just gonna quickly make that. Do results model. Results. Copy that. I'm gonna copy that, paste here, and boom. So that will basically have that down right there. And yeah, that is our show results function. The next function that we'll be creating is the function to reset the test. And do function reset, I think reset text. Right here, what I'm gonna do is first set this is active to false, obviously. I'm gonna set the current index to 0. Also gonna set the errors to 0. Total cars to 0. Time left to 60. And let's do start time to now. There we go. Just like that. Just like so. I'm also gonna clear the interval. And yeah, it'll basically clear everything and just set it to how it was. Now, next thing I need to reset is the input value, right? Input value will be empty string. I'm also gonna change the disabled. I'm gonna set it to true. Next is placeholder. For the placeholder, I'm just gonna say click start to begin typing, which was the initial value. And I'm gonna set the display to inline flex which was initially that. Also gonna set the timer element. Timer element dot text content. I'm gonna set to ready to start. Right? I don't think that was. Also that was the progress text, not that. I'm going to set the timer element. I meant to call query selector and do span here. Do text content to 60 here. There we go. Now for the words per minute, I'm just going to set the text content here to 0. Accuracy element dot text content, I'm going to set that to 100. I'm also going to do characters element dot text content, set that to 0. I'm also going to set the progress fill dot style dot width. I'm going to set that to 0% because that will basically reset that thing right there. I'm going to do load new text. There we go. Also going to call the results model dot class list dot remove. That will basically remove the pop-up. I'm going to call the reset test function just like that, and that's our that. Wait. Wait. Okay, that's our that, and yeah, that's our that. That's our reset test function. Now next is close results, right? If I do close results, here what I'm gonna do here is do results dot model dot class list dot remove show and do reset. I'm gonna call the reset test function that we made. There we go, and that's all of the thing. Now I just have to add all the the event listeners, and yeah, and that after that I think we should be done. I'm gonna do click. I'm gonna do start test. I think that should be all of that. And here what I'm gonna do is that will be reset button, reset test, and do typing input. We'll basically listen to the input and call handle input. Also gonna do typing input here. It will basically input paste. I'm gonna do here e and do e dot prevent default, and there we go. And here what I'm gonna do is call after that I'm just gonna call try again button, we'll there to click, and after that I'll just close results. We don't need this. Now next is last one is that will listen to the document, which is our web page. I just straight up listen to the document. I'm just gonna do add event listener. I'm gonna do DOM content loaded, and after our content loads, I'm just gonna do load new text. Every time the content loads, it'll basically pick one of those things right here. And after that, I think we should be good. Oops, it's not working. One seven. Try again button. Give me a second, guys. It says it cannot read to that. Null. Give me a second, guys. forgot to give this thing the try again. So I'm just gonna give a ID. I think it was ID, right? I'm gonna give the ID of this thing right here. And after that, I think we should be good without any issues. Yep, I think we're good. That's our thing. No issues whatsoever. But before doing everything here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give our container a border radius because it's kind of bothering me. I'm gonna give 16 pixels. Yeah, there we go. It looks more cleaner now. So yeah, that's our typing test. Let's do a quick typing test. I'm gonna start text, do future, oops, I'm not, okay, belongs to those who believe in the beauty. So one thing that I'm noticing here is a lot of things I'm noticing here. You could inspect here, that is, yeah. Yeah, okay, so here what I'm gonna do is at 77 update progress. So the update progress function is failing because it didn't return green this time. So I'm just gonna see the update progress function. Where's the update progress function? Update progress. Okay, give me a second. So I think I forgot to make, yeah, I forgot to make the update progress function. So I'm just gonna make it after this. I'm gonna do function update progress. That's why it was not working. So I'm just gonna do if. So this function, it will basically check if the progress is greater than or equals. But initially I'm just gonna make a progress variable that will basically have the current index and check the current index dot length and check the percentage. So I'm just gonna multiply it by 100 just like that and fill the progress bar saying style dot width. So that will basically fill it according to that. So I'm just gonna do math dot min do progress, and I'm gonna do is wrap this inside this and put that right there so that is manipulated and add that in the beginning. Now I'm gonna check if that is greater than or equals to 100. If it is, progress, where am I? Oh, there we go. So I'm just gonna do progress. I'm gonna do progress fill dot style dot width. Wait. It's progress text. So I'm gonna do progress text dot text content. I'm gonna set the text content to complete, meaning that's completed, right? And next is now for the else condition. I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna paste here, and instead of that, I'm just gonna put a backtick saying math dot round. If the progress isn't completed, I'm just gonna basically say the amount completed. Oops, it was supposed to be right here. Complete. There we go. Now, if we do start test, the thing is still not working. That is really frustrating. Give me a second, guys. Let's see if I can find any other mistakes here. I'm just gonna put it right there. First, let's check the car. Oh, okay. So there we go. That's one right there. That changed the thing. So I'm guessing that is one thing. So another thing is the if I can find other huh. So here what I can do is that, and also I can probably do I'm reading through the code in upgrade progress. Oh, I did current index. Oops. I did current text, guys, not current index, because we need the current text length, right? Not the index length. That makes no, like, index, it makes no sense. Now for another, I don't think this is wrong. I'm not so sure about these show results though. I'm actually gonna kill myself. Okay. I don't think I can say that in YouTube. Can I? YouTube, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I swear. I didn't mean that. um and yeah, so if I can just say uh-huh. There we go. Placeholder. Current. Okay. When you're putting style, then you have to do inline style dot display, not only dot display, guys. Okay, so next is after that. Yep. I don't think I need anything after that. Yeah, I think that we should be good, guys. We can find any other. Yeah, I think we should be good. Let me check one more time. So I'm gonna do start text. Why is it always red? What? It's always red. Okay. So I think I messed up the if statement. So I'm gonna do, I need to go to update display. I'm gonna, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I think we should be good. I think that's it, I think, right? Yeah, I think that's it. If I do start text and do only, yeah, there we go. I think we're done. Okay, let's see if I get any more code and errors. I don't think I'm getting any errors. Let's do tests. Okay, let's do our typing test, guys. This is it. I'm gonna do reset. Where's our start button? What? And okay. A lot of bugs. I think what the bug is, and I think I know the bug. Something related to index. So if I find current index. Uh, Oops. Give me a second, guys. I'm pretty sure I messed up in handle input. So if I just go to handle input, where's handle input? Where is handle input? I do handle input. Wait, there's no way I forgot to make that function, right? No way I forgot to. Okay, let's quickly make the function then. What I'm gonna do is do function handle input. Basically handle the input here and set first initially. I'm gonna check the here and just basically return if it does not. But I'm pretty sure I made the function though. Did I not make the function? I did make the function. So I guess wait. I'm so confused right now. Wait, hold up. So if I did that, then okay, I forgot to. Okay, I get it. So what I forgot to do was to check if current index is greater than equals to current text dot length, and if it is, then end test. I think it should be done. I think it should be okay. So if I do start test now and do art, yeah, okay, it's working. There's no way to start the test after I reset because it sets the I'm just gonna restart. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so let's actually start our last test. So this is it. Let's do it. Do only way to do great work is to love what you do. Stay hungry and stay foolish. Okay. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. Oops. And the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. So yeah, mine was 48 words per minute. I know I'm slow, but yeah, that's it. If you like the video, yeah, that's it. So that's it for today's stream, guys. If you found this video fun, not video, this stream fun, coding alongside with me and just me messing my head and just dealing with a lot of errors, then hit the like button and subscribe down there. I want you to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or a video with another project or another video tutorial. Till then, see you. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So today I'm here with another project video as usual. So today's project video will be something that some of you guys requested in the comments, and that is a portfolio. So we have done a lot of projects, and you guys said, do a portfolio too. So I'm here with it. So today we'll be building a modern and sleek portfolio of yours that you can use to show off to various companies, right? Now again, don't absolutely copy this code, and try to make it yourself and your own design, but you can take it motivation, or I mean inspiration, not motivation. You can take inspiration from this project video. So without further ado, let's get started. So first what I'm going to do is make a index, I forgot HTML, oops, .html, and we'll make two more files, that is style.css and script.js as usual. I'm just going to do that. I type JSX. Okay, we are not building in React. I'm like, it's my habit of typing JSX. It's like every time I type JS. So after that, what I'm going to do is make our boilerplate code, and what I'm going to do here is title is portfolio. I'm just going to type the portfolio, and I'm going to import few stuff that I need. So first of all, I will link my style.css just like that, and under this I'm just going to import my script.js. So our HTML file is linked with our CSS and JS file. So after that, what I'm going to do is copy few stuff that I have. That is, the first one is our font awesome cloud, right? The first is that will allow us to use font awesome icons. Another is they'll basically import inter, which will be our font that we'll be using, right? Makes sense? Makes sense. So this is Google font. You can probably search it up in Google Fonts saying inter, and you can find this link. Well, you can copy this link and paste it in an HTML file, and you can use inter text, right? Or inter font, not text. And after that, it should be fine. I've already made another dedicated video to how to use font awesome icons. If you can do that, you can check out the 10th episode, which was our project video of HTML and CSS series, and there I have perfectly explained how to how to use font awesome icons in your HTML project. After that, let's actually get ahead and get started with our code. The first thing that we'll be building is navbar. Before I do anything, I want to do a few stuff. Give me a second. The first thing what I'm going to do is probably just close this and not this. I'm just gonna go live here first and just gonna do this as usual, and this will be our thing. I'm just gonna put it right there, and we can get started because we did go live, right? The next one I'm going to do is inside this, what I'm going to do is probably make a div called container. So this will be inside the navbar, which is again our navbar, the more you know. So this will be our navbar, obviously, and inside this will be the container that will wrap everything inside the navbar. So what I'm going to do here is also make a nav container, right? I'm going to make a nav container. Like that, and inside this I'm gonna make a UL tag, and I'm gonna make li, and inside this I'm gonna make an anchor tag, and after that what I'm gonna do is for UL tag I'm gonna give a class of navlinks, just like that, and this should be fine. Now I can just copy this and paste it a bunch of times, however many I need. I think 6 should be enough. So the first one will be for home, right? This will be for home, and I'll also name it home. Just like that. This will be our navbar, we always make our navbar with list. Usually we can also make with other stuff, but list is generally easier. And it's just another is qualifications, just like that. And also type about here, just like that, and also do qualifications. And after that, next thing is skills. So I'm just gonna type skills here and also do skills here. And after that, I'm just gonna type projects. Copy that, paste here. You can also do that. Next and last is probably contact section. So what I'm going to do here is individual link on the nav bar will take you to individual sections that will separate in our HTML structure, right? And this will take to the home section, about section, qualification section, skills section, project section, and contact section. And after that, the last one is contact, and boom, there we are. That's our nav bar. So for now, it looks absolutely horrible because we haven't, styled it using CSS. But once we do it, it will look absolutely beautiful, let me tell you. And I'm also going to comment that out. And make sure in your portfolio code, if for some reason the, interviewer wants to see your portfolio code, make sure to comment like neatly, okay? Like comments, usually in my opinion, comments are like great, but for the meme, the meme, the programmer that needs comment is not a real programmer. I'm kidding. Comment your code, guys. I'm just kidding. Okay, the first thing I'm going to build is called section. So this will basically separate our, home, about, and all of that section. So the first section, I will name it ID home. Do link it with this link tag. So when you click on this home tag, this will take you to this section. So after that, the next thing is hero. So after the nav bar, right? After the nav bar, what we will be building is basically just a hero section. So what are hero sections? Hero sections are the section that you see when you open a web page, which is right under the nav bar with probably an image or some kind of text. That is a hero section. So to build hero section, the first one I'm going to do is obviously I have made a section. Next thing I'm just going to wrap it inside a container. Inside this, I'm going to do hero content. So this will be the hero content. Inside this, I'm going to make another divs that will be called hero text. So this will be the text, all of the text that we need. The first thing is I'm going to do Rick Ashley, just like that, right? The next is paragraph, what I'm thinking. And that will say computer science. Let me scroll down a bit because emmets are covering the whole screen. And I'm just going to do hero science student and web developer. So that will be our short description. I'll also give a class of subtitles so we can style this. And after this, I am just gonna do P, and I'm just gonna copy a text that I have that I basically set up using ChatGPT. This text right here: passionate about creating innovative solutions and building meaningful digital experiences. Currently pursuing my degree in computer science with a focus on full stack development and emerging technologies. So that's, yeah, you can basically do that, or you can write it yourself. Even better if you do that. Hey, it's even better. I mean, I didn't have time, so I just ChatGPT'd it. No shame, no shame. So next is CTA buttons. So what are CTA buttons? CTA buttons are just we'll basically just make two buttons. One will be for view my work, which will take you probably to a GitHub. You can probably, GitHub or project section that will, which is right under, and it has all of your project that will take you to GitHub. And you can set that up if you want. It will just set up to the anchor tag for href to your GitHub profile. That's super simple to do. And after that, what I'm going to do is basically put it here, and this will take you to the projects section. Oh my god, I cannot speak. And inside this anchor tag, I'm going to also put a I was going to say I will put an icon, but before that, what I'm going to do is give it this a class. So it's first will be btn for button, and also do button primary, because we have two buttons. So we have to do one will be button primary and another will be button secondary. So after that is the icon tag. So for that, I'm just gonna call a code icon, which will be just like this. And inside this anchor tag, I'm also gonna type view my work, just like that. And this will be right over there. So yeah, that should be it. The next thing I want to do is also do this, just like that. And this will be for get in touch. This will take you to the contact section, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. And for this, I'm just gonna do the envelope icon, right? Oh, I changed the wrong thing. Oops. Envelope. There we go. And after that, I'm just gonna do get in touch. I'm just gonna type that, and yeah, that should be our hero section. At least up until here, right? So what I'm gonna do here is up to hero text, which is this right here. After this div, what I'm gonna do is make a div called hero image. So this will be your image. You know, your portfolio, you gotta have your image. For my image, I'm just gonna do this. And for all, I'm just gonna type Rick Ashley. There we go. And after that, our hero section is done. At least the HTML structure. And next is our about section. So we'll basically be making all of our section. The first we did our home section, and now we do our about section. So what I'm going to do here is basically make a section, and I'll give this section a ID of about, and also give a class of about. There we go. Inside this section, what I'm going to do is basically make a div called container again. Under this, I'm going to make a h2 tag, you know, a title. So I'll just do about me, just like that. And also give a class of section title. I'm just going to do fade in. Like, because I want it to fade in. So you'll see what I'm doing here. It'll basically, when you scroll down to front, like while scroll down, when you're scrolling down from your portfolio, or at least this portfolio, all of the sections will be appearing in a fade in transition. So what I'm basically trying to make is that. So after that, I'm just gonna do about content, which will hold all of our content, right? And what I'm gonna do inside this, I'm gonna make a div that will have a about image class, and also have a fade in. Again, this will be fade in. Inside this, what I'm going to do is make image. And for image, again, because another in about me, you gotta have the image. And for the image, we again have another Rick thing. And I'm just gonna do about Rick. I'm not sure what the artist is named. I googled it and it said Rick Ashley. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the chat. And I'm just gonna do that, okay? And what I'm gonna do is do about text and do fade in, right? Okay, obviously I'm doing this for just to troll you guys. I'm just joking, right? But like in your portfolio, like pick a very professional image of yourself. You have professional picture. Otherwise, if you pick like me, then good luck getting your job, guys. That will be a little bit difficult. And after this is about text, right? For about text, what I'm going to do is just first put a hidden tag saying driven by innovation and learning. That's it. And after that, what I'm going to do is do paragraph tag. And I will again copy one another paragraph that I may or may not have taken from ChatGPT, right? And after that is another p tag, more about. So I'm just gonna do that. Just like that. And after that, what I'm gonna do is now we basically make all of our stats. So for stats, what I'm going to do is obviously make a div called stats. Inside this, it will be our individual stat. We'll probably use grid unless flex is easier. So yeah, the first thing what I'm going to do is basically say stat item. So this will be our individual item, right? And inside this, what I'm going to do is make a stat number div, and this will have probably plus 15, I guess. I'm going to copy paste this, change this to label, and do project completed. So there we go. Right? Now what I can do is copy this and paste it 2 times. Okay, so another thing that you can do to impress your, probably make your portfolio even better is you can use JavaScript to, dynamically just add it into your stats div. That's better, because you don't have to write more HTML structure. And you can just show that you also know map and other higher order functions. So yeah, you can also do that. If you want to do that, then we have a JavaScript series. I'll put the link in the description if you can find it. So yeah, that will be after stream though. So yeah, because right now we cannot do it. So the first thing will be for projects completed. Second will be for GPA. And the third one will be for years experience, just like that. All of this are almost the same class. It'll have a similar styling inside the stat div. And yeah, that should be it for this section. So another section is the qualification section. What I'm gonna do is do qualification section. Just gonna comment this part out. And next is qualifications. What I'm gonna do is make a section that will have an class of they'll have a class of qualifications, right? And also an ID of qualifications, just like that. And inside this, what I'm going to do is make a container. Inside this, what I'm going to do is again make this, and I'm just gonna copy this because again I'm making another title. Only thing I'm changing is the content. So this will be education and qualification. So this will be a qual grid. So what I'm gonna do is this will be a qual grid. So I'm just gonna do qual grid. Qual again stands for qualifications. So yeah, that makes sense. So inside this, what I'm gonna do is make a class called qual card. So this will be one of many cards, and also have a fade in transition, just like that, which we'll be making in the CSS section. Inside this, first of all, we need a icon. So I'm just gonna do class fast graduation cap, right? Or this will be auto qualifications, and also have a qual icon. So just like that, this will be our, you can see the graduation cap appeared. And under this, I'm just gonna do H3 and type bachelor in science. I spell science. What's the spelling of science again? Science. There you go. Science in computer science. I don't think that makes sense. Bachelor's in science in computer science. I'm just gonna do bachelor's in computer science. I'm not gonna complicate it, just like that. And after this, what I'm gonna do is make a div that will have a institution, right? For institution, what I'm gonna do is do University of Technology. It's just random university. I don't know if it even exists. And next is year. So this like that. And what I'm gonna do here is do 2022 to 2026. expected. Just like that. And next is paragraph. And I have a lot of things that relevant coursework. So this will be our relevant coursework. I'll say a bunch of qualifications that we have. Data structures, algorithms, software engineering, database, web development, and machine learning. Yeah, all of that stuff. And yeah, so this is one qual card, right? We have multiple of these, so I'm just gonna copy and paste it a couple different times. So this will be 1, 2, 3. So this all together, it'll be 4. So what I'm gonna do is just change our icons. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to a certificate icon. Like that. Certificate. And after that, what I'm gonna do is just type full stack web development. Again, by the way, if you want the code to this project, it will be in the link in the description after the stream ends. I will put the link in description of the stream after the stream ends. So yeah, free code camp. And after that is I'm just gonna type 2023 here. And also after this, I'm just gonna do comprehensive. I'm just gonna copy paste this. Yep, there you go. Oops, there we go. That makes sense. And after that is another qual card. So what I'm going to do here is basically the third one is for award, if you have any. And I'm just gonna do some random things. I'm just gonna do practitioner. So this will be our, AWS. If you have taken the course of AWS or any other course, you can put it here. And institution will be Amazon Web Services. And also do 2024 here. And next is, again, for paragraph, I have a thing that I have here. Pieces. Again, for the code, link will be in the video description. It will take you to our coding labs where you can, again, you can code your own things or even share it with your friends and other coworkers like I'm doing to you guys, right? Yeah. You code, you hit publish, and you can share the link to anyone you want. Pretty easy. And if and they cannot mess with the code. They can see the code and like mess around with it, but it will not mess with the actual code, right? That makes sense. Because if they could do that, that will be an absolute disaster. And after that is the last thing. That will be just trophy. If you have won any things, you can put right here, or you can just change the qual card to your liking. It doesn't really it's not that it has to be just like this. You can modify it again, however the thing you want. Okay. The thing the reason I'm making this is to give you guys a brief idea of how a portfolio would look like. Right? You can modify this to your liking, and you can change it however that you want. It doesn't really matter, honestly. Most of the companies are just interested in your skills, and this is a very, very good way of showing your skills to a company. So, yeah. So next is the skills section. For the skills section, what I'm going to do is, again, make another thing. This is our fourth section. After that, we'll make project and contacts, and I'll finish this bad boy, at least for an HTML structure. And what I'm going to do here is also do sections ID and skills. For the section, I'll do skills, and also for the class, this will have a skills. And inside this, what I'm going to do is also make a container. Inside this, I'm going to make an h2 tag which says skills and technologies. Just like this. And for class, what I'm going to do is section title fade in. Just like that. And for the class, what I'm going to do is I'll make a grid. This will be another grid that we'll be making. And this div will have a grid. The first thing I'm going to do is wrap everything inside a div. So I'm going to make a div that will say skill category and also have a fade in class. Under this, what I'm going to do is put a icon tag. So I'm just going to copy these. Oops. I hit Control C twice. So after this, what I'm going to do is change the code. So this will be for code. Just like that. I don't need that. I'm going to copy that. And next is I'm just going to do programming languages. So this will have this will basically show your skills. And the first one will be how many programming languages you know. So I'm just going to make a div with a class of skill tags. Under this, I'm going to make a span of class skill tag. And if I'm just going to copy this 5 times and just type all of the programming languages that you know to show them that you know your stuff. So I'm just going to type JavaScript, Python, Java. By the way, guys, remembering Java, if you guys want a Java series, then, comment down below. Me and my team have been thinking of doing it. So if you want that, then, hit the like button. Or just say in the comments that you want this to be real. You want Java series. You can also do C++ if you want. So I'm just gonna copy this a bunch of times, and 1, 2, and probably one more. 4 should be enough. And I need to change the things to code. I'm just gonna do front-end development here, front-end development, just like that, and I'm gonna do React, Vue.js, HTML5. If you want a React series, comment that too. We have a lot of projects coming in, and yeah, if you are interested, you can also do Tailwind if you want. Next is what I'm gonna do. Here, what I'm gonna do is probably for the backend. So I'm just gonna do first will be front end, next will be backend development, and also for that I'm just gonna type Node.js. That is a backend server, a backend programming language, which is again based on JavaScript, right? And I'm just gonna do Django, Express, Django, REST APIs, and also probably change this to GraphQL. Put that too. And at last, I'm just gonna do database knowledge. So I'm just gonna type database and tools. For database, let's say you know MongoDB. That is one database that you can learn. That's his Postgres SQL. So yep. And the third one is Git. That's another. And also do Docker. And the last one will be AWS for some other things. Because it is database and tools, And yeah, that is our skills section. After that, we have our project section. Also, probably give an idea of the same things. Remember, guys, if you don't give the same same as this one, it will not take you to this. Let's see if I click on projects. It's not taking me because I've just made the thing. If I do a runner here and click on that, it will take me to project section. Now I've not made anything, so that's why this is not showing anything. We have to style it, obviously. After that, we can, like, it will probably take you. It will basically look really good. Don't worry. And after this, we'll probably do half of it today because it's a really long project and I don't want the stream to be too long. So yeah, we'll see. And next is I'm gonna make a container, obviously. Inside this, I'm just gonna do featured projects. And this will have a class of section title and do fade in. And just do, I'm gonna make a div called projects grid. Inside this, I'm gonna make another thing project card. This will be our individual project card. We'll again have fade in. And here, what I'm gonna do is make our one individual card, right? So the first thing in the card is the image. So I'm gonna make a div that will have the class of project image. And here what I'm gonna do is put an image and I'm not gonna put anything. The reason I'm not putting anything is basically I don't have any project image, like dummy project image. Now, for your case, you can put your own image. Let's say this is the e-commerce website, right? E-commerce website or platform and anything. You can put all of your image in here, and that will make sense, right? Now I'm just gonna do project content. Inside the project content, what I'm going to do is make two. I'm going to make an history and just give a heading saying e-commerce platform. I'm going to get P and I'm going to put a dummy paragraph. Just like that. And inside this, what I'm going to do is make a project tag. Inside this, I'm going to do is make span, and this will have a class of tag. I'll basically copy this, paste it 4 times, and inside this, it'll basically take you what did you use to build this. So I'm just saying React, Node.js. For database, let's say it's MongoDB. And next is Stripe. Yeah, the last one, Stripe. So this is for the project content. After the project content, what I'm going to do is actually inside, after this, what I'm going to do is make project links. So project links. So for now, mine will be blank, right? It will not take you to anything because I don't have these projects. It's just dummy projects. But in your case, it could lead to somewhere. It could be your GitHub or a live demo if you have, deployed the thing. So yeah, I'm just gonna do external link at alt. I'm just gonna close that. Not there. Close just like that. And I'm just gonna type live demo. There we go. And what I'm going to do here is copy and paste this, change it. If let's say you have the thing and also you want to show the code, you can probably, take them to GitHub if you want. And I'm going to take GitHub. That will give us the GitHub logo. And there we go. That will give us the GitHub logo. And yeah, that's one of our cards. Pretty cool. So this is our one card that, we need. Now we'll have multiple of these cards. So for the projects, I'm just gonna copy this 3 times. I'm not gonna change any project content because That is your guys to do, not mine. No. I'm kidding. Obviously, put your projects here and just showcase them, right? If you can deploy them, or you just take them to your GitHub profile. But deploying it is kind of actually better because they can directly see all of the things that that's been need. Like they will see exactly what what you're expecting them to see. So the not last actually, the second last thing that we'll be making is the hobbies section. I think I forgot to make the hobbies section in the navbar, but I don't think we need hobbies in the navbar. We'll basically just make a small hobby section that you can see. So I'm just gonna comment hobbies section just like that, and go under here and just type section. This will have an ID of hobbies, not ID, class of hobbies, and ID of hobbies. Inside this, I'm just gonna make a sorry. Inside this container, I'm gonna make another thing, and I'll have a h2 of hobbies and interest, and this will also have a class of section title, the same thing that you saw earlier, and a fade in. Right? Makes sense. So under this, what I'm going to do is also I'll make another div with a class of hobbies grid. Under this, what I'm going to do is make a icon tag. So I'm just going to quickly copy one of these. And here what I'm going to do is the first thing will be, I'm just going to put random hobbies. The first one, I'm just going to set it to camera, and this will be our hobbies of probably photography. So I'm just going to type photography. Under this, I'm just going to do I'm just going to type capturing moments and exploring creative perspectives. There we go. So this will be our one hobby. So inside the hobby grid, I forgot to actually wrap this inside another. So I'm gonna wrap it inside another saying hobby item. I'll give another saying, also give feed in. Inside this, I'm just gonna put all of this. Like that, and format the document. So this will be one hobby item. I'm just gonna copy this, paste it for how many the hobby that you have. I'm just gonna do some of these. And yeah, this will be, now you can probably change it. Let me change few, and I'll not change that many. So next is probably gamepad. I'm just gonna put gaming here, and I'm just gonna copy a dummy text just like that, and I'm just, next will be, let's say, a hiking, and I'm gonna put this here too, change that here. I'm also gonna put a dummy text just like that. And the next one probably is a book. I'm just gonna do reading. You can put all of your hobbies, do reading, and I'm also gonna paste it here. The last one that I'm gonna make is music, and also probably put music here, and also do just like this. I'm gonna make one more because why not? This will have the users, and this will be for volume hearing. I'm just gonna paste it just like that. And yeah, that is our hobbies section. Quick and easy hobby section that we created, right? And the next section that we need to make is the last section. That is the contact section. After that is the footer section, and then we're finished. We don't have anything in the footer section, just only copyright reserves, and that's it. And for the contact section, I'm just gonna give a class of contact and a ID of contact. Inside this, what I'm gonna do is make another div first thing container. Inside this, I'm gonna make a h2 class. Now I'm just gonna copy this, paste right here, and just change this to get in touch. And after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a div called contact content. And the first thing I need to do is format the document. Inside this div, I'm gonna make another div saying contact info. Also gonna give the fade in, and under this, what I'm gonna do is do h3, and that will say let's connect. I'm gonna make a paragraph tag with another dummy text. Just like this. And here I'm just gonna do a contact item. This will basically be a lot of the things. So I'm just gonna make a div that will say contact item, and I'm gonna put a icon tag. So I'm just gonna copy this, paste here, format document, and what I'm gonna do here is also change this to a envelope, just like this. And I'm gonna make another div, and I'm gonna do strong email. I'll put br here. Let's also do alex dot or whatever you want. I can do rick rickashley@gmail.com. There we go. Just a random text. And this will basically have all of the things, and I'm just gonna copy this, paste it a few times. Let's say 3 times. The next one will be a phone. I'm just gonna probably put phone and just put a random phone number like this. And here what I'm gonna do is have a location kind of. So I'm just gonna do map marker all. That will give us the location symbol, and just do a location and just type like San Francisco CA. Yep. After the contact info, what I'm going to do is give all of our social links. So what I'm going to do is do social links. I'm going to make div of that. Give anchor tag to nowhere. And also give a icon tag. So I'm just going to copy one of these here, just like that. You know what? I'm just gonna type. I think it's not working. So I'm just gonna do fab and FA LinkedIn. So this will have the LinkedIn logo. Now here what I'm gonna do is just a bunch of that and change the social media icons to, let's say the second one will be GitHub. Third one will be Twitter or X, if you want to call it, and you can call it whatever you want. I still have the habit of calling like X Twitter, even though it's X now after Elon Musk took it over. But yeah. So after this, what I'm going to do is make another saying this will be our contact form. So I'm going to make a div called contact form, right? And also gonna make the fade in. Under this, I'm gonna make a form tag to wrap it inside all of this. I don't need actions because we are not specifying this for get or post, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a div of form group. So this will be our one of the form groups. We'll have multiple groups. The first thing, well, what I'm gonna do is make a label, and for it will be name. I'm gonna type name here, and next will be the actual input field. What I'm gonna do is give ID of name, also name of name, also give a placeholder of your name, also give it a required just like that. And yeah, that's our first of many form groups. Now I need, so the first one is for name, email, subject, and probably message. That'll be a text area, but we'll probably change that. The first one, the second one is for obviously email, as I said. I'm just gonna change that to email. This will be email, ID will be email, name will be email, placeholder is your dot email example.com. So I'm just gonna type that. Also, this is another required portion. Next will be form group. This will be for subject, and this will also be for subject. Copy that, paste that here, paste that here, paste that here. And I was saying, what's this about? Yeah. And here I'm just gonna type message. I'm gonna type message right here. Copy, paste that here, paste that here, paste that here. I'm just gonna do your message here. I'm going to do required and also do ID. I'm going to change the input field to a text area, just like that. Why does it have a div inside that? Oh, I forgot to close. Huh. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is, last I'm going to make a button. So yeah. What I'm going to do here, for the text area, you don't need a type attribute, obviously. You need a name and a placeholder too. And text area also takes a closing tag. Do that. And that should fix our that. There we go. So yeah, after that is the submit. So I'm just gonna make a button of, I'm just gonna do button of button, and I'm just gonna say that this is button primary, just like that. And inside this, what I'm gonna do is also define a type that will be for submit, and also copy one of these and put it right here. This will basically be a send, like paper plane sending icon. I'm gonna do paper plane, just like that. And yeah, not plane, there we go. You can see the button right there. And under this, I'm just gonna do send message. There we go. So yeah, that is our contact section. Pretty long section, but oh well. And last is our footer section. comment that out, make a quick little footer section. I'm gonna make a thing container. Inside this, I'm gonna make a paragraph tag. That'll basically say a bunch of things. Just gonna do that, and yeah. And I'm gonna change the name to Rick Astley. And boom. That will be our thing. So yeah. That is our HTML structure. Let's style it using CSS now. So let's go ahead and start using CSS. What I'm gonna do is do this here. Like in this project, it'll be pretty long CSS, probably over 500 things. So I'm just gonna type the bare essential. That is, margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing word box. For our body, what I'm gonna do is, remember we imported our inter. I'm just gonna use inter and sans serif. Just like that. I'm just gonna do line height to 1.6. Also gonna do color probably to, it's right here, and also gonna do background color to white. You can put this too, that also works. And after that is the dot container. So I'm gonna do is a dot container max width 1200 pixels. Also gonna do margin 0 and auto. Also gonna do padding 0 and 20 pixels. That is our container. So next is for navbar. So what I'm gonna do is do position. I'm gonna put it to fixed, obviously, because I want it to be always at the top. And also do top 0, because top 0 will make sure that it's fixed on top, right? I'm going to do width 100%. I'm also going to do background to RGBA 255, 255, 255. I'm also going to do 0. And I'll probably put 1 here to put that. Probably a letter darker, 0.9. Yeah, that kind of doesn't make sense, but like, yeah. Also going to do backdrop filter. I'm going to add a blur effect of 10 pixels. Also going to do the index of 1000, so to make sure it's always at the top. Also padding to 1 rem and 0. Also going to do transition to all 0.3 seconds at each, as usual. So next is the nav scroll. So what I'm going to do here is do box shadow to 0 to 2 pixels, 20 pixels, and RGBA to 0, 0, 0.1. There we go. So this is for if the nav roll is scrolled, right? It will add a box shadow. And also do nav container. What I'm going to do here is add a flex. Also do justify content center. Do not center, space between. Also do align item center. If I do that, there we go. No, it's right there. And next, what I'm gonna do is for the logo. Now for the logo, I don't have anything, right? I don't have anything for the logo, but what I can do is probably put a div called logo and just probably say this RS, That'll be pretty sweet. And under this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do font size. I'm just going to do 1.5 rem, and also going to do font weight. I'm going to put it to 700 to make it really dark, and also going to do color. We'll have a bluish color, so I'm just going to do 2563 EB. So it's like bluish color, just like that. And that's our logo. Now for nav links, what I'm going to do is do nav links and just going to do display flex and do list style type and just take it to none. Make a gap of 2 rem, just like that. As you can see, it is looking great. Next, what I'm going to do is do nav links. Hey, this is for all of the anchor tags. I'm going to do text decoration to none, just like that. And also do color. I'm going to put it to this right there. It's going to do font weight to 500. I was going to put transition to color 0.3s at ease. I was going to do position to relative. And yeah, that's our, nav links. Now for nav links a hover. So I'm just going to do nav links a. I'm going to do hover. So when you hover on the nav, the nav stuff, all of these, right? What it will do is basically change the color to this. As you can see, that's one. So what I'm going to do is do that. Also, what I'm going to do is probably copy this and do after and do content this, right? What I'm going to make is next will be absolute. I'm going to position it absolute after and do width 0, height 2 pixels. And also going to do bottom. I'm going to put it to negative 15 pixels. And also going to do left 0. Round color, I'm going to put it to that. And also going to do transition. I'm going to put it to width 0.3 seconds at ease. And I'm going to do hover and after. So I'm just going to first copy this. While hovering, trigger after and change the width to 100%, which was 0 initially. If I now do this, as you can see, it has a line effect that looks pretty cool on the navbar, right? And the navbar is fixed on the top. Pretty cool. Yeah, and that is our nav. That is our navbar. The next is hero section. I'm just gonna comment saying hero section. And I'm just gonna type dot hero. I was gonna do min height. I'm gonna do 100 VH. I was gonna do display flex. Also gonna do align item center. I was gonna do padding top 80 pixels. And I was gonna do background color to F8 FAFC. There we go. That's our hero section. I flexed it. And it looks pretty good. And yeah, so what I'm going to do here is also do that. Class here, right? And yeah, that should be really good. So next, what I can do is probably do hero content. What I'm going to do here is display. I'm going to use it display as grid. I'm going to do grid template columns 1 fraction and 1 fraction, like that. And also going to do gap, put it at 4M. And I'm also going to do align items to center. And yeah, that is our grid. Looks pretty cool, right? And next what I'm going to do is do hero text. So hero text of H1. What I'm going to do is take the font size to 3.5 gram. 3.5 frame. By the way, guys, this will be all responsive. Don't worry. If you're thinking, are we building responsive or not? Yes, we are. We are actually making this thing responsive. The next is margin bottom. What I'm going to do is do one rem and do color. I'm just going to put a blackish color. 1E, 2.9, and 3B. Also going to do opacity of 0. And animation, I'll basically be putting my animation of fade in up. 1 second is forwards, just like that. And next, what I'm going to do is put the hero text dot subtitle, and I'm just going to do font size 1.25 rem. I was going to do color. This I'm also going to do margin bottom 1.5 rem. I was going to do opacity of 0, and also put the same animation to this, like that. Now what I can do is probably copy this. Next is for paragraphs. I'm just gonna change this to P, this to 1. Have a separate color for, like, let's say 64, 74, and 8B, kind of grayish color. I was gonna do 2 rem here, and also gonna do that, and we'll have the same animation. And what I'm gonna do here is also gonna give the next is I'm just gonna do hero image. Next line I'm gonna do center. Do opacity to 0. And also do animation. I'm just gonna paste this. Just like that. What I'm gonna do next is the hero image img. I'm just gonna do width of 300 pixels. I was gonna do height of 300 pixels. So these are all of the things that we need to make. I'm just basically, at last, I'm gonna make the thing. Don't worry. Next, what I'm gonna do is also give a object fit of cover. Also give a box shadow of 0, 20 pixel, and 40 pixel RGBA 0.1. Also gonna do transition of transform 0.3 seconds at ease. So after this, what I'm gonna do is probably make the fade up in transition. So let me quickly do that. So for that, we use keyframes, obviously. I'm gonna do keyframes identifier, that will be fade in up, just like that. And what I'm gonna do here is I probably misspelled it. It's need to be fade in up. Just like that. The fade in up, what I'm gonna do is basically do from opacity. I'm just gonna do that. I'm also gonna do transform. I'm just gonna translate Y and just do 30 pixels. I'm gonna do 2 and do opacity 1 and do transform to translate to Y0. There we go. Looks cool, as you can see. Looks cool, right? Now next what I'm going to do is after the image, what we have is basically this, right? And after that, we have to also put the image hover. So I'm just going to do hover. I'm just going to scale this thing to a little bit more. If you click over that, it will scale just like that. Now for the CTA buttons, right? Now for the CTA buttons, I'm just going to do display flex and do gap of 1 rem. I was going to do opacity of 0. I was going to do animation to fade in up. 1 second at ease 0.8s forwards. Just like that. And oh. So what I'm going to do here is also going to, for now I'm just going to make that and also do, I'm going to style the button first. I'm just going to do padding 12 pixels, 24 pixels. I'm also going to do border none, and also going to do border radius to 8 pixels. Also going to do font weight to 600. Now what I can do here is probably give this and put, I can just copy this and just paste it here. And yeah, that should be fine. The next one I'm going to do here is font weight. After that, I'm just going to do text decoration. Let me scroll down. Do text decoration, I'm going to put it to none. Also going to do display inline flex, and also going to do align item center. Also going to do a gap of 0.5 rem. Also going to do transition. I'm going to put it to all 0.3 seconds at ease. Also going to do cursor to pointer. Just like that. Now for the primary, right? What I'm going to do is for the primer button, I'm just going to change the background color to this and also give a color of white. There we go. Both are primary. Oops. This is supposed to be secondary. Just like that. And for the primary hover, I'm just going to change the background color to something a little less blue. So I'm just going to 1d4 88. So it will be a little darker, and also going to do transform translate at -2 pixels. And yeah, that should be it. And what I'm going to do here is also going to do this. So for the secondary, I'm going to put the background color to transparent, do color, I'm going to do white, and do transform. I'm transparent, but okay, so I'm going to do that. I don't know why I put transparent there. But what I can do is put this, because if these are same, it will not kind of look bad. So I'm just gonna change that. Put the bound to actual transparent to look like that. So what I'm gonna do here is for the transform, I'm just gonna translate. Nah. What I'm gonna do is do border 2 pixels. solid, same color as this one. Now it looks good. Now another thing what I can do is paste that. Now change this to hover. In hover, what I'm going to do is copy this, and I'm going to change that color to white, and translate to -2 pixels. Now, as you can see, it looks really good. Now next, what we'll be doing is styling the section. So here, I'm just gonna call section and oops, just like that, and give it padding. Let me scroll down so you guys can actually see. Now padding, I'm gonna give 5 rem and just 0. That will be our section, right? After that, what I'm gonna do is do section title. So this will be all of the title sections. That is about me, like education, qualifications, skills, technologies, and features, projects, everything like that. What I'm gonna do is text line. I'm gonna do it center. All right. Next, I'm just gonna do font size 2.5 rem. Also gonna do font weight. I'm gonna do 700. I'm also going to do margin bottom to 3 rem. I'm also going to do color to probably this one right here. So that will be our about me. Now for the about section, what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment saying it's about section, call the about, and just set the background color to white. Now it will have a transition color just like that, because, you know, the upper part, this was kind of gray, now this is white. Now for this section, now what I'm going to do here is basically display it as a grid. It will be much more easier. You can also use flex, obviously, but grid is kind of easier, and it has, like, it gives me a little bit more control over the layout, right? What I'm going to do is do grid template columns, do 1 fraction and 2 fractions. I'm also going to give gap to around 4 rem and also align everything to center, just like that. As you can see, let me probably do it a little bit like that, you know, just to see the actual website more, because we're just styling CSS anyways. What I'm going to do is do about, I'm going to do image img. So this is the actual image. What I'm going to do here is give a width of 100%. I was going to give a border radius of 12 pixels and also give a box shadow of 0, 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and RGBA. I'm just going to give that. There we go. It should look pretty good. Now next I need to do is do about text and start styling our text. So first things first is the header of this. I'm going to give a 1.5 rem, kind of, it will be a little bit bigger, and do margin bottom. I'm going to give 1 rem. Also going to do color. I'm going to give the same color just like that. Now next I need to do is do about text. This time I'm going to change the paragraph. So for a paragraph, I'm going to give this color, kind of a grayish color. I'm also going to give a margin bottom of 1.5 rem. That is approximately, how much? So around 24, I think it's 24 pixels. So I think I'm going to do stats now. So for stats, which is all of these things right here, right now it's just stacked on one another, right? What I'm going to do is also make that a grid. And I'm all going to do grid template columns, repeat, and do 3 for all 3, and just 1 fraction, just like that. Boom. And for gap, I'm just going to do probably 2 rem, not 1 rem. I don't think 1 rem will be enough. And do margin top, I'm going to do 2 rem as well. And that should look pretty neat in terms of layout. Now, in terms of styling the individual item, what I'm going to do is call stat item and do text line center. I'm going to do padding. I'm going to do 1.5 rem, and also going to do border color of this one right here. I'm also going to do border radius of 12 pixels. We'll also having a transition of transform 0.3 section at ease. So what happened here is it didn't come. So what I'm gonna do, did I mess up something here? I don't think I did. I'm gonna see the stat item. Okay. Yep. Oh, okay. So, background color. Okay. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do background color in this. Just type background. And that should look just like that. Now, what I'm going to do here is next is stat item hover, right? I'm going to stat item hover. So when hovering, what I'm going to do is do pretty simple transition with transform. I'm just going to lift this up this much. It'll have a lifting effect just like this. So that is all for the div. So what I'm going to do is next is stat number. I forgot the class selector. Just like that. I'm gonna make the font size really big, so around 2 rem. As you can see, these text right here became really big. Now it looks kind of slim, so I'm just gonna give font weight of 700 to make it a little bit more bold. And give the same color to make it kind of a look heading. Now next is stat label. Just like that. For stat label will be color the usual grayish color that suits our theme, and also have a font weight of 500, a little bit more thicker text than usual. So that's our about me section. Next, what we have to do is style our qualifications. I'm just gonna type qualifications, comment that part out, and now we'll start. So the first thing I need to do is call the qualifications container. I'm gonna give the background color of this. I'm just basically alternating. So about me section background color was white, and the hero was kind of a reverse color, which is kind of a grayish, but still whitish. This is absolutely pure white. Now this is again a little bit more grayish. So we're just alternating, you know, to see the separation in sections. So next what I'm going to do is under this, I'm going to scroll down so you guys can actually see, and the emits don't cover my whole entire VS Code, right? So next what I'm going to do is call the qual grid and display this as grid, and also do grid template columns, and I'm going to do repeat. I'll make it so it auto fits, and also do min max and do 300 pixels per fraction. So the one fraction of that, and that is our layout in terms of grid. I think I'll also add a gap of 2 rem, the usual. I also added 2 rem here. And after that is styling the actual card. So I'm gonna call the qual card, which is the actual card. For background, since the background is white, I'm gonna give a background of, not white, the background is gray. White will suit it better. So I'm also gonna give a padding of 2 rem, and give border radius of 12 pixels. Box shadow of 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels. Also going to give a RGBA of 0.08, just like that. I don't know why I did that. I don't need that. Just like that. Also going to give a transition of all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now I'm going to copy this, paste here. For the hover, I'm gonna transform, translate at -5 pixels like I did before. Also gonna do box shadow 0, 10 pixels, probably 30 pixels. Also gonna, I think I'm just gonna copy this, paste here, and change this to 1.5 probably. Now it looks pretty good. Now that's for the card. Now for the actual icons, so these icons right there, the graduation cap, the certification, award, and the trophy. What I'm going to do is do qual icon. I'm going to change their size to around 2.5 rem. That will make it really big. Color will be same like this because it suits the style. I'm going to give it margin bottom about 1 rem. There we go. It's starting to come together. Next is qual card h3, which is the title. What I'm going to do for this is do font size 1.25 rem. Also going to give a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. Also going to give the color to a blackish color of the, same thing. You can also make CSS variables for this, so you can directly put the thing into color. You can do that, but didn't really come to mind. But oh well. Next time I'll do it. Next is qual card and institution. What I'm going to do, institution. I didn't mess up spelling of institution, did I? I always mess up like those spellings. Yeah, I haven't, don't worry. Okay, that's fine. So for institution, what I'm going to do is set the color to what? This, I guess. Looks pretty cool. Just like that. And next what I'm going to do is do font weight. And give it 600. I'm also going to give it a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. There we go. Looks cool. Now next is qual card, but this time it's year, which is these text right here. For that, I'm just gonna change the color to our gray color. Also gonna change the font size to a little bit bigger, and also do margin bottom 1 rem. So that pushes out there, and that is our education and qualification section. So next is our skills section. So I'm going to do skills section just like that, comment that out. I'm going to call the skills div. I'm going to do background color to white. Again, we did gray for education section. Now we'll do white for skills section. So next what I'm going to do is do skills. I'm also going to do skills grid. So we're calling the skills grid. There, I'm just gonna do display grid. I'm also gonna do grid template columns. Now for this, since there are a lot of them, what I'm gonna do is just to repeat autofit, and I'm just gonna do min max, I guess 250 pixels at 1 fraction, just like that. It'll come in this single line. And what I'm gonna do here is also give a gap of 2 rem. Now it should go down. Oh, it fits. I thought it wouldn't. But if I do this, it would go down just like that. If I go more, it will go down. And at last, it will just be vertical. Like, all of them will be aligned vertically. Okay, that's cool. But I think it will go down after we add some padding. So, yeah. But it's fine. That means it's responsive, so that's good. The next is skill category, right? For category, I'm gonna set the background color to gray, because if I set that to white, it will basically it'll just be transparent because our background of the container is also white. So padding, I'm also gonna give 2 rem. I'm also gonna give border radius of around 12 pixels. I'm also gonna give text line of center. I'm also gonna give a transition of transform 0.3 seconds at ease, just like that. Now for the skill category hover, I'm just gonna use the transform transition property, and again, as always, I'm just gonna do that. Now I will have a hover effect. Next is styling the everything inside that individual cars, like all of these, right? Now for the icons, what I'm gonna do is I need to scroll again. Font size will be around 3 rem. Color of these will be our usual blue color. I was gonna give a margin bottom of 1 rem, just like that. Now skill category, now for the H3, which is these right there. What I'm gonna do is do margin bottom 1 rem and make sure the color is this. There we go. And for the skill tags, which is all of these, I'm gonna set few things. That is, what I'm gonna do is do display flex. I'm gonna do flex wrap to wrap. I'm gonna do gap 0.5 rem. Also gonna do justify content to center. There we go. And yeah, it looks pretty cool. That is our skill section. Looks pretty neat. Yeah, in my opinion it does. So let's move on to our project section. So for the project section, what I'm going to do is make a quick little comment. Always remember, guys, always comment your code unless you are a very good programmer, I guess. I remember hearing a meme that like a good programmer doesn't need comment, which again might be true if you can understand the code just by looking at it. That means you are a good programmer and you don't need comments. But for beginner programmers, comments are very, very important. So yeah. So background color, I'll alternate. The skills was white. I'm gonna make the feature projects kind of gray. So after that, what I'm gonna do is do projects and grid. I'm gonna display grid here. I'm gonna do grid template columns and I'm gonna do repeat auto fit. Just like that. I'm gonna do min max and do per. I'm just gonna do 250 pixels and 1 fraction. There we go. It will be just like this. And what I'm going to do is also give the gap of 2 rem. That will separate just like that. Next is the project card, right? For the project card, what I'm going to do is give background of white because the container background is gray. I'm going to give border radius of 12 pixels. I'm also going to give overflow. I'll put that to hidden. Box shadow, I'm just going to put 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels, RGBA. Set it to this one right here. And at last, I'm going to set the transition to all 0.3 seconds at ease. Just like that. It looks congested. Now we have, because we haven't styled the actual card yet and all of the things. We are styling the card, but not the content inside the card. So for the project card hover, what I'm gonna do is do transform, translate, and Y direction with -5 pixels. That will give it a lift up effect. Now, since we have box shadow in that card, and we are using translate Y at -5 pixels, I'm also going to change the box shadow to give it like, when something moves, the shadow also moves. I'm just going to give that effect. So for that, initially it was, how much was it? 0.08. I'm going to give it to 0.15. So as you can see, it does like that. This is really cool effect. Now for the project image, which is an actual image, I'm gonna give it a height, which is not the actual image, by the way. This is the container for that image. I'm also gonna give a overflow of hidden. Now we'll style the actual image, doing img here, calling the image tag inside the project image div. What I'm gonna do is cover the image, so like it takes all of the 200 pixels. In terms of height, I'm just gonna do 100 pixels. Now what I'll do is basically for width it will take which is we have defined right here for individual cars is 350 pixels. So in height it will have 250 pixels, and in height it will have 200 pixels per image, just like that. So next what I'm gonna do is do project card hover dot project card image img. In hover I'm also gonna transform. I'm gonna scroll down. I did transform there. Do scale 1.1, so it will scale up a little bit, just like that. So next what I'm gonna do is do project content. I'm gonna do padding 1.5 rem, just like that. And I'm gonna do project content edge 3. I'm gonna do margin bottom 0.5 rem. I was gonna do colors. I'm gonna set it to this, just like that. And again, if you have the pictures or screenshots to your projects, you can put them in the image tag or the source of the image. I don't have it. If you have it, you can put it there while hosting. Now for the project content, I'm gonna call the paragraph tag. So for the paragraph tag, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna change the color to our gray font color. I'm gonna give it the margin bottom to 1 rem. There we go. And for the project tag, which is all of these things right here, what I'm gonna do is give them display flex and do flex wrap to wrap, give gap 0.5 rem. I was gonna do margin bottom to 1 rem, just like that. Oh, I meant to do a gap, not grid. So for the individual tech tag, what I'm gonna do is do tech tag and set the background color to a different one. So I'm just gonna do E2 E8F0, which is a grayish color. I'm just gonna do color of the thing to 47569, just like that. Also gonna do padding 0.25 rem, 0.5 rem. Also gonna do border radius to 4 pixels. Also gonna do font size 0.8 rem. There we go. Looks clean. The next is project links. I'm gonna do project links. I'm gonna do display flex and gap 1 rem first, just like that. For the project links, a anchor tag. What I'm gonna do here is set the color to our signature blue and just do text decoration to none. That will get rid of the underline, right? Also gonna do font weight set to 600. Why is it scrolling down? I don't like the fact that it's scrolling down on its own. Whenever I'm saving, that is. I'm gonna do display flex, align item center. I'm also gonna do gap set to 0.25, so around 4 pixels. Okay. So while project links e hover, so we hover over it, it will change the color to this one right here. So when you do that, it will just change the color to GitHub. just like that. And it will take you to GitHub or live demo if you have deployed the actual project somewhere, right? Now that is all for the features project. Now next we'll do is hobbies and interest. For hobbies interest, what I'm gonna do is first obviously make a, for hobbies interest, I'm just gonna make a section saying hobby section. Now this will be a comment. I'm gonna call the hobbies, right? Just like that. Do background color, I'm gonna set it to white, again, alternating the theme. And first I'm gonna set the hobbies grid. I'm going to do display grid. I'm going to do grid template columns repeat autofit min max. I'm just going to set to 200 pixels, one fraction, just like that, and give a gap of 2 rem as usual, just like this. Under this, what I'm going to do is now actually style the individual hobby item. So double check if I have hobby item. I do. That's great. For hobby item, I'm just gonna do text line center, do padding of 2 rem. Scroll down. Also gonna do background color to probably this one right here. Also gonna do border radius to 12 pixels and transition to all 0.3 seconds at ease. Just like that. Now for the hobby item hover. So when you hover over that card, I'm gonna transform the Y to again negative 5 pixels. Change the border color, not border color, background color to our signature blues. So like that. I was gonna do color to white. Now if you do that, as you can see, it basically, when you hover over it, it changes color with having the transition of ease. Looks pretty cool. And that is almost it for the card. And only thing I have to do is style the hobby item of individual content. So first is the the icons. So I'm gonna do, for icons, I'm gonna do 3 rem, change the color to signature green. Now for the margin bottom, what I'm gonna do is do 1 rem. Also gonna do transition to color 0.3 seconds at ease. Now if you hover over it, the thing disappears because the background color and the color of the icons become the same. So what I'm gonna do is hobby item dot hover eye. So when hobby item is hovered, the eye changes to color white. So if I do that, as you can see, looks clean. Now same goes for other tree. I'm gonna do a hobby item. This thing is for h3 here. I'm changing the h3 to, I'm just gonna change the margin bottom to 0.3 rem, 0.5 rem. And that should be it. That is our hobbies and interest section. Now we'll style the get in touch, the last contact section, and after we'll style the footer section, and our CSS should be done. Never gonna give you up, guys. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and style our contact section. Quickly make a comment just like that. Now for the contact section, what I'm going to do is give a different background color. Now up until now we were just alternating. Now I'll just straight up make it kind of a black. Now again, text cannot be seen. I'm just gonna change the text color to white. Oops, just like that. Now, what else I can do is I can give the contact. I'm gonna do contact and just do section title. And do color. I'm gonna set the color to white, just like that. And for next, what I'm gonna do is do contact content. So this actual content, the contact. Now for the contact, I'm just gonna do display grid and do grid template columns, one fraction and one fraction. They will basically separate these just like that. And what I'm gonna do is here do gap 4rem, like that. I'm gonna quickly check. Yep. And here, what I'm gonna do, I'm quickly checking. Listing matches right here. That does match. That's fine. Now after that, what I'm gonna do is do contact info. So first, I'm gonna style the h3 to display flex, align item center, do gap to 1 rem, do margin bottom to 1.5 rem. Just like that. Right. And next thing, what I'm gonna do is probably do contact item, not contact info. I'm gonna do contact item, do I here, scroll down a little bit, and here I'm gonna change the font size to 1.5 rem. Also gonna change the color to that signature blue, and it's gonna change the width to 30 pixels, just like this. Now what I'm gonna do here is also give the social links. I'm gonna do display flex gap 1 rem, and also gonna give margin top to rem. Okay. Like that. Now next thing what I can do is do social links in A and do display flex. So flex line item center. Okay, it's not working for some reason. Why is it not working? Okay, so social links should, just like that. And also gonna next is the contact item, right? For the contact item, give me a second, guys. What I can do here is to where am I? Okay. Okay. So what I'm gonna check is I'm going to inside the content there should be contact info. I think, yeah, okay, that's the culprit. So this right here should have been just until here. We format the document, there we go. And yeah, after that, what I'm gonna do, okay, we fixed the thing. Now we can continue styling the thing. So what I'm gonna do is to justify content center. I'm gonna do is width 50 pixels and do height 50 pixels. Okay. What I'm also doing is background color. I'm putting to this and doing color white. I'm also putting the border radius to 50% to make it a perfect circle. Also doing this text decoration to none and doing transition all 0.3 seconds. And these now let me scroll down again. Yeah, pretty cool. The next thing you can do is probably check these social links. And also do this, and this looks pretty cool. For the contact item, yeah, it looks alright. And for the main div, what I'm gonna do here is let's start the contact form. Now contact, I'm just gonna first call the div and set the background color to be something different. So 3341556, the grayish color. Just like that. And also gonna do padding to RAM, and also gonna give a border radius of 12 pixels. Just like that. Now we can style the form group. I'm gonna do form group margin bottom. I'm gonna set it to 1.5 RAM. So I'm gonna do form group label. I'm gonna set to display block, not flex. I'm also gonna do margin bottom 0.5 RAM. Also gonna do color. I'm gonna change the color to a hash color saying E2E8 of 0. Now if you do that, that will be just like that. Now we have still to style the form group input and form group text area. I'm going to give width, I'm going to set it to 100%. I'm going to set the padding to 0.5 rem. I'm also going to set the border to none because no one likes border in the input and text area fields. I'm also going to do border radius to a little bit curved, 8 pixels. I'm going to do background color. I'm going to set to this color right here. And I'm also going to set the color to white. Now if you do that, just like that, I'm also going to set the font family to inherit. Now that will be our thing. Now first thing that a few things I need to change is the placeholder. Right now the placeholder cannot be seen. I need to do form group and I need to call input, call the placeholder. I'll do the same thing for the text area. I'm going to do form group. I'm going to call the text area. I'm going to call the placeholder of that text area just like that. I'm going to set the color to something more visible, like 9.4, A3, and B8. If we do that, it is more suited with the theme. And yeah, that should be it. The last thing I need to do is probably change something in the text area. Now for the text area, what I'm going to do is do height 120 pixel and do resize. Size I'm going to set to vertical. Yep. Now you cannot change it. You can only change the vertically, just like this. And yeah, it looks pretty cool. I'm going to refresh. And now the contact form looks pretty good. And since this button already has the button primer class assigned to it, this will basically have the same styling as this one right here. So yeah, our contact form is done. So next and the last thing I have to style is the footer section. Let's quickly go to the footer section. Now I'm not gonna do it too crazy. I'm just gonna call footer and do background color. Scroll down first. Let's do background color of 0, F1, and 7 to A. I'm also gonna do color of white. I'm also gonna do text line of center. I'm also gonna do padding to 2rem and 0. Yeah, that is all of our footer. It looks pretty neat. And yeah, that's our thing. But we still have few things to do. The first one is we have to make it responsive, and yeah, and we also have to make the fade in transition. I'm gonna do fade in. Remember we did the fade in transition? Yeah, I'm gonna do transform vertical and do translate at double Y and do 30 pixels, just like that. I'm also gonna give a transition of all. I set the opacity to 0. I'm gonna change that, don't worry. This is for the thing, okay? I'm gonna do ease, just like that, and do fade in dot visible and do opacity to 1 and transform. I'm going to change the translate to 0. Now this is something that will be changing through JS. Okay, if you're thinking why did you do opacity 0, it just deletes everything. And you're right, it does delete, but we'll use JavaScript to fix it. So yeah, for now, just assume the opacity 0. We'll change it from that. Okay, don't worry. That's why we have this fade in dot visible. We'll use the class list and add dot visible here, and yeah, it will basically be visible with the transition. And with that, at the last, for now, I'm just gonna set the opacity to. I'm just gonna comment out so you guys can actually see everything. And now we'll just do media queries. So media queries it is. What I'm gonna do is do that. Set the max width. I'm just gonna style. We'll just style the mobile like that, and just do .nav links. I mean, this is not for mobiles. Most likely for like around like small screens, I guess. Small screens territory. I don't think it's mobile. Mobile is like 468 or 640p. For nav links, that'll be for hero content. I'm just gonna do grid template columns 1 fraction. Text line, I'm gonna set center just like that. Yep. Now this is still questionable, but yeah, we'll fix it. This is how it will look in smaller screens. Now next is, I mean, another thing you can do is also make a hamburger menu for these, but I'm not gonna do it. So next is hero text. What I'm gonna do is hero text at 1. I'm just gonna do font size 2.5 rem, just like that. And well, now for the about content, and do grid template columns to 1 fraction, just like that. And that will basically fix everything. That's why I love grid. Next is stats. What I'm going to do is do grid template columns 1 fraction. That will immediately fix everything just like that. And I'm gonna do the same for content. I'm gonna call that and just do grid template column one fraction, and that'll fix the contact form. And alas, the CTA buttons. For the CTA buttons, I'm just gonna do flex direction set to column. And yeah, just like that, it should work. Right now it's gonna get immediately just like it'll just immediately teleport you to that screen. The reason I did this is basically we'll basically be making a scroll down thing. Right now, for now, I'm just gonna set everything opacity to 0 and come back here, gonna do that. And let's start to write our JavaScript for this portfolio. The first thing what I'm going to do is call document.querySelectorAll. I'm going to call the ankle tag and do that. I'm going to do href inside this. And do that and also do that. I'm going to call the href just like that. I'm going to loop it for each that. I'm going to do anchor. So this will basically, loop all of the anchor. If you do anchor dot add event listener, if it is clicked, I'm gonna obviously make a function. So this will basically be e dot prevent default first to making the whole page, going like loading the whole page, and do const target dot document document dot query selector. Do this dot get attribute. I'm just gonna get the href attribute of that element. I'm gonna do if the target exists. So that's if the target variable exists. We'll just do target dot scroll into view. So this will basically scroll the target. So this will basically, if you click home, it'll scroll down to there instead of just instead of just making it an instant teleport. I'm gonna do smooth and do block, do start, not semicolon, oops, my bad, it's comma. And yeah, that is our first function. And it's not a function, it's just a event. You're basically putting that into all of these, and yeah. With that said, I think it should be done. So next what I can do is do window dot add event listener. Now for the scroll, do function. I'm gonna when the user scrolls in the, I'm gonna do navbar. Do navbar equals to document dot document dot get element. Oh my god. Get element by ID. We'll basically take our navbar just like this. Do if window dot scroll y. So scroll y is greater than 50. What I'm going to do is do navbar dot class list dot add scrolled. If we do that, what I'm going to do is just that and do navbar dot class list dot remove scrolled do scrolled. Now that is another event listener. Now what I'm going to do here is basically make a observer options. I'm just going to do observer options, and here I'm going to do threshold. I'm going to make a variable called threshold. This will be an object. We'll do that, and also have a root another attribute called root margin of 0 pixels, and negative 50 pixels, and 0 pixels. What I'm going to do is do that. Now const observer equals to new interaction observer. That will trigger a function. I also give a entries on all of that. I'm going to do entries dot for each entry. What I'm gonna do is basically if I'm gonna check if entry is intersecting. If it is, then do entry. Let's scroll down. You guys cannot see. I'm gonna do entry dot target dot class list dot add visible. Just like that. And now I'm just gonna set the thing to observer options. What I'm gonna do here is check for any errors. So instruct room specifying pixel percentage root margin. Oh, okay, so that's gone. And another thing, okay, so there we go. Now if we do that, I think it should be fine. So another thing that I need to probably do is do that, and yeah, that should be fine. So yeah. So next is actually making all the observe for fade in transitions. What I'm going to do is after that I'm going to call document dot query selector all. So all of the queries that has dot fade in class, I'm going to loop them using that and give el as a variable, and I'll do observer dot observe el. Now if we do that, as you can see, if I scroll down, as you can see, it will start appearing just like that. It gives a nice transition. Now next is form submission. For the form submission, what I'm going to do is do document dot query selector, and first call the form and do add event listener submit and do function. I will listen to the submit. So if somebody submits a form, first I'm going to do e dot prevent default. I'm going to do const form data. I'm going to make a variable called form data new form data this. So I'm going to do that and do const name equals form data dot get name, do const email equals to form data dot get email new cons. I'm basically getting all of the form data just like that. Form data dot get subject the const message form data dot get message. Now if you do that, then yeah, that should be fine. That's all of the variables that we have made. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if when any of those does not exist, right? Because all of them is obviously mandatory, but let's say if thing does not submit, what I'm going to do is do alert the user saying please fill in all the fields, just like that. And after that, I'm just going to return from this function. And I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to say alert, thank you for your message. I'm going to do I will. Want to add an apostrophe just like that. Get back to you. Oops, I cannot type to you soon. Do that. There we go. This basically lets you to add apostrophes inside a single quote string. Now, to basically not do this, you can also use double quote strings, but I already used it, so I needed to do that. So after that, I'm just gonna do this dot reset, just like that. And after that is what we'll be building is the typewriter. What I'm going to do is do that. Now, what I'm going to make is the typewriter effect. So the letters will basically just type itself, you know? What I'm going to do is do typewriter. I'm going to call this function a typewriter, and it will have the element text speed. I'm going to set the default parameter to 100 and do let I equals to 0. I'm going to do element dot inner HTML equals to, first I'm going to set the element, so it will give this element. So initially it will set to an empty string. I'm going to do function. Now this will type, this function will type. This is a nested function. Now what I'm going to do is do that and check if I is less than the text dot length. Now this will basically run up to this text dot length. So this will be element dot inner HTML. This will fill up the text dot char at I, just like that. And here what I'm going to do is increase the value of I. Also do set timeout to type and speed, just like this. And after that, I'm going to call the type function right over here. Now this is a function we haven't called it. To call it, I have to do window dot, basically I'm going to add a event listener on load. So this will basically be, this function will trigger when load. I'm just going to do const, I'm going to make a variable called const hero title equals to document dot, not this document, I'm going to cut this document.querySelector, do hero text h1, and do that. Also do hero title, and do const original text equals to hero title dot text content. Just like that. Do set timeout. I'm going to do set timeout and call a function typewriter hero title, do original text since the original text is the hero title. All right, and also gonna do set these to 150, and this will have a delay of 1 second, just like that. As you can see, this typed out right over there. As you can see, yep, it looks cool. Now next is another for the scroll. What I'm gonna do here is basically add a parallax effect to the hero section. Now what I'm going to do is do window.addEventListener. We'll listen to scroll. When we go to function, just like that. And now I'm first gonna basically select the scroll. So I'm gonna do window.page y offset, and gonna do const hero equals to document dot query selector. I'm gonna do dot hero, and also gonna do const read equals to scrolled times minus 0.5. That is the rate. And if hero exists, I'm gonna do hero dot style dot transform. I'm gonna do transform equals to, I'm gonna set the translate to something like the rate at, just like that. And yeah, it looks cool. Now next what I'm going to do is add a hover effect to the project cards. What I'm going to do is do document dot query selector all, do project card, do for each. I'm just going to do card, and do card dot add event listener, and I'm going to listen to mouse enter. Right, I'm going to listen to mouse enter and just do function. And after that, this will be this dot style dot transform equals to, we change it to translate y and negative 10 pixels and scale to 1.20. That is our transform. Let's do mouse leave. For I'm just going to copy this. For mouse leave, first I'm going to do leave. So you have hover. Same about project cards. If I do project card, which is this right here, right? This is right here, which has all of these things. What we'll do is basically do that and set these to 0 pixels and also scale back to 1. So for project cards, I'll basically scale that. Then if I go back to projects and just, see that, as you can see, it scales up. That, as you can see, it scales up. That is what this thing does. The next is for the button. So for that, what I'm going to do is probably leave it as that. I don't think I need to do anything for the buttons. And yeah, that is it for our portfolio. I hope you liked it. I think it looks pretty cool. And yeah, this is the portfolio. I think in my opinion, it looks pretty good. It's perfectly, okay. The only thing that is missing is the hamburger menu, but until that, it's perfectly responsive and also has all the projects showcased and also has all of the things that is necessary. And yeah. Yeah, that's it. If you liked the actual project video, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I'll see you guys in another stream or another video with another project or another tutorial. Up until then, goodbye. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So in today's stream, we'll be doing again another project, and today we'll be doing Pomodoro app. So in the last couple of videos, we have been doing a lot of projects and you have been giving a lot of support. We did portfolio, AI image generator, and even a typing test. So in today's video, or today's stream, not video, we are live again and we will be doing another project, and that is Pomodoro app. So what we will be doing is let's start the project and we'll just talk, code, and just interact. Just it'll be fun. So what we'll do is just make an index.html file, a style.css file, and even a script.js file. So just like that, it is done, right? So what we'll be doing first is making our boilerplate code. Whoops, wrong place. And I'm just gonna name this Pomodoro app, just like that. I'm also gonna link my style.css and my script.js. Just like that, and we are done, okay? So let's start our Pomodoro app. So what we're gonna do is probably gonna do first make a background grid. So first we need the container, obviously. So I'm gonna make a div called container. Before that, what I'm gonna do is make another div above it that will say background grid. This will basically be the background text or background things that if you want to put, we'll just append it inside here from our JavaScript. So let's just first actually, go open this in our browser, just like that, and just do this. And that is our web page. There we go. So let's start ahead and actually style other things in the container. So what first I'm gonna do is import a image. So this is an SVG image that I already have. So this is a circle ring. This will basically be our progress ring. Right now it's not showing for some reason. I think it's broken. Give me a second. As you can see, the circle class, it will It will show up once we style it and just, make it good. What I'm going to do here is make a timer display div. This will basically be our timer. Okay. Okay, I refreshed the page and there you go. There is our timer display. But we want it just like that. And what we'll do is inside this div, I'm gonna make another div that is called time and also have a ID of time display. What I'm gonna do is give the default as 2500, just like that, right? Now this circle is not appearing. It will appear once we just style it, okay? Keep that in mind. Let's just say SVD. I think it's by default, it is white. We might have to style it. So that's there. And what we'll do is also make a div of session type and also have an ID of session type. And just say work session, just like that. And yeah, that is done. So what we'll do here is inside this we have made this progress ring, right? I'm gonna wrap it, since this will be one container, I'm just gonna wrap it inside another container. So I'll just do timer wrapper, just like that, and push everything that was here into here and format the document. So after that, that is done. So next is controls div. What I'm going to do is just make a div called controls. I'm going to make button, and this will have a button. This will be a button that will all have a class of button, right? But we might have to change something. So the first one is the start button, and what I'm going to do here is multiply it by 4 because we need 4 of these. So just like that, I'm going to multiply it, and there we go. So what I'm going to do here is pretty much very simple. So first button, which will be the start button, I'm just going to type the content here. This will also have a secondary styling that is called primary. Okay. And after that, what I'm going to do here is start styling our other button. So this will be pause. I'm just going to say pause here. This will be reset. So I'm just going to type reset. And reset, and here I'm also gonna type reset, just like that. And last is the skip button. If you want to skip it after breaks, if you want to skip the break, just do skip. So that is how we'll be building it. There we go. All of our buttons are just laid off horizontally, just like that. And next, what I'm going to do here is after this controls div, I'm going to make a settings div. So settings div basically controls the all of the controls. Like let's say if you want to increase your timer to 25 or just plus 26, 27, it will just increment the value depending on how long you want to work, or just, it just lets you have interactivity. So what I'm going to do here is inside there will be multiple setting group, right? So what I'm going to do is make my first setting group. So I'm just going to do setting group. Inside this, what I'm going to do is do setting label, right? And after that, I'm going to do work. Make sense? After this, what I'm going to do is do setting controls. This will be all of the controls to the settings. The first thing is I'm going to make a button. I need 2 of these button actually. So what I'm going to do is do button, and both of these will have a class of setting button, but they'll have a different ID obviously. The first one will be work minus. This will basically be a minus. They basically decrease the value on the thing. Makes sense, right? So what I'm going to do here is Control C, Control V. Now if you already have guessed, this will be a plus and this will be work plus, but they will have the same styling. So I'm going to leave the class to the same, and between these what I'm going to do is make a div. Between this I'm going to make a div that will have a setting value, just like that, and they'll basically say the value, right? And basically have an ID of work time. So this will be there, and I'm gonna just set it to 25. There we go. That is our first setting group, and I will make a couple of these. So I'm just gonna um copy this and just paste it here. So the first one will be a 25 plus and 25 minus, right? The second one just will be a 5, and the third one will be just 15 or 15 minus or 15 plus. There we go. They'll just do the same thing. It's just you know, this will just add 25 or subtract 25 minutes from the timer. This will just do 5, and this will just do 15. After that, our settings div is complete. And yeah, after that, what I'm gonna do is make a stats div. So I'm just gonna do stats. This will basically show all of the stats, the completed sessions, the total time, and even the streak of which you are working. So this will again be multiple stats, multiple stat inside stats, right? So I'm just gonna have the same parameter, but the different content. So I need a div that will just basically say stat value, and it will have an ID of completed sessions. Just like that. Let's say initially as 0, which makes sense, right? I'm going to copy paste this. I'm going to change that to label. I don't need this ID, and I'll change that to, let's say, 0 completed. This will basically be the label for this value, right? So that is one stat. So what I'm going to do here is just copy and just paste it 3 times, let's say. And this, all of the classes and ID will be the same. Actually, ID will be different. This ID, I will just change this to total time. So I'm just going to do 0 and let's say hours and 0 minutes, just like that. The total time, I'm just going to change that to the correct label, that is total time. And the classes can remain the same. And I'm going to change that to current streak, just like that. And what I'm going to do is just do streak. And that is our stats div. After the thing has finished, this is the main container div, right? What I'm going to do here is after this, I'm just going to make a notification div. This will basically give you notification of session completed or even just a pop-up. I'm just going to do notification again. And here, what I'm going to do inside this, I'm just going to do ID. Actually, I'm going to do ID and just type notification text. And this will basically just say session completed. And that is all of our HTML. I'm just going to format document one last time. And after that, our HTML is done. Now, since our HTML is done, what I'm going to do here is let's go ahead and actually style this Pomodoro app. So let's go to style.css and actually start styling this app. If you're still enjoying it, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It's free and you get good content. I swear. So after that, what I'm going to do here is go to our style.css and actually style this bad boy, because just plain HTML does not look any better, as you can see. So what I'm going to do here is first I'll just do our bare essentials, which we always do. That is margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box. So just like that. That is our styling for the universal selector, which applies to every single one of the HTML elements. After that, what I'm going to do is do body. I'm going to call body, and we do it to just style our body container. So the first one is using a similar font on all of it. And the first font I'm going to use is Arial. And the second one, if you have guessed it, that will be sans serif. Because I don't like those stances. the curve stances. What I want to do is next thing I want to change is the background color. So background color will be kind of a black theme that will just make it look nice in my opinion. And color, obviously I'm going to go white because you cannot see the text, black text on a black background, right? The min height, what I'm going to do is do 100 VH and also going to do display flex. And since it's a Pomodoro app, what I'm going to do is it's very small, so I'll just make it sit in the middle. So for that, I need to justify content center and align item center. After that, what I'm going to do is do overflow. I'm just going to put that to hidden. And what I'm going to do is do position relative. So after that, that should be in the middle while having its position relative in case we need to add any pop-ups or anything else. After that, what I'm going to do is put a background grid. So what I'm going to do here is for the background grid, right, what I'm going to do is do background and type background grid. Inside this, I'm just going to do position absolute and also do top 0. Top 0 and also going to do left 0. Also going to do width 100% and just height 100%. After that, what I'm going to do is change the opacity to 0.02, making it very, very not visible, but probably barely visible. What I'm going to do is also set a background image. So a background image, what I'm going to do here is first, it will have a 2-parameter linear gradient. So this will be the first linear gradient. The first color will be in RGBA of a very black. So what I'm going to do is do 255, 255, and 255, and do 0.1. And this will be 1 pixel. And this will be transparent. And it will be 1 pixel, right? So this will be one linear gradient. So what I'm going to do here is copy this and just paste it here. While this will have a 90-degree of linear, 90-degree, just like that. Forgot the comma. After that, it'll be 90 degrees of this color, the same color. And yeah, that's about it. And I'm just gonna format the document just like that. Yeah, pretty much it. And after that, I'm just gonna do background size. I'm just gonna do background size and put it to 40 pixel and 40 pixel. After that, I'm just gonna do animation of grid move 30 seconds linear infinite, just like that. I need to, as you know, after we make an animation, we have to put the keyframes because animation require keyframes. What I'm going to do is do keyframes identifier, and I'm going to put my animation name, that is grid move, that we put. So initially at 0%, what I'm going to do is do transform, translate at, I should do translate and give XY coordinates as it's 0. And what I'm going to do is do 100%, and here what I'm going to do is do transform, translate to 40 pixels and 40 pixels. That is our keyframes. After that, let's finally start our containers. So what I'm going to do is call the container and do text line center, because I want everything to be on center just like that, and I have a z index of 2, making it pop the container more than the background. After that, what I'm going to do is do position relative and also do padding to rem. Oops, I accidentally pressed Control Q. And the next thing that I want to do is do time wrapper. So this will basically is the timer for our div. What I'm going to do is do position relative, right? Here, what I'm going to, this time wrapper div. What I'm going to do, so here what I'm going to do is just to display inline block. This will be an inline block. And also do margin bottom at 3 rem, just like that. And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that and just do progress ring. So I'm going to style the progress ring first. So first thing I need to do is do transform, rotate 90 degrees, minus 90 degrees, just like that. And after that, I'm just going to do width of 300 pixels. And also do height of 300 pixels. Just like that. And now I actually style the circle, right? What I'm going to do is do progress ring circle. And do stroke RGBA. What I'm going to do is just do that. And do stroke width of 6. And also do fill transparent. And do R of 145, CX of 150. As you can see, you can almost see the ring, and also do CY of 150. That will make a complete circle. After that, we need to make the progress ring progress, right? So what I'm gonna do here is this will have a we'll control it using JavaScript. So it'll basically fill the white as progress, right? For first, what I'm going to do is do progress width at 6 and do fill transparent, and also do R of 145 and just CX of 150 and CY of 150. Also do stroke. I'm going to do stroke. I need dash array. Dash array will be 911. Ironic. I'd also do dash offset of 911. After that, what I'm going to do is do transition stroke. I'm going to basically do dash offset and put that at ease transition. So first what I'm going to do is do dash stroke, and after that I'm just going to do line cap of round. And what I'm going to do here is we have to set the progress work, right? So when we start the timer, the progress work will basically will be filled in a red color. So I'm just going to set the stroke to, let's say, FF6B6B, that is 6B6B. This will be this is a reddish color, and when it's break, right, when it's a break time, I'm just change that to a break. This will have a bluish color, so I'm just gonna do 4E, CD, and C4. That should be fine. After that, what I'm going to do is do progress ring. I think that's all it for progress rings. First, I'm just going to do the timer display now. For timer display, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it first, obviously, and do position absolute, and also do top, let's say 50%, and do left 50%, just like that, and do transform. I'm going to scroll down a bit and do translate at minus 50% and minus 50%. That will basically put it to absolute center of the screen. And what I'm going to do is do display flex, and flex direction, set it to column, and do align items to center, just like that. And what I'm going to do is style the time. So here time is the actual time, as you can see. What I'm going to do here is to font size, I'm going to just set it to 3.5 rem, and do font weight set to 200, And also do letter spacing. I'm going to set it to 0.1 rem. Also do margin bottom to set to 0.5 rem. And also do font variation numeric. So I'm going to do is font variant numeric. I'm just going to set to tabular nums. Just like that. And now next is the session type. So session type, what I'm going to do here is do font size 1 rem. Font size 1 rem, and also do font weight to, let's say, 300, and also put a opacity of 0.7, and also do text transforms. I'm going to set to uppercase. If you didn't know, text transforms sets, you can set it to lowercase and uppercase. If you don't want to do it from JavaScript, CSS also allows you to do it. And just set the letter spacing to 0.2 em. Just like that. Pretty cool. Now next what I'm going to do is style the controls if. Here what I'm going to do is do display flex, and gap I'm going to set it to 1.5 rem. Also going to do margin bottom set to 2 rem. And also do justify content set to center, and also do flex wrap set to wrap. Because in case if it's a smaller screen, it will basically just come down one by one if there is no space. Flex wrap is a very good tool for a grid-like structure. If you don't want to use grid, you can also use flex wrap. And lastly in this thing, that is we have to style all of the buttons, right? So what I'm going to do first is call the button class. First, I'm going to set the background to something black. So, oops, RGBA. What I'm going to do is set it to this and change it to like 0.05. Just like that. Just like that. And now what I'm going to do is set the border to 1 pixel, solid RGBA, and I'm going to set it to this color, just like that. And what I'm going to do is do color, I'm going to set it to white actually, and what I'm going to do is set the padding to 0.8 rem and 1.5 rem. After that, I'm just going to set the border radius to 8 pixels, making the edges round, and also do cursor pointer, and also do font size 0.9 rem. Also do font weight to set to 300. Text transform, again, that basically changes the thing. I'm just going to set it to uppercase, and letter spacing, I'm going to change it to 0.1 em. It will change the letter spacing between the letters. And now what I'm going to do is use a transition of all 0.3 seconds at ease, and use a backdrop filter to add blur effect on the. It'll basically give, if you didn't know, if you want to give a glass morphism effect to anything, you can give it this and just like, a similar color as that, and set the background to just blur. You can just blur, let's say you give 10 pixels here, and this will have a instant glass morphism effect. And what I'm going to do here is also do position relative and also do overflow to hidden. Now that is our, as you can see, what I was talking about, these are the glass morphism effect. It looks pretty good. So yeah. So now I want to give a shiny, like a light effect. So what I'm going to do is do button, and first I'm going to define a before. So first content, let's say content is none. And position relative, I'm going to set it to absolute, and do top 0, and also do left minus 100%, and do width 100%, and do height 100%. After that, what I'm going to do is set the background to this one right here, and also do transition left 0.3 seconds at ease, right? After that, I want to set the hover effect. So when button is hovered and it's before, I'm going to set the left to 100%, right? As you can see, this gives a shining light effect. But when it is hovered, I also want to change few other things. That is border color. What I'm going to do is border color, I'm going to change that to this. I'm going to change this parameter to this. Again, I have used this color on almost everything. So what you can do is also use a CSS variable. Now, I didn't think it through, but using a CSS variable is to this or similar color that you'll be using all over your CSS, because design wise it just makes sense, because most of the colors are like according to theme and is similar, so you can use CSS variables to actually just use it wherever you want, and you don't have to declare it this long anywhere else, right? So what if now what I'm going to do here is set the background to something like this again, and translate that y. I'm going to translate that -2 pixels, so when we hover over it now, it will have a shiny effect. This is very cool. This will basically change the border color, background color, and also do a content which will basically slide from left to right. And it'll also translate it -2 pixels, giving it a lifting effect. It looks pretty cool. The next, when button is active, what I'm gonna do is just change the border color to this, and change the color to something like this. So now if we click it, as you can see, it will change the color and the border color to the same color. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so next is settings. So settings, what I'm going to do is do display flex and do gap to rem, and also do justify content, set it to center, margin bottom. I'm going to do to rem and do flex to rem, okay, and do flex wrap, set it to wrap. Now this is the settings. If there is a responsive issue, it will just again make it go down. Like it will just stack instead of having it flexed, Flex wrap is a very useful tool for responsiveness. If you want to check that out, we already have a Flexbox, which I have Flexbox. If you want to learn Flexbox, we already have a video. It's in our playlist of HTML CSS. I believe it's episode 10. So if you want to check that out, link will be somewhere. If I can put it in description, I'll just put it. You can check out the playlist in our channel. Okay. So what I'm going to do is do setting group, right? Which is, where'd it go? There we go. Which is the individual div for the minus and plus that we talked about. So here what we did is first flex that, right? Now we need to style the individual div. So first I'm going to do flex again. I'm going to set the flex direction to column and align item to center, and I'm also going to do gap to 0.5 rem. Now for the settings label, setting label, I'm going to change that to label, which is where is it? This one right here. Oh, I forgot to change the labels, so let me quickly change the labels here. First one will be work, right? The first one will be work, just like that, and the second one will be for break, right? And the third one just will be for long break, just like that. They'll basically add 25 minutes for the work, or you can just add, we'll probably just, if I think about it, I think incrementing just one by one will be better than just implementing 25 work. actually, and this will be for break, and that will be for long break. After, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do font size, and I'm going to put it to something. Oh, I'm just going to do it. I was going to do 0.9, but I think 0.9 will be too consistent because these are also 0.9. So I'm just going to do 0.8 rem. And also do the font width set to 300, and also do opacity, decrease the opacity a little bit. So I'm just gonna do 0.7. By default is 1, by the way, if you're wondering. And when do text transform, also set that to uppercase, and do letter spacing. I'm gonna change that to 0.1, just like that. That's all for labels. Now settings control. So what I'm gonna do is do setting. I'm going to do settings controls and do display flex, align items, align items, set that to center, and also do gap of 0.5 rem. Just like that. We are basically styling the container. And next, what I'm going to do is style the actual button. So scroll down a little bit. Now what I'm going to do is do setting and do btn. I'm going to change the background first to something like this, and I'm going to do border. I'm going to set to 1 pixel solid of, do this, and do color. I'm going to set that to that. I'm going to fix the that. I'm going to set the color to white. By the way, you can also use this. For white, it's also 6 Fs for the X color code, but white is just much more easier. Next, what I'm going to do is set the width to 32 pixels. Also do height 32 pixels. Also do border radius, set that to 6 pixels. And also do cursor to pointer. And also do display to, I'm going to set the display to flex. Just like that. And also do align item, set that to, what am I doing? Align items, set that to center, scroll down a little bit, and also do justify content to center. I'm going to do font size, I'm going to do 1.2 rem. And also do transition, I'm going to do all 0.3 seconds at ease. Just like that. I'm gonna little bit, I'm gonna just do like that. Now next what I'm going to do is do settings, setting button hover. Now for the hover, what I'm going to do is I need to change the background and do RGBA and just set that to that if it's hovered. And also do border color. Scroll down a little bit and do border color. I'm just going to set to this. So if you hover over it, as you can see, it kind of has a light up. This has a light up effect. And now since this is absolutely horrible because the settings is not aligned with the thing, what I'm going to do is now change the setting value. Not setting, setting, I'm going to change that to value, which is the actual values. There we go. What I'm going to do for that is change it to font size. I'm going to change it to 1 rem and do font width 300, and also do min width. I'm going to change that to 3 rem, and also do text line, set it to center. The first thing that I see is I already done some mistakes because the thing looks absolutely horrible. So what I'm gonna do here is go here and see what's wrong. Um, I think session controls. What? Do we have a session? We have session, but like it's not okay. I think it's settings controls, right? Ah, okay, that makes sense. So I'm just gonna change that to that. And yeah. So next thing that I wanted to check was for the timer. So for timer, oh, okay. That is timer, that's timer wrapper, not time wrapper. That works. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm also gonna check for, I think it looks fine now. And the next thing I want to check here is for the settings. It's settings group. Setting group. It should be right over here though. Oh. Um. Hmm. Where am I? I'm at the top. How though? What I'm gonna do here is change. Oh, okay. Align items. There we go. Now that should be in center. And yeah. But I think it huh. How did it wait, what? Did we undo some things? I think we again changed the timer. What is happening? Give me a second, guys. I don't know what's happening here. I changed the timer display, it fixed it, and I changed it again. What? Let me just try to restart the port. Okay, so there's again, okay, I did something wrong again. Give me a second, guys. Let's check it. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I think I accidentally Control Z there and changed the timer wrapper to time wrapper. And now, yeah, that is about it. I think we have fixed our thing. That's great. Now let's continue to style our, thing. So what's left, in my opinion, is the stats. So what I'm gonna do here is also do like stats. Now I see one problem already, that this is inside the container, right? The notification is inside the container. It should not be inside container. So I'm just gonna cut that and also do that and do a format document just like that. And now let's call the stats. For stats, I'm just gonna do display flex first. I'm gonna scroll down. I'll do gap, probably 2 rem, and also do justify content to center, opacity set to 0.6. Also do a flex wrap of wrap, just like that. And now for the individual stat, what I'm going to do is do text line set to center, and the stat value what I'm going to do is do font size. I'm going to do 1.5 rem. Also do font weight of 200, and also do margin bottom of 0.25 rem, just like that. And now for the labels, right? I'm going to do stat. I'm going to do stat label. I'm going to do font size 0.8 and also do font weight of 300 and also do text transform. I'm going to do uppercase and also do letter spacing. I'm going to do 0.1 em. Just like that. And that is our label done. Now for the notification, right? At last, we have to style our notification. We are right here. What I'm going to do here is I don't trust myself to actually write the spelling. So I'm just going to do that, even though it's very easy, notification spelling, but I just, it's just too risky. What if I mess up? So I'm just going to copy that and do right. I'm going to do 2rem again. It will be top 2rem. It will say right above, just like that. And now background, I'm going to set that to RGB. As I said, this will be much easier if I just use CSS variables. So you can do that, okay? So here what I'm going to do is do border box, not border box, I'm going to do border and do 1 pixel solid around 0.3, but do 0.2 actually. And here I also need a padding, but I'll give padding in a bit. First I'm going to give border radius of 8 pixels and do padding of around 1 rem, 1.5 rem, just like that. And also gonna do, I'm gonna do filter, which is backdrop filter. I'm gonna give it blur effect, again, giving it a glass morphism effect, just like that. And also gonna do transform. I'm gonna do translate at X, so it will come from 4 pixels. It will just slide from there. Right, and also do transition and do transform 0.3 seconds at ease. Also have a z-index of 100, just like that. And when we will show our notification.show, it will stay at transform translate at x0. Just like that. So we'll change it. We'll use a JavaScript to change it from 400 pixels to 0 pixels, and it will be, as you can see, the slide effect. It will basically do that, just like that. And yeah, that is our notification.show. You can change it by JavaScript using the class list attribute. And now we'll just do some media queries. So the first thing is max width. For max width, I'm just gonna do 768 pixels, just like that. And do progress ring and just do width about 250 pixels for 768. And also do height of 250 pixels, just like that. I'm just gonna do a small progress ring, and also do for progress ring circle and also progress ring progress. I'm just gonna change the radius to 120 and 120, and also do CX, change that to 125, a little smaller, and also do CY and also do 125, and also do stroke dash array. I'm gonna change that dash array. I'm gonna change that to 754. Also do stroke dash offset, change that to the same parameter, just like that. Format the document. And now next is time. I'm gonna change the time. I don't need to change anything. I just need to change the font size to a little smaller, just like that. And also do container. Now I'm just gonna padding. I'm just gonna do 1 rem. And next, what I'm gonna do is do for the settings. I'm gonna need to do for the controls. controls, and at last I need to do for the stats, which all of the divs or the containers. I'm just gonna set the gap to 1.1 rem. 1 rem, not 1.1 rem. Sorry. The next one I'm gonna do is just time the keyframes for the pulse. Pulse, we basically if you need pulse, I'm just gonna style it, which we'll probably use. So I'm just gonna do opacity. I'm just gonna set it to 1 pixel, not 1 pixel, 1, and do 50%. At 50%, the pulsing will be at 0.5, and it will basically go to 1, right? Now, since we made the pulse, I will also need to make the thing. So what I'm going to do is do pulse. I'm going to make a class called pulsing, and what I'm going to do here is to any element that we want to give pulsing, we'll basically add the pulsing class list into that element. So I need to make the animation. I want to set that animation to obviously pulse, and do 1 second is not 1 second is I think easy now will be appropriate, and also do infinite, just like that. And with that said, our CSS is done. I'm going to format the document one last time. And with that said, our CSS is done. Now let's move on to JavaScript and actually, make it functioning. And yeah, that is all CSS and HTML. Now for JavaScript, let's first make the basic parameters. So let's first is work time. So initially work time will be of 25, which is this thing right here, right? And for break time initially is 5. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy that, and now I'm just gonna add long here and 1 here. Long break time. Now for the current time, sorry, I sneezed. Undo work time into or times 60, just like that, which is the current time. And for the total time, I'm just gonna set to current time. I forgot let, which is the total time, right? And let is running initially is false, obviously, because it's not active yet. It will be active once we start the timer. And another variable is work session equals to true, which is this thing right here. We can basically have multiple sessions, which is the break session and other things, right? And here what I'm going to do is do last session count equals to 0, which is this count right here. And initially the completed sessions initially is 0, obviously. And also do let total minutes equals to 0. It will basically count how much time have you worked, which is this thing right here. And also do let current streak equals to 0, which is this thing right here. And also do let timer equals to null. Initially the timer is null, and that is all of our variables. The next thing what I need to do is do const time display equals to document. I can do document dot get element by ID and just get the time display, right? Now we need a lot of these because we have a lot of DOM elements that we need to call. So what I'm going to do here, since it's responsive already, I'll basically just call a bunch of these. So I'm just going to do I need a bunch of these. So for first, I'm just going to do session type, right? I'm going to call the same thing because we gave the same ID. The next one I need to do is give progress. I'm also going to call progress. And if we do progress here, as you can see, the ID progress is right over here. And the next thing that we need to do is also call the start button. So I'm just going to do that and do, I can also copy and paste it right here. And next thing I need to do is the pause button. I'm going to copy that, paste it here. The next thing is the reset button. I'm going to copy that, paste it here. Next thing is the skip button. I'm going to copy that, paste it here. You know the drill. And next is notification. I'm going to copy that, paste it here. And at last, notification. I'm going to do notification text and copy that, paste it here. And yeah, that is about it. That is one set of DOM elements. We also have to call another set of DOM elements. I'm just gonna copy here. I'm just gonna copy, paste it, paste it, paste it. Now this is for the work time display. So I'm just gonna do work time display. I will copy this much and paste it here. I'm gonna do break time. Copy that, paste it here. Add display to it. And lastly, I'm just gonna do that, paste it here, add a long break time, copy that, and paste it here. That is our second set of DOM elements for all of these. And at last, I need to call DOM elements for these, right? What I'm gonna do here is probably just copy that and paste it here, and just probably do, first I'm going to set the completed display. And here what I'm going to do is just copy that, paste it here, change the display to sessions, that is our name. And what I'm going to do here is the change that to total time display, and also change that to streak display, which is the name of our variable. I mean, you can give it anything you want, but it's better to have a meaningful name for the variable. So that is that. And yeah, that is all of our DOM elements that we need to call, right? Now, actually moving on to the functions, the first function that we'll be making is update display. So this will basically update the display. This will basically change the minutes, right? On the here. What I'm going to do here is first calculate the minutes. So I'm just going to do minutes equals to math.floor current time is divided by 60. And here const seconds is equals to current time. I'm going to mod that with 60, just like that. And also do time display dot text content. I'm going to change that to whatever thing that we have, right? I'm just going to do that and do string interpolation here. I'm going to change that to first string, which is an integer, right? And do pad start. It will be 2 and 0. And now what I'm going to do, that will basically give us the time. And here what I'm going to do is do that and start another string interpolation and do string. Now we need to change the seconds dot pad start and do 2 and 0. Just like that, that is our update display. What I'm going to do now, next function that we'll be making is update progress, right? This will also have no parameter, and now what I'm going to do is do progress and progress value. This will be the name of the variable. This will basically have 1 minus current time divided by the total time. Just like that. Now I need to calculate the circumference, right? What I'm going to do here is this will basically be the actual, length of the progress. So what I'm going to do here is do 2 times the math.pi. Now what I'm basically doing is actually calculating the circumference of the circle. So if you did maths, right, you would know that's 2 pi r. The 2 pi times the r, which is the actual radius of a circle. So our radius is 145, right? If we go up here, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? As you can see, our radius is 145, so we have to use 2 times the pi and multiply it by our thing. I forgot bracket here. Don't forget that. I don't know how I forgot that, but oh well. So that is the diameter of the circle, not diameter, oh my god, circumference of the circle, or a perimeter of the circle. I need to calculate the offset. So what I'm going to do here is do circumference. Circumference, and I'm going to multiply it by 1 minus progress value, just like that. And I'm going to do progress dot style dot stroke dash offset. I'm going to set that to offset. And that is our update progress function. And next is the function to update stats. What I'm going to do here is do update stats. This time I will not forget the parenthesis. And what I'm going to do is do completed display. I'm going to change the text content to whatever is the completed session is. And now what I'm going to do is do const hour equals to math.floor and total minutes divided by seconds, just like that. Do const minutes equals to total minutes multiplied by 60, just like that. And do total time. Total time is, I'm going to change it to display dot what I'm going to do is do total time display. Total time display. I'm going to change the text content to whatever hours and minutes. So what I'm going to do here is do that, and I'm going to change that to hours. I'm going to change the string to edge, which will be the thing, and I'm going to change to minutes and am, just like that. Which is, I'm basically changing the total time here. Well, from the DOM, I'm basically manipulating the DOM. And do streak. Now I need to change the streak too. So I'm just gonna do streak dot display dot text content equals to current streak. And yeah, that will change the stats. Next thing I need to make is I need to pop the notification. So next what I'm going to do is to show notification. And this will basically take a text, obviously. So what I'm going to do here is do notification dot text content is equals to text. So, oops, not text content. So whatever is currently inside the notification text, which is this content right here, it will basically change that to whatever you're passing into the parameter, right? And for that, right now the notification is hidden. To set it, and this will also set the notification to show. Will basically show the notification which we have already configured from CSS. And now this will happen in a time duration of a time interval, set timeout. So I'm just going to do set timeout notification dot class list dot remove, and I'm just going to do show 4 seconds. So what we'll basically doing is first taking the text, whatever you are passing from the show notifications, is basically changing the DOM of the text content to that. It's gonna show the text, the actual notification. This will basically slide down just like that. And after that, after 4 seconds, right, it'll basically remove it. It will basically just automatically remove the notifications, or just basically slide the notification to the original position. That is how this function is working. So next thing that we need to do is to play notification. Actually, we can do these start timers. So what I'm going to do here is do function start timer, and basically do if first check if it's running, right? If it's running, then it will basically not, it will not start. If it isn't running, in this case, it will return true. I can do first set is running to true initially, just like that, and do start button dot text content. I'm gonna change that to running, just like that, and also do start button dot class list. And I will add, remember the pulsing effect that we made? I'm just gonna add that, just like that, and also do timer equals to set interval of 1 second. Basically what I'm gonna do is do current time. I'm gonna decrease it, and also do update display and update progress. I'm just gonna call that here, just like that, and also do if current time is less than equals to 0. It'll basically call a session complete function, which will, basically pause, say the session is complete, and have all of the thing laid up, which will basically make in a bit. This is another function that we have to make. So yeah. So next we have to make a function for pause timer. So what I'm going to do is do pause timer. I'm going to name that, and if it's running, right? Check if it's running. Now pausing means basically stop the running, so I'm just going to set that to false. And clear, I'm going to do clear interval of timer, and also do start button dot text content. I'm going to set that to start, because right now it's running, right? If you click the start timer, it will basically say it's running. And after that, I'm just going to do start button dot class list. I'm just going to remove the pulsing, just like that. The pulsing effect is just right over here. And yeah, that is about it for the pause timer. I don't think we have to do anything else. Now, next thing that we have to make is for the reset, right? I'm just gonna make reset timer. And here, what I'm gonna first do is call the pause timer, because pause timer already does the half of the thing that we need. As a clear time interval, set the is running to false, and also do start button set that to start, and also stop it from pulsing. Now, next thing that we have to make is work sessions, right? So after calling is work session, if checking if it's actually, his work session. Now what I'm going to do is set the current time in work time times 60, just like that. And else, what I'm going to do is do const is long break, I'm going to make a variable and do session count times 4. Where is the mod? There we go. So what's basically doing is checking a break cycles, right? Now it will only set a value for the isLong break if the session count reaches 4. In that case, it will return 0. So if it's checking if it is, and if it is, then it will set the value, right? It will set the value to true. Otherwise, it will false, and set the current time to isLong break. First, it will check if it is true. If it is, it will set the long break time and set it to 60. And break time, it will basically set, else it will just set the break time to 60. Just like that. Because after its timer is reset, you need breaks, right? After that, we'll change to breaks, and if you check if it is a long break, if it isn't, it will just set the normal break time to, it will change from 60, right? It will basically do from that. And yeah, the reason we are multiplying by 60 is really simple. It's basically changing the normal, which is 5, is changing to minutes. So after that is we'll do current time. Total time is basically the current time, and do update display and do update progress. And yeah, I think that is about it for the reset timer. Next thing that we need to make is the skip session. Now for the skip session, it's really simple. Skip sessions, but whatever. It's very simple. We just need to call the pause timer function and also session complete function. Now we have used session complete function twice, right? Now let's actually make the session complete function. Now since this is a really long function, what I'm going to do first is do session complete. First, I'm going to use the pause timer to actually, stop the timer. And now if it's, we'll check is the work session true. If it is, what I'm going to do is do completed sessions. I'm going to increment that by 1, just like that. I'm also change the session count by 1. I'm also going to change the current streak by 1, and also do total minutes, which is the time. I'm gonna basically add that to that. I'm gonna add the total minutes to the work time, and that will be the new total minutes. And also do show notification, and I'm gonna say work session completed time for a break. So that is what we are passing through our notification. That will be shown right above here. And that is one if statement. Now for the else, what I'm going to do is do show break completed. Either if it's not a work session, this is a break session. So I'm just going to do completed, ready to work. That is everything, right? After that, I'm going to set the is work session is equals to, I'm just going to use the not operator to set whatever thing is reversing that, and basically do if it's a work session, it will set the current time was to work time. I'm going to set that to 60, right? And also do progress.classList.remove. I'm going to remove break. And here what I'm going to do is do progress. Actually session type dot text content. Okay, so I'm gonna set that to work session, just like that. Now it will basically just resetting everything into the thing. So that is what this will do, right? Initially it will check, it will stop the timer, obviously, and if it's a work session, it will check if it's a work session. If it is, it will basically, after the session is completed, it will basically complete this session, right? It will increment that, which is this parameter right here. It will increase the session count, which is right here, and also do current streak. It will improve that, and also change the total minutes, which is the work time. That is that here. Also change that, and also do, it will show a notification. And after changing this, it will basically set whatever the workstation is. It will basically revert that value, and again, if we'll check if it is a work session. If it is, it will basically just remove broke and just make everything to normal. No. Now else, if it isn't a work session, const is long break, right? Is long break, it will first check the session count. If it'll check if it's a for cycle. If it isn't, the user hasn't worked for at least 4 session count, it'll basically just set that to false, either unless instead it will just change that to false. And if it is after a 4 session count cycle, it will change the is long break to true. And first here, for the current time, what I'm going to do is first check if it is true. If it is, then I'm just going to change that and change to is long break to true, and do else. I'm just going to change the break time to 60, right? I'm going to do progress dot classless dot remove. I'm going to remove work because it's a break, right? And also do progress dot classless dot add break. It will basically make the ring of the progress bar to blue instead of red. If you remember from the CSS, let's go up here. And if you remember that, there we go. It is light blue. In the work, it is red. If it's break, it will just change that to blue. And do session type. Now, if session type, I'm gonna change session type. So session type is the text content here, right? Now session type, if it's long break, then I'm just gonna do long break, right? If it isn't, I'm just gonna do short break. And yeah, that is our if else statement for that. Now last thing I need to do is I'm gonna first use the total time to the current time. Current time just like that. And update the display. I also need to update the progress, update the stats, and last I need to play. I don't think I need to do that. So yeah, that is our, up until now, that is all of our functions. Now we need to make a adjust time function. So it will basically adjust the time according to work, break, and is long break, right? So what I'm going to do here is first make a function, right? I'm going to make a function and call it adjust time. It will take the type and delta. First, it will check if it's running. If it is, then instantly return because it is for normal state, like not running state. Now, if the type is equals to work, if it worked, it will basically set the work time equals to, I'm going to calculate using a minimum, which is 60, and do math.max and just do 1 work time plus delta, just like that. And do work time display dot text content. I'm gonna do work time and check if it's is work session. If it's a work session, then do current time equals to work time times 60, and just like that. And also do total time equals to current time. Yep, that is about it. Here what I'm doing is else if. Now I'm checking if type is a break, right? If it is a break, what I'm doing is do break time equals to, I'm going to use the same formula here, which is man mean. Instead of 60, I'm going to do 30 here, right? And here basically do work time plus delta. And here what I'm going to do is do break time display dot text content. I'm just going to display the break time. And here, if it isn't a work session, which it means it's a break, right? If it is, and session count is a it will basically check if it's a 4 cycle. I need if it's not a 4 cycle, that means it's not a long break. If it isn't, then just do current time equals to break time times 60, because it's for breaks, right? Not a long break. That's why I need to do not equals to. Checking if not equals to, and do total time equals to current time. Just like that. Now here what I'm doing essentially is else if. Now I need to do that. I can just copy that and paste it here. I'm going to check if it's a long break, right? I'm going to do long break. If it is a long break, first I need to make a variable called long break time. And here what I'm basically doing is long break time equals to math.mean. Instead of that 30, I'm just going to do 60, and 1 it will be 5. And here what I'm basically doing is that long break time. Did I mess up the thing? The long break time. Long break time. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm just gonna not change that, and I'm just gonna change that to that. Now, long break time equals to that, and break time is long break time dot display, which I'm guessing that's the same thing, right? Long break time display. I'm just gonna change that to long break time, and here, if it isn't a work session, and this time it actually is a long break, then I'm basically setting the current time to long break time times 60, and the total time will be the current time. And yeah, that is all of the functions. That is, that makes sense, right? Now here what I'm basically doing, I need to change the display and also do progress. I need to call that, and that is our adjust time function. Now I need to add a event listener for the document. So I'm just going to do document, add event listener, and just do DOM content loaded. When the DOM loads, I'm basically calling a function, obviously. And first I'm going to do the update display. I'm gonna call the update display, update progress, and do start button dot add event listener. Now if it's clicked, then it will basically do start timer. Now what I'm doing is to do that, and the second one will be for pause button. It will basically do pause timer, just like that. And now for the reset, it will do reset timer, just like that. I misspelled that. And the last will be for skip. For skip, it will basically skip the session, just like that. And that will be for all of our 4 functions, right? The next one I'm going to do is do document dot get element by ID. I'm just going to do work plus. I'm basically making for these buttons right here. Now what I need to do is basically do work plus dot add event listener. If it is clicked, then it will call a function of that. It will basically adjust time to work 1. That is what it's doing. That makes sense, right? So that is all. Now what I need to do is now I need to make for all of these buttons. Now it's only for that, right? And to do work time plus work time minus, break plus, break minus, long break plus, and long break minus. Now for work plus, work minus, I need to do minus 1 here. I'm going to change that to break. I'm going to change that to break. And change that to long break. And change that to long break here. For break, I'm just going to do -1. The next second, I'm just going to do -1. It will be minus. What I need to do here is I need to now do break plus. I'm just going to copy that, paste here, and do break minus, just like that. And do paste that there, and do long, and just change that to capital. And change that to plus. And with that said, our thing is done. Our Pomodoro timer is complete, guys. As you can see, our Pomodoro timer is complete. Now if I do start here, it'll basically start the timer. As you can see, just like that. There's some errors going on, but it should be fine. So next what I'm going to do is check if the pause is working. Let's start again. It's working perfectly. I'm going to do reset. It will reset the timer. I'm going to skip. It will take a short break. I'm going to start the short break. It will basically start the short break, just like that. I'm going to reset again. I'm going to improve. Okay, none of these buttons work. That's weird. So here I'm just going to do. And to check why the thing is not. By the way, it is responsive, as you can see. That's great, right? So what I'm doing essentially is I need to fix why it's not working. So here add 170 and to check why it's not working. So add 178, which is this right here. So the add event listener is actually doing nothing. So what I'm doing here is document dot, so need to do work plus. Oh, there we go. That's your answer. And I also need to do work plus here. Now I think it should work now. If I do this, now if I do that, there we go. It works. That's for the breaks. It's not working for the breaks either. So for break plus, do break plus. Oh, okay. So everything is just work plus and works. Okay, that makes sense. So this is for the works. For this session group is for work. Now I need to change that to break time. And I need to do that for break. Change that to break. And here it will be long break minus, if I remember correctly. I'm going to copy that, paste it here. All right, that'll be plus, and just paste it here, and log break. I'm just gonna do that, and I think it should work now. Now, if I start the timer, it should start the timer, right? I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna change the running. I'm gonna pause the timer. It will change back to start. Reset. It will reset the timer. If I start the timer and just reset, it will reset. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna change the skip to work. Now, that's what? I changed the break DOM to something else. So give me a second here. If I come here and do break time, change the break time to, what is break time? Oh, so don't take the break time. Oh, it's for that then. What is for reset, pause button for break? Give me a second, guys. Okay, so what I'm basically doing is I need to check the DOM element. So if I go here, that only makes sense here, right? That is the only thing that makes sense here. The break is not working. So I must have called the wrong. So this one right here is the break time. To check break times, total time displayed. Total time displayed here is that, and that is our mistake. So we have called the total time display. We have its break time. So this will be work time. And if we do that, I think it should work. Let's hope we don't get any more errors. If we do, then it's working. The pause is working. Reset is working. Skip is working. Now it's changing for work. That is weird. Now the work time is getting that. So okay. Work time is. Oh no, it's not work time. It's total time. What am I doing? Okay. I do that and just skip here, and now I can just do that. I think okay. The work is incrementing. The breaks are not. So I have to go to adjust time. And okay, there is our answer. For here, what I need to do is do break time. This will be for break times, right? And now I need to do long break times. If we do that, skip, It still does not work for some reason. That's weird. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Wait, no way, right? Oh my god. What? How did I not see the brackets? Okay, that is your answer. I basically nested the thing, so it would just never work. I do that. Now if it doesn't work, oh, there we go, it works. The long break still does not work. Okay, I need to check why it does not work. Did I do long break plus, or I did do a long break plus. Did I call the long thing? I don't think it did. Time long break. Okay. Uh, work, increment works, break works. And after that, I just want to know if this thing works. Here, getting a lot of console errors. Null properties saying at 156. So long break time. So if I go here, do give me a second here. Long break time. Let's go to DOM element and see if I brought the long break time. Oh, okay. That makes sense. If I do long break time just like that, I think it should fix the issue. Now, if I do that, yeah, it works. And yeah, that is it for today. I think we did everything that works. It runs, it pauses, resets, and even skips. And if you start, yeah, that is it. And that is our Pomodoro timer, guys. After a small hinge, it works, and I'm just gonna end the stream just while it's running. So if you enjoyed this video, or not this video, if you enjoyed the stream, then hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or another video with another tutorial or another project. So till then, goodbye. And don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, please. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So today we'll also be building another project. So today's project is based on something like e-commerce website about a travel agency, right? A travel agency of like uh, let's say a mountain climbing travel agency, like for the mountain climbers. So we'll just be basically making that. In next stream, we'll probably make a clothing website, like an actual e-commerce website. So yeah, stay tuned for that. So let's get started. What I'm going to do is just make index.html file and make other two, that is style.css and script.js. Just like that. And after that, I'm just gonna close that tab, make our boilerplate just like that, name it something like coding travels, right? So this will be a website for, again, as I said, it will be a travel agency. Instead of code and travels, I'm just gonna do code and adventures. That sounds more catchy, and just do journey, type a bunch of things like journey to the top of the world, because we will be, this is for mountain climbing company, like for mountain climbers, like for guide for mountain climbers. You can check, you can see that. So after that, I'm gonna do a few things. Now we'll need icons obviously. So I'm just gonna paste my font awesome. I'm gonna format the document just like that. And next thing I will need is the link to my style.css file. So I'm just gonna quickly do that. And under the body tag, I also need my script.js, and that is our boilerplate code. Now inside the header or inside the body, what I'm gonna do is make a header tag. So before that, I'm just gonna comment this part out just like that. And now what I'm gonna do is make a header, and inside header, I'm gonna make a nav. Inside nav, I'm gonna make a class logo. So this will be our logo for our company. So this will be an icon. So I'm just gonna use icon. So again, before doing all of that, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna probably go live. I'm just gonna go live here. There we go, and there we go. That's our thing. So now we can see all of the thing. So after that, what I'm going to do is just do class and do fast fade a mountain. So that will be a mountain logo. Now, as you can see, if I zoom in, you will see the mountain logo. Let me zoom out again. And here I'm just gonna give a label to that, which will be the name of our company, technically, this imaginary company. We don't have coding adventures, guys. Okay. So that will be that. So that is our, nav bar for the logo and the company name. After that, what I'm going to do is make a URL tag. Obviously, this will be for our nav bar. And I'm going to give this a class saying nav links. So this will be a nav links. Inside this, I'm going to make a light tag. Inside that, I'm going to make an anchor tag that will basically lead to different sections of our thing or different divs. Whatever you want to, anything makes sense. The first one will be for home, right? What I'm going to do is just copy paste this bunch of times. The next one will be packages, right? And this one also be for packages, just like that. This will be for destinations. And I'll basically paste that. That one will be for testimonials. That is reviews, right? And just make this contact and make this contact. Now I also need to change that, and yeah, that is it. That is our list. We'll basically start using CSS obviously, but for now let's leave it as that until we style it. So next is I need to make a div for mobile menu, right? For hamburger menu. So I'm just going to make a div that will have a class of mobile menu. And inside this, I'm going to make I need an icon for the menu, right? I'm just going to do that and just do bars. That'll give me a hamburger menu icon. And this will be the actual menu. I messed up the spelling there, oops. And at last, I'm just going to use the anchor tag, which will lead to nowhere, which will have a class of CTA button, right? And also have a on click. On click, it will basically trigger a function, obviously, that will say open book pop-up. So this will basically trigger and this will basically be a book now button, right? When clicking that, it will basically lead to nowhere. However, it will close. Now in this case, we don't have any more pages, so that's why it will not lead to anywhere. However, it will open a pop-up which will be controlling using, JavaScript. We'll be making this function in JavaScript and controlling this specific anchor tag. And yeah, that is it for that. So next thing I need to do is for the mobile navigation, right? What I need to do is make the menu for mobile. So I'm just going to do mobile navigation. I'm going to make this comment right here. And under this, I'm going to make a div that says now mobile. This is for mobile, right? Now I will basically have the same things like this, but I'll not have a list. That's the only difference. So this will basically be, I'll not have a list. There might be a better way of doing it, but I just don't know the better way. And yeah, that is it for all the anchor tags. And with that said, our header is finished. That is all for the header that we need to make. Now next is for the hero section, right? For hero section, which will be the section right under our main navbar. So hero sections are, if I go to netflix.com, right? This is the navbar and this is the hero section. This is what we call a hero section. So we're gonna make that. So what I'm gonna do here is make a section that will have a class hero, and also ID of home. When I'm doing this is when you click this anchor tag right here, it'll basically lead to hero. What I'm gonna do is make a div that is hero content inside that, which will be the content. The first content will be kind of a header, so I'm gonna use h1 here saying conquer Everest. Again, as I said, we're making a travel agency company website, right? Travel agency website. So we need for mountain climbers. So we need to make that. So I'd have a text right here, which I'll just copy and paste it into a paragraph tag. I don't know why I copy pasted it. I didn't need to. So this will basically say, experience the ultimate adventure in the heart of Himalayas. Journey to the roof of the world with expert guides and breathtaking views. So that's ChatGPT, by the way. And what I'm going to do is just do class. I'm just going to do hero buttons. Inside those, what I'm going to do is make 2 anchor tags with a class of button primary. So this will be a primary button. And I'm just going to copy this, paste right here. And this will be secondary. Just like that. And this will lead to packages. They'll basically say packages refer to the how do I say it? Like when you're booking, right, you have to pay. So for packages, it's like a bunch of things for combo deal. Like it's like combo deals. Basically we're trying to make that. We'll basically make that in a bit. Don't worry. So again, I misspelled secondary there. Hopefully, thankfully I saw it. I'm just gonna say explore packages here. I'm gonna scroll down a bit because emits are not making it visible. And I'm just gonna do learn more because it's for about, right? Makes sense. And yeah, that's for our sections div. So after the sections div, we have the features section. So this is for feature section. I'm just gonna make a section that will have a class of features and a ID of features as well, just like that. Under this, I'm just gonna make a container because we have a lot of things to put it here actually. The first thing is the title. So I'm just gonna make a h2 that will have a class of section title. And this will say why choose Coden Adventures. Now this is a thing that we have to make, basically saying all of the features and all of the things. So this will be a grid. So I'm just gonna make a features grid. This will be a bunch of features, one telling about giving a title, an icon, and a paragraph about something, and all of them will be marked in all of them will be aligned in a grid. So I'm just gonna do features grid for the main container that will basically hold all of the grid, and make the individual card for the div. So I'm just gonna do feature card. This will be individual card. Inside this, I need a icon, so I'm just gonna quickly steal one right from here, right? And here, what I'm gonna do is basically put the icon. So here, I'm just gonna do mountain I misspelled the mountain, and also do feature icon, just like that. What the reason I'm doing feature icon is I can basically control it from CSS. And I'm just gonna do H3 and do expert Sherpa guides. If you didn't know, Sherpas live on the mountains. They're extremely strong, and usually they work as guides because, unfortunately, the mountain regions of Nepal are not that much developed compared to other regions. So I have a text right here that I was just gonna copy paste. It will just say our certified Sherpa guides have decades of experience navigating to Himalayas, ensuring your safety and success on every expedition. So after that, what I'm gonna do is, this is one feature, as I said, this is one feature card. I'm just gonna quickly format the document. This is one feature card, right? I need a bunch of these, so I'm just gonna make like 3 of these. All of the thing will be same. This only thing that will be different than one another are the content and the icons. So I'm just gonna do mountain. For the second non-mountain, I'm gonna do shield alt. So this is for the safety, right? So that's why shield makes sense, right? So what I'm gonna do is change the H3 text to something like safety first, I guess. And I'm just gonna change the text of the text content of the paragraph, just like that. Boom. I'm gonna format the document just like that. So that's our second thing. The third card that we have to make, I'll quickly put this right here. You can read the text if you want. I'm not gonna waste my time reading it. So next one I'm gonna do is do premium experience. So since the third will be for like premiums, showing that we give good services, which it's usually every brand. I'm just gonna do premium experience and change the mounted icon to a gem. And yeah, that is our features div. I don't think we need to make anything else. Now it's for package sections, right? So this is for package. I'm just gonna do packages section. Just gonna quickly make a comment. I'm gonna make a section that will have a class of packages, just like that. I'm just gonna do packages. What spelling? There we go. And also have a section of packages. I'm gonna make a container. Inside the container, I'm gonna make a h2 that will have a class of section title, and this will basically say featured adventure packages. So here what I'm going to do is, again, all of the packages will be shown in a grid. So what I'm going to do is make a package card. So what I'm going to do is do package. Now I'm going to make a package card. So before I need to do is make a package grid. So I'm just going to do packages grid. Inside the grid, I'm going to make a package cards, and this will be individual card. Inside this, the first thing is the package badge. Do package badge. Now this is something you can make with JavaScript, but I'm kind of not in the mood of playing around with like map functions and also making a lot of JavaScript objects to loop it through maps. So I'm just gonna do package image. I'm just gonna make one package from HTML and I'll call it a day. Now, if you want to automate this, which usually it is automated, right? What you can do is make a image of array of objects and use map or for each, whichever you want to prefer. Preferably, it's always map. You can do that. I'm just gonna do code and travels. I mean, anything can happen, right? So I'm just gonna do. Actually, So what I'm gonna do is just type any alt for the image, And yeah, it's kind of not here because we have to style it using CSS. It's really big because it's in its default resolution here. Inside this, what I'm going to do is make another div for package content, just like that. And for this, what I'm going to do is basically make a dot package price. Package price, and let's say the package price is around $2.99. Really expensive. I mean, usually it's really expensive, right? So I don't think it matters. Now for the next is package title. I'm just gonna type something like Everest Base Camp, right? And next is the package features. I'm just gonna be using a list, so I'm just gonna do ul dot package features, and inside this I'm just gonna make a li tag. A li tag, and inside the li tag I can give an icon. I'm just gonna do icon class FAS FA. So this will be a check, just like that. It will a check icon, just like that. What? Okay. This will be a check icon, right? What I'm going to do here is do check and do that. I don't know why not using that gave me all of those checks, but that's weird. You can do that and it will fix it. So after that, what I'm going to do here is probably write a lot of things, but before that I'm just going to make a bunch of that, because now I can just do, let's say, 14 days guided trek, and I can also write all meals included. I can also write professional pilot. I can also write luxury experience, and yeah, that is it. And after the UL tag, what I can do is make a button. So scroll down a little bit and make a button that will have a class of package button, and on click I can just simply do open booking pop-ups. It will open the same thing with a parameter of Everest helicopter tour. And after doing that, I'm just gonna do book this package. So this will be another thing. Yeah, after that, I think we are done with this section. So if I just do that, and yeah, that's all of the things that we need. Just gonna copy that. And yeah. I accidentally opened the Shift I earlier, so that's weird. And the inspect button. Okay, that's fine. So next thing that we need to make is the, what else? We have made home packages. We have made, yeah, so next is the destination or a testimonial. I don't think we have made destinations, have we? I guess we'll make it in a bit, but like, yeah, I think it should be fine. So first, let's make the testimonials. What I'm gonna do is make I'm gonna make a section and make, let's say, testimonials. Also ID of testimonials. Inside this, I'm gonna make a container. And inside this, as always, I'll make h2 with a class of section title. I'm gonna do what? Our adventures say. It's a random content here. And I'm gonna make another div as before, showing all of the things. I'm gonna do testimonials grid. Now the reason I'm using grid is using grid, it makes the most of the things very easy. The main thing that makes using grid makes things easier is making a website responsive. So since grid is really powerful in terms of that, because it basically uses the grid, it's usually a lot better than Flex. Now Flex is still a very powerful layouting tool, but grid is even more powerful. So yeah, I'm going to do testimonial card because it's singular, and also going to do inside this, I'm just going to make another div saying testimonial text, and inside this I'm just going to type a text just like that, format the document, and after that I'm just going to make a testimonial text, right? No, actually I just did it. I meant as testimonial author, and under this I'm just gonna make a image, and I have the image right over here. First, let me put alt. Alt will be something like Coden, I guess. Doesn't really matter because it's just random image. And this will also have a class of author avatar, because this will be a kind of a profile of the author. I'm just gonna format the document just like that, and after doing that I'm gonna make a div that will have a class of author info for the info of the author. Here I'm gonna use h4 saying John Smith or whatever you want to call it. I'm just gonna do now for the paragraph, I'm just gonna do adventure photographer USA. There we go. Now I need to make a rating kind of thing, so I'm just gonna make a stars div. Inside this I'm gonna make a bunch of star icons, so I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna give a class FAS, FA star, and just gonna make a star. I'm gonna make 5 of these, and that's a 5-star rating. Let's go. Oh my god. So after the testimonial card, if I can find it, this is the testimonial card, I believe, right? Yeah, it is. So I need to make a bunch of these, right? So since this is the reviews, I need to make a bunch of these, just like that. Here I'm gonna probably make few of these, and yeah, I'm not gonna change the info because that will just take time. Today's project is really big and I don't want to try missing it. So that is our testimonial section. The next is blog section. I'm just gonna do blog section here, just like that. And under this, what I'm gonna do is make a section as always saying we'll have a class blog, an ID of blog, and inside this I'm just going to make a container. Inside this I'm just going to make h2 that will have a class of section title, like all of that. It's going to do latest adventures and tips. This basically be a blog section. Again, I'm just going to make a blog grid, right? And inside the blog grid, I'm just gonna make a blog card. Inside the blog card, I'm gonna make a blog image, which will hold the image. And inside the image, I need to make an image tag. And for that, I'm just gonna do blog image because alt can have anything. Now, if you're making an actual website, blog alt is very important. Just make sure it's meaningful. Right now, obviously I'm not making a full-on website, so I'm just gonna put that. Now I'm just gonna do blog content here. The blog content will contain obviously the actual content. The first thing that I'll do is do blog meta, which basically say a bunch of information, let's say the actual user and the date. So I'm just gonna do span. Inside the span, I will just I need one of these here for the thing. This will be a calendar. If I do here, this will be a calendar, and inside the span, I'm just gonna do March 15, 2025. Just like that. I'm just gonna copy paste that. That will be the user, and this will basically say Hending Sherpa. Anything works. That's just a random name. Next is writing the actual thing. So now here what I'm gonna do is make a street that will have a class of block title. I'm gonna do that, and this will basically say a bunch of things. So before that, what I'm gonna do, first thing, it will have a h3. Second thing, it will have a paragraph, because obviously it's a blog, it needs a paragraph, right? This will basically say blog expert, and here what I'm gonna do is just do that. I forgot a hyphen here. Here, this is the thing. Now, next thing that we need is a anchor tag, which leads to nothing, which has a class of blog link, which will basically say read more, and basically have a icon tag. I'm just gonna use one of these here. I have an icon tag that will basically be the icon of arrow, right? Just like that. So here I need to put the content. I'm just gonna copy the content I already have. Essential training tips for Everest Mountain Base Camp. And I'm just gonna do that. This is another thing. And yeah, that is our one blog. Now we need a lot of these because it's one blog card, right? We need a lot of these. So what I'm gonna do is just copy a bunch of these, and yeah, I'm just gonna post. The number that I'll do is probably like 3 of these. And yeah, that is our another section. Now next is stats, right? For the stats section, what I'm gonna do here is basically, it'll be a small section for stats, which will basically have nothing, honestly, but a bunch of stats that for a bunch of stats of websites, like users and other stuff, like how many are booked. It'll basically be a dummy stat, but yeah, when the user looks at it, it looks pretty cool and looks promising. I'm gonna make a section called stats. Inside this, I'm gonna make a container div. Inside that, I'm gonna make a stats grid. Inside that, I'm just gonna make a stat item. Just like that. Now for the inside the stat item, it'll have a bunch of things. Let's say 500 plus, and just do successful expedition. I can do that. This is for one stat item, right? Now I can have a bunch of these, just like, and I will quickly change the text of these. Let's say 15, and I'm just gonna do years of experience, just like that. And here I'm just gonna do like 98% success rate, just like that. And at last, I'm just gonna change this to like 2000 happy adventures or something. Happy adventures. Just like that. And yeah, that is our another section. Quick little section for that. And yeah, that should be fine. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do that, just like that. And yeah. And since this is inside that, I'm just gonna push it one step back, and that is done for the section. Now let's last for the footer section. Now after the footer section, we also have to make the pop-up. So I'm gonna do that. But now for the footer section, I'm gonna do something like very easy. Now I'm gonna make a footer that will have also a contact, right? I'm gonna make a container. Inside the container, I'm gonna make a footer content. Inside the footer content, I'm just gonna make a footer section. Do footer section. You can also use div. You can also use section tag if you want. So that's that. And inside this footer section, what I'm gonna do is do code in adventures, just like that. And for the paragraph, I'm just gonna do that. There we go. And I'm just gonna do social links, which will basically be all of the social links. And here, what I need is anchor tag. Inside anchor tag will lead to nothing, obviously. And here I need a thing of fab, fa, Facebook -f. And yeah, that is my icon. That should be just like that. And there'll be Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, all of that. What I need to do is do Instagram. Instagram, that'll be of Twitter. This will be of YouTube. And that will be of TikTok. And yeah, that is our icons. And after that, after the footer section, right? After the footer section, I need another div of footer section. So I'm just gonna do footer content here. I need to make that. Copy that. I'm just gonna paste it right here again. And this will have other stuff saying popular adventures here. Now the second footer tag, I'm not gonna keep a paragraph tag. It'll basically have other stuff. And here, what I'm gonna do is having instead of that, I'm just gonna use the UL tag and get li. Inside li, will have a anchor tag, and this will basically say Everest Base Camp track. Has a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna make a bunch of these. Another one, I guess. And here I'm just gonna copy paste bunch of content here. You can read it out if you want, doesn't really matter because it's such all the dummy content. So yeah, just like that. And yeah, there we go. Now we need another of these. So what I'm gonna do is format the document. And this footer section right here, I'm just gonna copy again, paste it here. I'm quickly gonna do like quick links here. What I'm gonna do is do quick links. And here what I'm gonna do is what I'm gonna do is basically just copy paste this. So I need this content. Since it's just a quick link, what I'm gonna do here is here what I'm gonna do is like copy paste this, right? So I'm just gonna copy paste this document, and there we go. So yeah, that is another footer section. I need another of these. So I'm just gonna copy this, and at last will be the contact info. I'm just gonna do contact info just like that, and here what I'm gonna do is use a paragraph tag. Inside the paragraph tag, I'm gonna use the icon saying FAS, FA, map, marker, alt, and I'll have a bunch of things. There we go. Like that. And here I'm just gonna copy paste this a bunch of times. The second icon will be a phone. The third icon will be a envelope, and the fourth icon will be a clock. Just like that. And I just need the content. This is a dummy phone number. Don't you dare try to call it. I don't think you can call this actually. That's great. And I also have a dummy email address like that, and also have something here. I'm just gonna do 24/7 emergency support. Emergency support. What's the spelling of that, by the way? Emergency support. And yeah, that is it. And after this footer section, or this footer content, what I'm going to do is come here. I need the footer content. After this, what I'm going to do is basically I don't think I need this. I'm just gonna close this because it's all paragraph tag. I'm not making that. So and here what I'm gonna do is after this footer content div, right? What I'm gonna do is just make a div that'll say footer bottom, which is basically be our copyright thing, all right reserves and all of that, blah blah blah. I'm just gonna copy the thing that I already made, and yeah, that's our copyright reserve tag, and that's our website. Now that is all that we have to do. Now next, the last thing I have to make is the booking pop-up. Right, so here what I'm gonna do is this will be a booking pop-up that we have to make. This will be relatively bigger, so bear with me. So what I'm gonna do is do booking overlay, and here what I'm gonna do is make an ID of booking overlay. Inside this, what I'm going to do is make a booking group. Right? Inside this, what I'm going to do is make a button with a class of close pop-up. And also have a on click of close booking pop-up. So it'll basically close the pop-up because this button will be a cross button, right? Now I also need to make this a cross button. So inside the button, the content will be an icon. So I'm just going to use the icon of fast pay times here, and I'm just gonna close the tag, and boom, there we go. That will be the closing button. Now under this, after this, I'm gonna make a form. Now form will not have any actions because we are either not getting action get or posting it, right? What I'm gonna do is make a class of form group, and under this, what I'm gonna do is make a label, and for I'm just gonna do package. I'm gonna do selected package here, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a select, and this will have a ID or a name of package and ID of package. And since this will be a required, so I'm just gonna do also put required here. Inside the select tag, I'm just gonna make a option for value. The initial value will be nothing, so I'm just gonna do choose a package, right? This will be initial state, and I'm just gonna copy this and paste 3 times. There will be 3 values. The first value will be of Everest base camp. There we go. The second value will be Annapurna circuit. The third one will be Everest helicopter, and we don't need this one right here. We're making a drop down here. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just gonna put a bunch of content here. Just like that. Yeah, this will be the bunch of things that we need to make. Now, what I'm gonna do here is I also need to make a option here. I forgot to make. I don't know. If accidentally I can deleted that. Deleted the choose the package option. There we go. So inside this, I'm just gonna do choose the package. Now this will be that, and yeah, that is drop down is working perfectly, and yeah, that's what we want. Now after the forms group, so what I'm gonna do here is I think I will wrap this from a instead of form, I'm just gonna use that. I think there will be more selecting, and yeah. So what I need to do is now wrap this, all of this, in another thing. So I'm just gonna use a form for class booking form. I'm basically routing that, and on submit, it will basically submit handle booking submit. It's another thing that we'll be making, so yeah, handle booking submit. And inside this form, I'm gonna make an h3 booking book your adventures. I think it's like more understandable. And this form, I'm just gonna put it after this. Format the document. And yeah, looks great. Now after the form group, I need to make a form row. Now I need to make a bunch of form groups here, so I'm just gonna do form group. Hopefully I didn't mess up the thing, right? I think I didn't. Why is format button not working? Okay. It should have worked. That's weird. What I'm gonna do is probably like this. Put it just like that. For my document here. The format document is not working, which is kind of bugging me. That's weird. Okay. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Now inside the form group tag, what I'm going to do is make a label for first name. I was going to do first name just like that, and gonna do label to input here, and this will be text. It's gonna do ID of first name. I was gonna do name, I'm just gonna do first name. I'm gonna put required here. Now this will be for first name, right? What I'm gonna do is make another of these for last name, email, and yeah, that'll be all for the first form row. But what I'm gonna do is what I'm gonna do is here we have the first row, right? I'm gonna cut this and have, since I'm basically making this for the collecting it, so I'm just gonna do last name, change that to last, copy, paste here, and yeah, that's it. Also change it here, and yeah, that's for first row. Now I just need to copy this. This is for email. For my document. For my document not working. Okay, everything seems to be working fine. I don't think I've messed up any event here. Seems to be working fine. I don't think I messed up. Did I? I'm just watching if I messed up any. Because prettier does not work when you mess up the HTML structure. It's gonna fix itself. Okay, if we get any errors, I'll just fix it later. It's completely fine. Email, I'm just gonna do email here too. Change that to email, change that to email, and that to email. And yeah, now what I'm gonna do is probably copy this form row back here, paste it here. Now this will be for phone number. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do phone. And here I'm just gonna do phone. I'm gonna change it to phone number, and type I'm gonna do to tail. Oh. Okay. Next thing I need to do is probably last thing I need to do is the country. So what I'm gonna do is do country and do country here as well. And type text, I'm just gonna do paste it right there. So that is for another group, right? The second last group we need to make is for a lot of things. So give me a second here. What I'm going to do here is make another group. So I need to probably copy this and we'll fix it. And we'll do that. So first, the from group is the travel date. So I'm just going to do travel date. So here I'm just going to do preferred travel date, and I'm just gonna do date here, copy this, paste here, And next for the form group, so this will be another thing. So for group size, what I'm going to do is do group size, and yeah, so this will be a drop down. What I'm going to do is probably copy this, come back here, paste here, and this much I'm just going to push it here. Now for this thing, I'm just going to do that, and there you go. Now I need to just do select size, and here I'm just gonna I'll do 1, 2, or 3 to 5, 3 to 5, or I'm just gonna make one other thing saying 6 plus. So I have a bunch of content for all of these. I'm just gonna copy and paste this here. And yeah, while I do that, how was your day, guys? Please let me know. And yeah, that is our date. So another form row, what I'm going to do now, after this, what I'm going to do is make another form row. So what I'm going to do is I need to make another form row or form group that this group will only have, what I'm going to do is do that, only have this drop down right here. This drop down will basically just say the group's experience, right? Let me first debug. I think it's something related to booking pop-up. If I go here and probably do let's see right here. What I'm gonna do is go up here and oh, there we go. That's one. And with that, I think we're done. Yeah, it works. Okay, that was the issue. And with that, let's continue with rest of our code, right? The next thing what I'm gonna do is probably it has a previous code. I'm just gonna do that. The next thing what I'm gonna do here is probably just I need so this will be for experience. What I'm gonna do is do experience and just copy paste here. Also do here, capitalize the E and just tracking experience. And for the first value, I'm just gonna do select a tracking experience just like that. And I'm just gonna do beginner, intermediate, mediate, copy that, paste it right here, just like that. And next is advanced. And yeah, I'm just gonna copy that, capitalize the A. And last is the expert. What I'm gonna do is just do expert, copy that, paste it here. And yeah, that is another one of our divs. So the last form group that I need to make is for social request. So what I'm going to do is copy this label again here for special request. Did I say social request? If I said that, I meant special request, okay? Here what I'm going to do is do special, and here capitalize the S, special request, and here what I'm going to do is these are for the special requests if the customer or client has any. I'm just gonna paste it right here. Name will be the same, ID will be also the same. We'll have rows of 3, just like that, and also a placeholder of please. No, I don't need any. I'm just gonna do that. So please mention your special request if you have. I'm just gonna do that, and yeah, I think we are done for this thing. And the last thing that I need to make, which is super important, is a submit button, which is, it makes sense, right? What I'm gonna do is gonna do type submit, and also gonna give a class of submit button, just like this. And inside this button, I'm gonna make a icon tag with a class of s, have a paper plane, and yeah, and inside that I'm just gonna do submit booking request. And with that said, I think our HTML structure is done. It was really long, which kind of bothers me. We might have to do 2 parts of this project because I don't want it to be too long. So yeah, I will probably do until the styling. I will probably do up the hero or up to here, and I will call it a day. And next episode, we'll probably do the rest of the styling and with also JavaScript. I think that sounds like a solid plan because HTML basically took most of our time. And yeah, I think we can do that. We can briefly separate this into 2 parts, and that will be pretty cool if you do that, right? I mean, I know you guys probably want to see all of this, but this is a really big project, and because it has a lot of things. So yeah, I'm sorry guys. I need to probably make this into 2 parts then. But I'll try my best to finish all of this. So let's not waste any more time and straight up jump into our CSS. So I'm just gonna do margin 0, add in 0, and also do box sizing border box. And next what I'm gonna do is do body here. I'm gonna change the font family to something like this one right here. And here what I'm going to do is give a line height of 1.6. Also give a color of 2D, 37, and 7, and 48. And if a grayish color, overflow at, I'm going to do x-axis, I'm just going to do put hidden. So that is our body. Next is I'm going to style all the containers. So for the container, what I'm going to do is just do max width. I'm going to do 1200 pixels and just do margin 0 and auto. Also going to do padding 0 to 20 pixels. So that is all of the things that we need for containers. And for next is I'm going to make a root. So this will be our CSS variables that we can use. Most of it all for colors. So first I'm gonna do primary. For primary, I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do FF 6B and 3.5. Right? This will be our first color that we'll be using. Oops, I messed up the thing. And this is FF 6B and 3.5, just like this. So what I'm going to do here is for the secondary variable, and what I'm going to do is do hashtag 004e for E and do 89. And next what I'm going to do is do accent different a variable, and this will be 008ECC. Next is I'm going to do warning. This will be for F6 8D55. Now next thing I need to make is for lightish, I'm just going to do the same of this. I mean, I don't think it makes sense for light. What I'm going to do is just do F7FAFC, and for dark I'm just going to do this color right here. And here for the text, what I'm going to do is do 4A 55568. So that's all of our 6 variables. The next thing what I need to do is, oops, just like that. The next one I need to do is make a header. So I'm gonna call the header tag. I'm gonna give a background of RGBA, and what we're gonna do is 255.255.255. I'm just gonna do 0.95. So that is our background for the header. Backdrop filter, I'm just gonna add a blur effect of 10 pixels. Also gonna do box shadow. You guys cannot see. I'm gonna scroll down. So box shadow, I'm just gonna do 4 pixels, 20 pixels, and RGBA. What I'm gonna do is 0.08. There we go. For position, I'm gonna do fixed. Also gonna do width 100%. I'm also gonna do top 0. I'm also gonna do z index of 1000 because I want it to stay fixed, right, all the time when I scroll down. I'm also gonna do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. So that is our header. Now next thing that I need to make is for the navbar. So what I'm gonna do here is do navbar. I'm gonna do display flex and also do justify content space between. Also gonna do align items center and also do padding of 1 rem and 2 rem. And yeah. For next is logo. What I'm going to do here is do font size 1.8 rem. Also going to do font weight of bold. Also going to do color of primary, just like that. And also going to do display flex. Align items set to center and gap of 0.5 rem. That is for the logo, right? That is for the logo. Next what I need to do is do nav links. And here for the nav links, I'm going to do display flex first. I'm going to do list style. I'm going to put it to none. And I was going to do gap due to rem. Just like that. Next thing I need to do is style the anchor tag. What I'm going to do is nav links. I'm going to do call the A. Text decoration, I'm going to set to none. I'm also going to do color. I'm going to do dark, and also going to do font width set to 500. I'm going to do transition. I'm going to do color 0.3 seconds at ease and do position relative. And yeah, that is our that. The next thing that I need to do is probably, now it looks bad, so navbar it like shrinks down. This is kind of weird, but okay. And next what I need to do is check it for nav links. I need to set it for hover. So for hover, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna set the color to primary. If I do that, there we go. Looks cool. See here, what I'm going to do is do nav links, and I'm going to do a, but I'm going to do after. Here, I'm going to set the content to now empty string here, and do position of absolute. I'm going to do width of 0, height of 2 pixels, and do bottom of -5 pixels, and do left to 0. Background, I'm going to set to var primary, and also going to do transition. I'm going to do something like with 0.3 seconds at ease. And yeah, that should be done. Now I need to combine these two to give the effect. What I'm going to do is do nav links. I'm going to do a when it is hover. I'm going to set it so when it's hovered, right? I'm going to trigger the after and set the width to 100%. Now it will give this cool effect, as you can see. And yeah, that's about it. So next, what I'm going to do is now change for the mobile menu. Now for mobile menu, what I'm going to do is do display none first. I don't want this. I think I messed up the spelling here. Give me a second. See the mobile menu. What I'm going to do is do display none. That will basically get that. I'm going to do display none here and probably comment that part out for some reason. I'm going to do for now. I'm going to do 1.5 rem, and also going to do color dark cursor pointer. Right? Makes sense. I'm going to open that. The next thing I need to do is the CTA button. For CTA button, what I need to do is with the background for primary, and also gonna do color white. So that is our book now button. I'm gonna do padding. I'm gonna set the padding to 12 pixels and 24 pixels. 24 pixels, and I'm also gonna do border radius. I'm gonna set to 30 pixels. I'm also gonna do text decoration. Decoration, I'm just gonna set to none. I'm also gonna do font weight set to 600. I'm also gonna do transition of all 0.3 seconds at ease. I'm gonna do box shadow 0.4 pixels and 15 pixels. I'm gonna do RGBA set to 2255 107 53 0.3 not M and not dot. There we go. That's our booking button, but it looks kind of ugly right now because it doesn't have any space right now. That's kind of weird, but yeah, it's fine. What I'm gonna do next is probably set the button of hover. So when hovered, what I'm gonna do here is set the background to kind of a more darkish orange. So I'm just gonna do E558 and also transforms translate at Y -2 pixels. I'm also gonna do change the box shadow to 0 6 pixels 20 pixels and RGBA set to 2255 107 and 53, which is the same thing. But what I'm gonna change is the shadow. For now, I changed 0.3 to 0.5. So if I click over it, it has the hover effect. Now for the mobile menu, right? Now for the mobile menu, what I'm gonna do nav mobile. So initially I'm going to do display none because this is something that only should come when it reaches certain limits, right? But for now, what I'm going to do is not make it display none. I'm going to do position set to absolute. And what I'm going to do is going to do top 100%. I was going to do left 0. I'm going to do width. I'm going to set it to 100%. And here, what I'm going to do is also give a background of white. I'm also going to do box shadow 0, 4 pixels, 20 pixels, and RGBA of 0, 0, 0, 0 0.1. And padding, I'm just going to set it to random. There we go. That's for mobile active. So nav mobile. Now for the dot active, which will be, thing, I'm going to do display block. So if I change this to display block, it will be just like that. And yeah, that should be just like that. If I open this, it will basically look just like that. And yeah. Yeah, until now it looks good. We'll probably fix it in a bit. So yeah, that should be about it. Let's go again back here and let's style it even further. So next thing what I need to do is make for the nav bar for this nav bar right here. So what I'm going to do is do nav mobile. And here what I'm going to do is do display. I'm going to do block. For padding, what I'm going to do is set to 1 rem and 0. For border bottom, I'm going to do 1 pixel, solid, E2, E8, and F0. Also going to do color, I'm going to do dark. I'm going to do color, I'm going to do dark right here, just like that. That's why CSS variables make things so much easier, guys. The next is the text decoration set to none. So that will be our thing. For now, I set it to block. I'm gonna change that to none. So that will make it disappear. So yeah, that should be our mobile, nav mobile. So what I'm gonna do is here. What I'm gonna do is do height 100 VH for the hero. I set the height to 100 VH. Right. I'll set the height to 100 VH. Background, I'm gonna set it to linear gradient. And here what I'm going to do is to 135 degrees. The first color will be 0, 78, 137. Also do 0.7. Okay. The second will be 255, 107, and also going to do 53 and 0.5. So that will be another thing. And after this, what I'm going to do is set the URL to some pictures. So I'm just going to select one here, just like that, and also give it center, cover, no repeat. And yeah, that is our thing. Looks pretty cool. Now next what I'm going to do is I'm going to format the document. Next, what I'm gonna do is probably give us a display flex, align items set to center, justify content sent to center, because that will make it to come really at the center. So next is color. Set the color to white, and also gonna do position to relative. Now, nothing that I need to do is basically make the hero content, right? For hero content, what I'm gonna do is position it relative. Also gonna do z index, I'm gonna set it to 1. Max width, I'm gonna get to 800 pixels, and also do padding set to 0 and 2 rem. And yeah, that is it. For hero h1, I can do font size. And the font size, I can probably do clamp 2.5 rem, 5 rem, and also gonna do I can do 5 VW. I was gonna do 4.5 rem. And there we go. Okay, there we go. I messed up a little bit there. The next is margin bottom. What I can do is give 1 rem, and also gonna do font weight, give it 700. Animation, I can probably give it slide in up 1 second and ease out. The next is hero P. What I'm gonna do for that is give the similar thing, but what I'm gonna change is that to 1.1 rem and that to 0.25 rem, and then I'm going to change to 1.25 rem. Next thing I can change is margin bottom, so I'm just going to do 2 rem. Opacity, I'm going to set to 0.9 rem, 0.95 rem, I guess. And animation, it'll basically have same, but here what I'm going to do is slide it up 1 second, ease out 0.3 seconds, both. That will be the animation for that. I need to fix the position fix, which is not working, so give me a second, guys. Okay, the reason why the thing is not working is I didn't realize sooner. That is the reason why it's not working. Because we didn't make a header class, we basically made a header. So yeah, now the thing works. There we go. That is our header, and let's go down and style it even further. So I'm gonna style more, and I'm gonna finish this making it 2-part. Okay, the first part I'm gonna style it until the hero section, probably until the white shoes, and after that I'm just gonna next part I'm just gonna style all of these with the actual things with the JavaScript. Should make a pretty cool 2-part thing, so yeah, that should be fun. What I'm gonna do, or I can just finish this and do it fast and finish it in one take. So let's try to do it. What I'm gonna do is we were in the hero sections. I'm just gonna do hero buttons. Oops, there we go. I'm just gonna do display flex. I'm also gonna do gap 1 rem. Scroll down a bit. Justify content center. I'm also gonna do flex wrap to wrap. I'm also gonna do animation. I'm just gonna copy this, but the thing is I'm just gonna set to 0.6 seconds. Yeah, that should be fine. Now for the button primary, what I'm gonna do is set the background to primary. I'm just gonna do color to white. I'm gonna do padding to 15 pixels, 30 pixels. I'm just gonna do text decoration. Text decoration set to none. Font width to 600. I'm also gonna do font size. You can set to 1.1 rem. And do transition. Transition set to all 0.3 seconds at ease. Border, I'm just gonna set to 2 pixels. Solid primary. It didn't wrap in var, which is interesting. I should have done that. Do that just like that. The next one I'm going to do is give a border radius of, I'm going to give a border radius of 30 pixels. I'm also going to give a box shadow of 0, 4 pixels, 15 pixels, an RGBA of 255, and I'm just going to set it to that. And yeah, that should be fine. The next thing that I need to do is probably give a BTN primary the hover effect. Now background, background, I'm gonna set to transparent. Color, I'm gonna set it to primary. And here, transform, I'm just gonna set the translate at white, negative 30 pixels. I'm also gonna change the box shadow to 0.6 pixels, 6 pixels, 20 pixels, and RGBA of the same color at 0.4. Now if I do that, it looks pretty darn good, as you can see. Now we need to style the secondary button. What I'm going to do is change that to secondary, set the background to transparent, just like that. Set the color to white. I'm gonna change the padding to 25 pixels and 30 pixels. Set the border radius to 30 pixels as well. I'm also gonna set the text decoration to none, just like that, and change the font weight to 600. I'm also gonna change the font size to 1.1 rem. I'm also gonna do border to 2 pixel, solid white. I'm also gonna do transition set to all 0.3 seconds at ease. And for the button primary hover, for the hover effect, we're gonna do pretty simple things. The first thing I do is change the background to something good. I can do white. Color, I'm gonna set to secondary. I'm also gonna do transform, translate to y negative 3 pixels. And yeah, it looks pretty good. And that is our hero section, guys. The one thing I need to do is put the keyframes for slide in up, right, which we used just right over here. For the slide in up, what I'm going to do is to from. I'm going to set the opacity to 0 initially. I'm also going to do transform, translate to negative y to 50 pixels. As you can see, it looks pretty cool. And do 2. I'm also going to set the opacity to 1 and also do transform to translate y to 0. There we go. Now if we go down here, the animation is pretty good. Now for the features, what I'm going to do for the features is set the padding to 100 pixels and 0. The next thing what I'm going to do is background. I'm going to set it to light for the features. All right. Now, next thing I need to do is style the section title. For all of the section title, I'm going to set the text align to center. Font size I'm going to do is clamp at 2 rem. For vertical width, I'm going to do 3 rem. I'm also going to do margin bottom of 3 rem. Also going to do color dark here, and also going to do position set to relative. Next is the section title after, right? What I'm going to do here is do content. Initially, I'm going to set it to that. Position, I'm going to set to absolute. I'm also going to do bottom at -10 pixels. I'm also going to do left 50%. I'm also going to do transform, translate at x, -50%. And width, what I'm going to do is give 60 pixels. And height, I'm going to do is give 3 pixels. Background, I'm just gonna do primary, and also gonna do border radius 2 pixels. That's initially, right? And I need to, what I need to do is at the section title, what I need to do is give the after. That should be done. Now next what I need to do is do features grid. I'm gonna do display grid, scroll down. I'm just gonna do grid template columns. Sorry. I'm going to repeat auto fit. I'm just gonna do that and do min max 280 pixels at 1 second. I will look just like that, and also gonna do gap 2 rem between them. And yeah, for the feature card, I'm just gonna set the background to white. I'm also gonna do padding 2.5 rem. Also gonna do 2 rem, and here what I'm gonna do, also give a border radius of 20 pixels, text align set to center. I'm also gonna do box shadow of 0, 10 pixel, 40 pixel, RGBA set to this right here, and also gonna do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Set the border to 1 pixel solid RGBA. I'm gonna set to that right there, but I'm gonna give a slight really low background border, and yeah, that is our feature for the card. Now for the feature card hover, what I'm gonna do is feature card hover, scroll down a bit. I'm not gonna do anything too crazy. I'm just gonna translate at -y at 10 pixels. I'm also gonna do change the box shadow to 0, 20 pixels, 60 pixels, and also gonna do RGBA, set it to 0.15. If I do that, there we go, it looks cleaner. That's for the hover. Now for the feature icon, what I'm gonna do is give the font size a 3 rem. Also gonna give margin bottom of 1.5 rem. There we go. And feature card, I'm going to call the andchild1 dot feature icon. Feature icon, I'm just going to set the color to var. color to primary, just like that. There we go. And here what I'm going to do is set that will be our 2 and third child. The third child will have a color of probably accent, and here what I'm going to do is give success. Is give success. Let's make a new thing for success. What I need to warning, and I'm gonna make a new for success. And here what I'm gonna do is to create to B2AC and come down here and give success. And there we go. Let's go down again. Now for the H3, what I'm gonna do is do feature card H3. I'm gonna do font size. Scroll down. I'm gonna do font size 1.4 rem. I'm gonna do margin bottom to 1 rem. I'm also gonna do color to dark, just like that. And yeah, and next is I'm gonna do is feature card.p. I'm just gonna change the color to text. I'm also gonna do line height. I'm gonna set to 1.7. There we go. That's for paragraph. Now that was all for the feature card. Next for the packages, right? For packages, what I'm gonna do is give padding of 100 pixels and 0. I'm also gonna give a grid template columns of repeat, auto fit, min max of 320 pixels per fraction. And yeah, and this will be the last thing, by the way, will be styling. And after that, I'm just gonna end the stream for today, and I will probably get back to this. This is the feature that we are making right here for the packages. And what I'm gonna do is that's for the packages, the main div. I don't think I cannot do that. What I meant what I can do is do packages star grid. I meant to put this in another thing, which is right here. I'm gonna do display grid and paste it right here. And next what I'm gonna do is give the background a white color. Now that is a first grid that we'll be making, right? But it didn't work. That's weird. For the package card, what I'm gonna do is give me a second. What I need to do is I'm gonna go to packages grid. That's still right there. Packages grid. Okay. And do its packages. I'm just gonna do package card here. And do the styling for package card. And yeah, I'm just gonna do background. I'm gonna do white. Next, I'm just gonna do border radius. I'm just gonna do 20 pixels. I'm also gonna do overflow to, I'm gonna do it to hidden. I'm also gonna do box shadow. I'm gonna set to 0, 15 pixels, 50 pixels. I'm also gonna do RGBA, set to this one right here. I'm also gonna do transition to all, 0.3 seconds at ease. I'm also gonna do border to 1 pixel. And also going to do RGBA set to this one right here. I'm also going to do position relative. So that will be our thing, right? Now for the package card hover, what I'm going to do is package card I'm just gonna, for package card, if we know it was hover. For package card hover, I'm just gonna do transform, translate, add Y, add -10 pixels. I'm also gonna do box shadow 0.25 pixels, 70 pixels. I'm also gonna do RGBA set to 0.2. Now next is the package badge. What I can do is do package badge, right? And I can probably do position absolute. Scroll down. Position absolute, I'm going to do top 20 pixels. If you're wondering what's badge, badge is this popular text right here. Do that. I'm going to do right. I'm going to set the right to 20 pixels. Background, I'm going to set to warning. And here what I'm going to do is do color white, and also going to do padding to 5 pixels, 15 pixels. I'm going to do font size 0.8 rem. Also going to do font weight to 600, and also going to do z index of 2. Now for the project image, because it's really annoying right now. For the package image, I'm going to give a height of 200 pixels. And that will change it drastically, just like that. The next thing what I need to do is do overflow. I'm going to set to hidden. And I'm going to do position set to relative. Just like that. That is for the container, right? What I need to do next. Now, as you can see here is the image is just not like, it's not, you cannot see the image. It's just blue thing, blue sky, right? To fix it, what I can do is give width 100%, height 100%. Now that will fix it, but it's very stretched. To fix that, I'm gonna give a object width of cover, just like that, and that's fixed. I'm gonna give a transition of transform 0.3 seconds at ease, just like that. Now what I can do is give package card hover. I mean, it's hovered, and it will basically change the package image img. I'm going to scale that to transform scale to 1.1. It will scale 1.1 times. Do that, as you can see, it has a zooming effect. And that is for the card of the image. Now for the content. For the content, what I'm going to do is give a padding of 2 rem, just like that. I'm also going to give a package price, a font size of 2 rem. I'm also going to give a font weight of bold, just like that. And also going to do a color set to primary. And also going to do a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. Looks pretty cool. Next, what I'm going to do is give the package title, which is this thing right here. What I can do is, I'm going to give a font size of 1.3 rem. I was going to give a font weight of 600. I was going to give a color of dark. I was going to give a margin bottom of 1 rem. There we go. Now for the features, I'm going to give a package features li, which is all the list. What I'm going to do is give a padding of 0.5 rem and 0. I'm also going to give a color of text, and also going to give display flex, align items set to center. Do that and do gap 0.5 rem. And yeah, looks pretty nice. Next thing what I can do with the popular badge, I'm gonna also give a border radius to look at even more 12 pixels. And yeah, that looks pretty cool. Or 10. Yeah, okay. The next thing what I can do is also give that. And now for the li of the icons tag, what I can do is give package features icons. I can give color success. And yeah, pretty cool. The next one I can do is for the package button, right? For the package button, which is this book this package button right there. What I can do is give this a width of 100%. That'll take the whole entire thing to itself. I also give a background of secondary. I'm gonna give a color of white because you can see shit. I'm also gonna do padding to around 12 pixels, border to none, and also gonna do border radius set to 10 pixels. Also gonna do font weight to 600. I'm gonna do cursor set to pointer and transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. And that is our button. So that is all for today, guys. I know I'm leaving it if in like a cliffhanger thing. We have made until here. The thing looks pretty nice, and we have to make the transition for all of these, and probably these too. But yeah, I think I will leave it at that. What I can do another thing is also give this the package card, right? Or package grid right here. I can probably copy this package card, paste it, at least make 2 packages. And yeah, that looks pretty good. And I have style up to here. We're gonna do rest in another video. We also have to style this pop-up menu, this pop-up menu, this is not pop-up, the reviews menu, and all the read more and blog menu. And next we have to use JavaScript to make everything interactive. Okay, we are live again. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So in the last stream, my basically streaming PC just BSOD'd and basically our stream crashed. So with that said, we are just making sure that we are there where we left off. So in the last stream, I basically styled the package card hover and my stream basically crashed. So in this video, and it's not video, in this stream, we'll basically continue from where we left off last time, which is right here. And yeah, we'll basically finish this bad boy today. Okay, so this is the part 2 of the Coding Adventures website that we're building. Oh my god, I cannot speak. So hope you enjoy it and just chill. It's night, just after having dinner, just chill and just watch me code, or just chill in general and tell how was your day today. Mine was pretty hectic, a lot of work, and we have been planning a lot of things back behind the scenes for you guys, so stay tuned for that. So after what we are done after here, what I'm gonna do is basically, so in the last thing, we basically left off, my stream just mid-crashed while styling the package badge. So I'm just gonna do it today. So this will be continuing from here. So we'll say package badge, and I'm gonna do position absolute. And also I'm gonna do top 20 pixels and right 20 pixels. Also gonna do background. I don't know what background to do. We also already have some, CSS variables of the cursor we can use. I'm gonna use the warning just like that. I'm gonna use color white. I'm also gonna use padding. Okay, I cannot see any. What I'm gonna do is use padding here. I'm gonna do 5 pixels and also 15 pixels. Border radius around 20 pixels, and also do font size. I'm gonna do 0.8 rem. I'm also gonna do font weight about 600. I'm also gonna do a Z index of 2. So with that said, I think our package badge should be styled. After that is the package image, right? So this is the badge. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do package. I'm going to do package. I'm going to type image. So this is actually the container for the image. What I'm going to do is put the height to around 200 pixels, right? I'm going to do overflow. I'm going to put it to hidden, just like this. So it's hidden just like that, right? So next thing what I can do is do position. I'm going to do relative, just like that. And that is our, all of the things for the image. So next thing what I can do is style the actual image. So that's img tag. So what I'm going to do here is do width, scroll down a little bit. I'm going to do width 100%. I'm going to do height 100% because, we have already limited the minimum height of the actual container by using the height 200 pixels. So what I'm going to do here is just set the width of the image to 100%, just like that. And I'm going to do object fit to cover because right now it's kind of looks stretched, right? Now, if you do that, it doesn't look stretched anymore. I'm going to do transition. I'm going to do transform. You'll see what I'm doing in a second here. First, I'm gonna make sure the transition, whatever transition you use or whatever thing we transform into hover, is done in ease transition. So what I'm gonna do here is do package card.hover. So when it's the package card is hovered, I want to change the package image to transform scale to from 1, which is the normal size. I'm gonna stretch it to 1.1. So if I hover now, you see there is a cool effect. That's what we are trying to achieve, just like that. So next thing what we can do is probably put the package content. What I'm going to do here is call the package content, which is all of the content right here. What I'm going to do is basically just set the font size. We can probably do it in a bit, but what you can do is set the font size to padding 2 rem, right? And by the way, I also made 2 divs here. Okay. I basically copy paste this and this. I don't know if it was captured in the stream, but I just realized now. So what I did here was, where's the feature? So in the feature section, what I did was basically, you see this grid and this card, right? I basically copy pasted this card 2 times because only pasting it 1 time kind of looked weird. So I just did the same thing twice. Now you can do this using JavaScript, using JavaScript object and making just things and just mapping them with map. And yeah, you can do that obviously, but yeah, I just told you in case you guys are confused why there were 2 of those. So okay, the next thing what I'm gonna do is do package content. I just when I saw there were 2, I just realized I think I didn't tell you. If I did, which I don't remember from the last stream, if I did, good. If I did not, then there we go. I just told you. Now next is after content, I'm going to use the price, which is this price tag right here. Normally in websites, price tags are really big, have really big fonts, so I'm just going to do that. I'm going to set the font to 2 rem. That should make it, relatively big. And font weight, I'm going to do bold to make it look important, I guess. And color, I'm just going to set to primary. There we go. Matches the theme, and I'm also going to do margin bottom to around 5 rem. Because there is no gap between this text and all of these. So let's style the actual thing now. What I'm going to do here is, now for the package title, which is this right here. Right now, this doesn't look like a title because it's in the same, it's very mild font. What I'm going to do here is first increase the font size. Let's do 1.3 rem, just like that. And what I'm going to do here is also do a font weight of 600, just like that. And also going to do color. I'm going to do dark, just like that. I'm also going to do margin bottom to 1 rem. So there should be a relative gap. There we go, just like that. Now, the thing I haven't done is then change the content. So both content is the same because I didn't want to do it, because you can do it honestly. It's much more easier to do it with JavaScript, but it's more easier to just copy paste. Now, this is not appropriate in a real life scenario, okay? In industry level, you're not supposed to do it obviously like this. But yeah, for now, we'll just do it like that. So package, I'm just going to do package features. Now, for package features, I can just do oops, you can do list style type none because I don't want to see those, crazy dots. That's not ideal. And with that, I think that should be done. Now what I'm going to do here is do margin bottom around 2 rem. So there will be a relative gap between this and again the book this page, package, not page. Now let's style the actual individual li tags. What I'm going to do here is do package features. Now inside this, I'm going to do li and I. So this is the li is the actual text and I is the check mark, the check icon. What I'm going to do here is actually first I'm going to style the li because after that I'm going to style the that. So what I'm going to do here is do padding. I'm going to scroll down because emits are not ideal here. What I'm going to do here is do this, right? Padding, I'm going to do 0.5 so like there is some gap and not looks smushed, and cluttered. So what I'm going to do here is change the text to text, the predefined CSS variable that we have used on the top, just like that. You can define your variables which you can use just by typing them anywhere in your CSS code. So that's actually really really helpful in case of this. You don't have to type like RGB and just type a lot of hex codes. You can just do dash dash whatever thing you have typed and boom. Now the next thing what I'm going to do is do display flex here and making it a flex box. Now what I'm going to do here is also do align item center. What I need to do is, you see the check mark and the text are not aligned properly. That will basically remove that. There we go. Now next thing what I can do is the check mark and the text are just, hugging each other or kissing each other. You can see like that. Now I need to put a gap between them, making them a little distant, and there we go. It looks all clean now. Now next thing what I can do is do color. Now for the li tag, what I can do here is just making the check mark a little different color. I'm just going to use the success. Now if I do that, if I do that, the check mark are green, and there we go. That is, yeah, that's that. The next is package features, and what I'm going to do is, I think that's, yeah, not package features, package button, sorry. What I'm going to do here is basically style the button. So this is book this package button right here. What I'm going to do is do width 100% because I want it to take the whole width for itself. I'm also going to do background image to secondary, just like that. And I'm going to do color white because blue and black do not go together. And I'm also going to do padding 12 pixels. Why does it scroll on its own? Why when I save every time, which is kind of... I'm going to do border, I'm going to do none, and I'm also going to do border radius around 10 pixels. I'm also going to do font weight, so kind of a thicker font, and I'm also going to do cursor pointer, and do transition, all 0.3 seconds at each. Now if you do that, now that is all styled up, right? The only thing I have to do is do package button, and I will need to style it for hover. So for hover, we have used the transition, right? What I'm going to do is just change the background to a different and darker color. So probably 0, 0, 3, D6B. If I do that, the thing is more darker when I hover over it, as you can see. And next thing what I'm going to do is also transform and translate it to -2 pixels. So it'll lift up a little bit when I hover over it, as you can see. Looks cool, looks cool. Now that is our features package, right? Next thing what I'm gonna do is for the testimonial. So what I'm gonna do is testimonial. I'm just gonna do that and just that is my comment. Now first what I'm gonna do is do testimonial, monials. And I'm going to do padding. I'm going to put 100 pixels and 0. And I'm also going to do background to light. After doing that, and we have our thing ready. So next thing what I can do is put a testimonial grid. So I'm going to do testimonial grid. I'm going to style it, obviously put it at the grid. I'm going to do grid template columns. I'm going to repeat autofit as always. Autofit min max 300 pixel each per fraction. If you do that, all of them will come in a single line. I'm going to do gap rem, just like that. Now next what I'm going to do is style the individual testimonial card, which is individual card of these. Now here what I'm going to do is do background white, because right now the background's kind of grayish and white will just fit perfectly. I'm going to do padding to rem. I'm going to do border radius 20 pixels. I'm also going to do box shadow. I'm going to do box shadow 0, 10 pixel, 40 pixel. And I'm going to do RGBA to kind of a grayish color. So I'm going to do this one right here. I'm also going to do position relative, and I'm also going to do transition transform 0.3 seconds at ease. Now that is our card, right? For the individual text, first let me quickly style the hover of the card. Now what I did was basically transform, translate -5 pixels. I mean, it's just normal. It will just translate in y direction upwards 5 pixels. There we go. Next is before, right? What I'm going to do here is the testimonial card. I'm going to do a cool effect. First, I'm going to do before. I'm going to do content just like that. I will do this, right? Next, I'm going to do is do position absolute. I'm going to do top -10 pixels. I'm going to do left 20 pixels. I'm going to do font size. I'm going to do around 4M. I'm going to do color primary. I'm also going to do opacity to 0.3. There we go. That's our thing, right? So next thing what I can do is do testimonial text and margin bottom. What I can do is do 2rem. I'm also going to do font. I'm going to do italic, right? And I'm going to do color. I'm just going to set it to text, and line height I'm going to set to 1.7. Now after doing that, testimonial text, which is this right here. Did I mess up it? No. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do font. I need to do fonts is style italic. Now with that, yeah, okay. I was wondering why wasn't it italic. Now it is. That's great. Now next is the testimonial author. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do just like that, and do display flex line items center, and also gonna do gap. I'm gonna do one more. After doing that is do author avatar. which is the picture. Now for that, I'm just gonna really make it too small, like really small. Right now it's kind of relatively big. Now it will be really small, just like that. What I can do is do border radius. I can do 50%, making it a circle. Now the person looks really stretched, as you can see. I'm just gonna do object fit to cover. That'll fix it. There we go. And now what else I can do? I just realized I made Job instead of John, but oh well, that's his name, I guess. Now next is author info. So I'm going to do author info h4. First we'll style the header. Now I'm going to do color dash dash dark. I'm going to do margin bottom to around 0.2 rem. And there we go. Next is we're gonna style the author info key, which is paragraph. What I'm gonna do is do color text, scroll down a little bit, and do font size. I'm gonna do 0.9 rem. Now with that, I think it should be okay. Looks cool, right? Next, what I can do is probably do stars. Now for stars, what I'm gonna do is do color warning. Looks clean. I'm also gonna do margin left to auto. And yeah, that should be fine. Now next is the blog section. So I'm just gonna type a small comment saying blog. And now I'm gonna do dot blog and do padding 100 pixels and 0. I'm also gonna do background set to white. This is the blog section, right? We have already done with our adventures. Now next is the blog section. For the blog section, I'm just gonna do first set the grid, because every single other sections that we made have been in a grid. So I'm just gonna do that first. Now for the blog, we have styled it. For the blog grid, I'm just gonna do first display grid, just like that. Just scroll down a little bit, and I'm just gonna do grid template columns. Template columns. I'm just gonna do repeat auto fit, min max, and I'm just gonna do 350 pixels. Perfection. Now it should come in a line just like that. Right now it kind of looks bad, so I'm just gonna do gap to rem. There's like literally no gap between them. Just like that. I'm gonna do that. Now I just style the block card. So what I'm gonna do is, so block card, what I'm gonna do is do background. I'm gonna set to white. Border radius set to 20 pixels. I'm also gonna do overflow to hidden. Also gonna do box shadows set to 0, 15 pixels, 50 pixels, and RGBA set to 0, and just do that. Okay, so that's it for the block card. That should be it. Okay, I forgot one thing for transition. I'm just gonna do, and I think I'll just do like all 0.3 seconds at least. So that is my individual card, and yeah, that's. Now I need to set it for hover before I start styling the content. So I'm just gonna do hover. I'm gonna do transform, translate at -10 pixels. I'm also going to do box shadow 0, 25 pixels. Also going to do 70 pixels, and I'm going to do RGBA set to do I have a already made? I guess I don't, so I'm just going to do that. 0.15, add that. Now right now it looks kind of bad. I know. It looks really bad actually. Now further to fix it, what I can do is do blog image, obviously like I did in the features, right? First I can set the minimum height of the image div. So I'm just gonna do height. I'm gonna set the height to 200 pixels again, not 20, 200. Scroll down, and there we go. It looks horrible, I know, but if I do this, it should be fixed. There we go. Now, after doing that, what I can do is also do blog image, and what I can do is do width 100%, height 100%. If we do that, it looks again just like that. And next what I can do is do object fix cover, and it will fix it. And yeah, that's interesting. What I can do is do transition. I need to check in a bit. Give me a second, guys. First, I'm just gonna do transform 0.3 seconds at ease. So let me fix it, okay? What I forgot to do is I forgot to style the image. And there we go. I was styling the container all along. Oops, okay. Now moving on. Everyone makes a mistake, don't worry. And next what I can do is just do block card. Now we'll just style it going on, just do hover, and also we'll add the same effect. So that'll be block image and image. I'm gonna transform, scale it by 1.1, and yeah, looks clean. Now next thing what I can do is do dot block content, right? Now let's style the container first. So I'm just gonna add nothing but just 2 rem of padding to make it, put 2 rem padding. And what I'm gonna do is do blog meta, which is the actual thing. What I'm gonna do here is do display flex gap set to 1 rem, and also gonna do margin bottom of around 1 rem. And after that, what I'm going to do is do font size to 0.9 rem, and also going to do color to text. If you do that, then there we go. It looks great. Now, next thing what I can do is first style the blog and style the title. What I can do here is do font size 1.3 rem. I'm also going to do font weight of 600. I'm also going to do color to dark, and also going to do margin bottom to 1 rem. If you do that, then there we go. And next is the actual content, so which is the blog excerpt, and I'm going to do color. I keep pronouncing it expert, even though it's not. It's expert. Next is I'm going to do text, right? Color, I'm going to set it to text. Line height, I'm going to set it to 1.6. Scroll down a bit. And at last, I'm also going to set a margin bottom of 1 rem. There we go. Now to style the read more or the blog link. What I'm going to do here is do color. Set it to primary. I'm going to do text decoration. Set to none. And just like that. It already looks great. Now font size a little darker. And at last, what I'm going to do is do display inline flex, because I want this all to be flexed, the arrow button and the read more text. And I'm going to do align items first, set to the center, because if I don't do it, it will just be misaligned in inline. Now if I do that, then that is there, right? Now next is gap 0.5 rem. There we go, just like that. And transition, I'm just going to set the color. I want to change the color, so I'm just going to do 0.5 at ease. Now if I do that, and now what it'll do is do blog link. I'm going to set it to hover. Now if we change the color, so set the color to something like this, I guess. A little darker again. Now as you can see, looks great. Now that is our blog div. We're almost end of our div. We have reached our about and footer section. Now let's do this. Now for the stats, what I'm going to do here is First, I'm gonna change the background to secondary, so it'll be really dark. And next thing what I'm gonna change is the color of the text, obviously because it's black and you cannot see it. Now next what I'm gonna do is do padding, because there is no padding here. I'm gonna set the padding to around 8 pixels and 0. If you do that, there we go. Now next is stats grid. What I'm gonna do here is also set a stats section comment. Now next what I'm going to do is set the stats grid. Now I want it to be in a grid. Everything that we have used, normally all the alignment we have used grid in this project, so it's like very easier to we only need very few, how to tell it, like a responsive code, like responsive line of code, right? Because grid almost handles everything on its own. Next what I'm going to do is do repeat autofit again and do min max, and do this time I'm going to do 200 pixels per fraction. Looks clean. Where am I? Now next what I'm going to do is do gap set to rem, and also do text align set to center. And yeah, looks clean, guys, right? Yeah, hell yeah. The next is stats item. Stat item to history. What I'm going to do is do font size, clamp, and do 2rem for vertical width, and also do 3rem. And after do it, what I'm going to do is do 0.5 rem, like that, and also do color set to accent. There we go. Pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do here is also set the stat item after h3 is p. Do font size set to 1.2 rem. Also gonna do, so that is these part right here. What I'm going to do here is set to font size to 2rem and opacity to 0.9. Linking is a little bit less visible. And yeah, that is our footer section. Looks pretty decent. Now we'll make it even extra better once we use JavaScript. So yeah, it should look pretty nice once we do it. Now next is the footer section. Now pretty much footer section will be kind of simple. What I'm going to do is only complicated will be the contact info, which is not too much actually. The main important thing will be the book the adventures section, which we'll need to style. But yeah, other than that, it should be pretty simple. So what I'm going to do here is do color dark and just do white here. Okay, what I'm doing is that, and what else I need to do is also do footer. For another thing, what I'm going to do is also scroll down a little bit and set the padding to 60 pixels, 0 and 30 pixels. So next what I'm going to do is do footer content, right? And do display grid, and also do grid template columns. I'm going to do autofit and also do min max and 250 pixels per fraction. And do 3rem, and also gonna do margin bottom set to 3rem. Looks looks pretty cool. I need to style all of these, which again, we will do it, don't worry. Right now it kind of looks really ugly. And yeah, after that, we need to style the actual individual content. So first is tree. I'm going to call it tree first. Nothing too fancy. I'm just going to do font trim that and also set the color to accent. And that is our good content. So for paragraph and also for not H1 LI, what I'm going to do is do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem and also do opacity set to 0.9. After that, what I'm going to do is call the UI. So I'm going to do footer. Actually not content. I'm going to do footer section. So do footer section here. For H3 here, it's not content. I'm just going to set the section. So after that is, yeah, that should be it. So next is I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here, call UL and do list style none, just like that. And now I'm gonna call the anchor tags and need to style the anchor tags because right now it looks very horrible. First I'm gonna set the color to white. Now it looks kind of readable. Now next is underline, so I'm gonna remove that. I'm also going to do transition. I'm going to change the color to 0.3. That's too easy. I need to hover it, right? What I'm going to do is go here, set the hover, change the color to accent. If I hover over it, it will change this color to accent. After that, I need to change the social links. So what I'm going to do here is do social links. I'm going to do display. So display flex. I'm going to do gap 1 rem. I'm also going to do margin top 1 rem. And yeah, that should be it. Now next is social links A. What I'm going to do here is do width 40 pixels. I'm also going to do height 40 pixels. I'm also going to do background, right? I'm going to set the background to around that, and also going to do border radius set to 50%. Also display flex, and also going to do align items center. Also do just justify content center, and also going to do transition all 0.3 seconds at least. And yeah, that is all of our social links. Now we need to set these social links to hover. So I'm going to do social links A. I'm going to do hover and do background, set to primary, and do transform, translate at -3 pixels. Now if you hover over it, I need to change the color. Yep. Hover over it. Yep, there we go. Looks clean. Now next is footer bottom, which is these right here. This is simple. I'm just gonna do footer. First, I need to set the text align to center because, you know, it's copyright, which makes sense, right? Next, what I'm gonna do is do padding top to 2 rem. I'm also gonna do border top to 1 pixel solid 4A 5568, and also gonna do opacity to 0.7. To do that, and that is all for all the website. Styling for the website, now we have to use style this, and yeah, after that we should be done and we can start with JavaScript. That's great, right? Now for the booking overlay, what I'm going to do is do booking overlay, and I cannot comment that, and there we go. Okay, let's start by styling it. So first one is I'm going to do booking. So I'm just going to do booking overlay. do position fix, and also gonna do top 0, left 0. I'm also gonna do width 100% and height 100%. And next what I'm gonna do is set the background to around this, and I'm gonna cut this because I want it a pretty lighter. So right now it's it's on the fixed button of the top. So what I need to do is put it to absolute center, which I can do easily. By doing that, setting the first Z index setting to 2000, making sure it's absolutely at the top. And next I'm going to do display none. I'm also going to do align item set to center. That will make it come to center. Now for now I'm not gonna set display none because I wanted to see what happens here. I mean what I do here. So what I'm gonna do is do display content center and this is center, right? Next thing I need to do is padding set to rem, and yeah, that should be good. Now next thing what I can do is do the booking pop-up. Right, I'm going to set the background to white. I'm only going to do padding to 3 rem and border radius to 20 pixels. I'm also going to do max width set to 500 pixels. I'm also going to do width height 100%. I'm going to do max height set to 90 the edge, and I'm also going to do overflow wide to auto and position set to relative, and I'm also going to do animation. I'm going to do slide in 0.3 seconds and as ease out, just like that. Okay, I think I messed up somewhere in the HTML because the all of these is not getting applied to anywhere. So I'm going to check here. So this is all the way down right over here. So it should be under overlay. So there is no booking pop-up, right? Okay, so I see. So this right here should have been the booking pop-up. I accidentally typed group. There we go. Now it looks like a pop-up, fortunately. Now let's go ahead and style more. So what I'm going to do here is add the keyframes because we have made it silent, right? What I'm going to do is slide in. Now what I'm going to do here is do from. Now opacity to 0. I'm going to do transform and do scale 0.8, right? Just like that. And here what I'm going to do is do opacity set to 1. I'm also going to do transform scale 1. If we do that, as you can see, it looks great. Now I still need to style more. Need to like style the close up. What I can do here is to dot close pop-up and do position set to absolute, and I'm also going to do top 1 rem, right 1 rem. What I can do is do fixed actually. Set the top to 1 rem and that to 1 rem. Background to none. Also going to do font size set to 1.5 rem. And also going to do color to text, just like that. I'm also going to do text align set to center. And if I do absolute here, it'll be online, but I'll just do absolute, why not? And here what I can do is top right. Okay, so I meant right 1 rem. Now that's right over there, right? And yeah, I think it should be done. After that, what I'm gonna do is do text line center. I'm gonna set the, actually what I'm gonna do, let's cut this, right? I'm gonna do border first. I accidentally typed there. I'm gonna do border none. I don't want any border. And also gonna do font size 1.5 rem. I'm typing again. And also gonna do color to text again. And also gonna do cursor set to pointer. And that is our thing. What I want to do is put it to fixed. Now, after putting fixed, I also need to put the index, I guess. I guess it doesn't work. Then I'll just put it absolute. Would have been much better if it were fixed, but oh well, it's fine. And I'm gonna do booking. I'm gonna do booking form h3, and also gonna do color. I'm gonna set the color to dark for h3 that, and I'm gonna do margin bottom and set it to 2 rem, and also gonna do text line and set it to center. There we go. That is our booking adventure. Now I still need to make sure I do uncomment this, but if I do this, that is there, right? Now for now I'm styling the thing, so I need to make sure that it is right there. And yeah, that should be fine. Now what I'm gonna like, what is happening here is after we do display none, right? Right now it's display none. What I'm gonna do is do flex, that will be exactly at the center in the JavaScript. So we're thinking, what is the, what is the point of having a line and justify content center is that. If you got confused there, I just wanted to explain that. And yeah, that is h3. Now next what I'm gonna do is do form group. I'm gonna do margin bottoms. I'm gonna set it to 1.5 rem and call it a day. Now that's for the actual container, right? What I'm gonna do is do form group, and this time I'm gonna start the label. I'm gonna do display block, margin bottom set to 0.5 rem. Also gonna do color set to dark and font weight to 500. I think that should be pretty good. So next thing what I'm gonna do is style a few things once, because all of them is kind of the same thing. The first is input, second is select, and the third I forgot comma, and the third is and the third is text area. So after that, what I'm gonna do is do width 100%. I'm also gonna do padding 12 pixels. Border I'm gonna set to 2 pixel. Solid E2, E8, and F0. After that, I'm going to do the border radius set it to 10 pixels. I'm also going to do font size set to 1 rem. I'm also going to do transition set to border color, and do 0.3 seconds. And yeah, looks pretty darn good right now. Now next thing what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually format the document right now, because yeah, that way it looks kind of clean. What I'm going to do here is, now when it is focused, right, I'm going to put all of this to this, and also this. I'm gonna cut this and just do outline set to none, and border color set to primary. Initially, I need to do I'm gonna set the outline to none, and yeah, should look pretty good. Oh, okay, so the thing that I wanted to make is actually we're gonna cut that. I accidentally set the both border radius to that, and okay, that looks way cleaner. Okay, there we go. And yeah, that should be it. Right? Yeah, that should be it. So next what I'm gonna do is do form, and this time I'm gonna do form row. This I'm just gonna do a display grid, and do grid template columns, one fraction and one fraction, just like that, and do gap one rem, and yeah, that looks pretty cool in itself, right? Now for the submit button, for that things are very straightforward. First things first, I need to make it 100% width, and also gonna do background. I'm gonna do set it to primary. Color, set it to white. If I do that, that looks just like that. And next is padding. I'm gonna do 15 pixels. There we go. Border, set to none. I'm gonna scroll down a bit. Border set to none. And I'm also gonna do border radius to 10 pixels. There we go. I'm also gonna do font size 1.1 rem. Font weight set to 600. Also gonna do cursor to pointer. And transition all 0.3 seconds. And yeah, that is right there. I'm gonna check if I put a space between them. I did, and that's good. Now I'm gonna do submit button. I need to style it for hover. For hover, I'm just gonna change the background to a little bit darker color, just like that. And transform. I'm gonna do transform. I'm gonna do translate at Y at -2 pixels. And with that said, all the things that we need to all the things that we need to make is already done. So we'll do slight media queries, that is making our thing responsive, and we'll call the CSS a day. So we'll finish the CSS after that. So first what I'm going to do is first make it responsive. To make it responsive, first we're going to do for 768 pixels. For nav link, what I'm going to do is do display none, right? Next is mobile menu. For mobile menu, I'm going to do a display block. Makes sense? When it hits 768 pixels, it'll basically pop the hamburger menu up. And after that is hero buttons, and in flex direction, I'm going to set it to column. And also going to do align items set to center. And next is button primary and button secondary. What I'm going to do is do width 100% and max width at 300 pixels. That is for that. And now for the features grid, package grid, and blocks grid. And for another is the testimony grid. What I'm going to do here is do grid template columns, one fraction, format document, just like that, and yeah. For the stats grid, what I'm going to do is basically have grid template columns repeat interesting. my document. What I'm going to do here is do grid, template columns. I'm going to do repeat 2 per fraction, not 1, 2. And yeah, next is form row. So for form row, what I'm going to do is do grid, template columns, 1 fraction again. Also going to do dot booking, and for booking pop-up, I'm going to do is do 2rem, just like that. And lastly, for the nav, do padding 1rem. Now that is for the this, right? That is for that. And the thing that I need to do first is making it none, just like that, and see if it's responsive. It is responsive. That's great. Now when clicking it, nothing happens. That's great. We need to fix it, right? And yeah, it should be fine. The thing is perfectly responsive, how it's supposed to be. As you can see, everything looks clean. So let's see what else we can do to make it even more responsive. Now next thing what I can do is do do media queries and basically put for the max width of 480, so it's really small size screens. What I'm going to do is do not too much. I'm just going to call the stats grid and do grid template columns 1 fraction. And nextly, for the footer content, I'm just going to do grid template columns 1 fraction, and I'm also going to do text line sector center, and that's it. That is all of our CSS. Yeah, we are done with CSS. Now let's start the JavaScript. The first one I'm going to do is do document.querySelector. I'm going to select the mobile menu, just like that. And oops, I was supposed to be inside this, not outside that. And do add event listener, add event listener. I'm gonna do click here and call the function. Obviously, I'm gonna call the function right here. And here what I'm going to do is do const. I'm going to first take the DOM element onto here, so document dot query selector, and do nav mobile, just like that. And what I'm going to do is do nav dot class list dot toggle active, and do const icon equals to this dot query selector and I. We do that, and then do icon dot class list dot toggle toggle bars, and just do that. As you can see, that is our menu. Looks pretty clean, right? I think it looks clean. So what I basically did here is save the DOM element, and when the mobile nav, I put the active toggle button, right? And basically the icon, I took the icon, right? Inside that, I took the icon as the DOM element and did toggles to bars. When you click at it, if it bars, then if you click at it, it will be bars. Either if it's that, I will just change it to times. It will basically toggle between them, just like that. As you can see, it looks pretty clean, and it also works. Destination is not working. I need to check why it's not working. I think I messed up the thing. So here what I did was put destinations, right? Did I do the same for that? I did, I think. And what did I do in the destinations? What I'm gonna do is we don't have destinations, so I'm just gonna put it to something like blog, I guess. If I do that, no, if I do that, there we go. And yeah, that should work too. Yeah, pretty cool. Now we'll add the scroll effect if we can. We can do it. So next is, as I said, I'm gonna add the smooth scrolling effect. So what I'm gonna do here is make that using, when you click on the anchor tag, right? Any of the anchor tag, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna put that here and basically do for each anchor. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna do that. For each anchor, listen to the anchor, right? And I'm gonna do when it's clicked, obviously run a function, taking that event as the parameter here. Inside this, what I'm gonna do here is to first prevent it from reloading and do const, because when you click on the anchor tag, it reloads the document. So I'm going to prevent that from happening first. And I'm going to do this dot get attribute. So that will get the attribute, right? That will get the attribute that is href on the anchor tag. And here what I'm going to do is store that into target. And if target is something, it is not null or anything, right? I'm going to scroll into view and behavior. I forgot one syntax. You need to store it inside since it's a function, you have to store it inside that, and that should be an object. So behavior is set the behavior to smooth, so it'll be a smooth scroll. Now next is block start. There we go. Now that is the thing. Now what I need to do is to close, do const mobile nav. What I'm going to do is do document, is do the same thing right here. I need this and do mobile nav dot class list dot remove active, do const icon equals document dot query selector mobile menu I, and icon, I'm just gonna do that. Format the document, and yeah, we do that. As you can see, it's scrolling really smooth. That's what scrolling to view does. As you can see, it looks pretty smooth, right? Even in the desktop, I can do that. So this was basically to close the menu. When you click over it, that will close the menu, right? Let's go to reviews. It will close the menu and scroll into view. I mean, technically, it will do that. So yeah, that is what our two functions do up until now. Now next is the header scroll effect. So what I'm going to do here is do window dot add event listener and do scroll and call the function here, do const header equals to document dot query selector header. I'm going to store the header onto here, right? Why is there this? We don't need that. And next one I'm going to do is if window dot scroll y is greater than 100 and do header dot style dot background style dot background is set that to RGBA 255 255 255 and 0.95. I'm also going to do set the backdrop filter to something like blur 10 pixels. Else what I'm gonna do is do header I'm gonna set that to that, and yeah, that should be fine. Now if we go up here to header, and what it does is basically when you scroll up, it will add a small effect which is not negatively seen, but if I do something like set it to red or something like that, if I go down, as you can see, it will basically change the, when you scroll down, it will change that. At the Y direction, it will basically check if you scroll down at 100 pixels, and if you do, it will basically do whatever that thing does. You've set it to do, right? For now, I'll just do that much, and yeah, that is our function for that. Pretty cool. The next function that we'll be making is a animate counters, right? For what I'm going to do here, when you go down here for all of these, right, we are basically making a counter for all of these, right? So we're basically making counter for all of these, just like that. What I'm going to do here is set the font size. So here what I'm seeing is it's not aligned, like it's not styled properly. Oh, there we go. There we go. That should how it should have been, you know? Let's go to that and just animate. The first one I'm going to do is do name the function to animate counters like that and start the function. First, I'm gonna take all of those things. So what I'm gonna do is do document.querySelector all. I'm gonna select all the stat item h3. After doing that, what I'm gonna do is loop the counters doing for each counter. What I'm doing is first putting the target. So scroll down, you cannot see anything. Do target equals to parse int. We need to, you know, make the counter look it's like increasing at a really high speed. So for that, I need to take the content first, and since these are integers, I'm just gonna, you know, convert them into integers. After that, what I'm gonna do is basically just do const increment, make a variable saying const increment, and doing what? Oh, I see. To do const increment equals to target / 100 divided by 100 and do let current equals to 0. And after that, what I'm going to do is do const timer equals to set interval. Set interval, and the interval will be of 20, very fast. And what I'm going to do is do current. I'm going to improve the, I'm just going to add the increment and just do that. Do current is greater than or equals to target, and also gonna do counter dot text content equals to target plus counter dot text content dot includes. What I'm gonna do here is do plus. If it does, then I'm just gonna say plus. Else I'm just gonna put it to empty array. Now I'm going to do the same for the percentage, right? Because we have either plus or percentage. What I'm going to do here is also do the same here, and I'm just going to copy here and do plus. Now instead of plus, what I'm going to do is just do percentage. And yeah, that should be done. Now what else I need to do is, after that, I need to clear interval and just paste in the timer here. Oops, I need to do that. And yeah, I think it should be just like that. I forgot to do the else. So for else, I'm just gonna do counter.text content. Text content equals to math.floor. I'm gonna set the current and do counter.text content dot includes. And if it does include that, I'm basically just copying and pasting it. So I'm just gonna do this anyways. I'm just gonna do this. That is the same thing that I need to do, so might as well just put it just like that, right? And yeah, I think that should be fine. That's a function that we made. Now we have to trigger it. So I'm gonna do const stats section. First, I'm just gonna take the stats section, right? And take the stats section. I'm gonna document dot query selector. I'm gonna select that and do stats. And here I'm gonna cross observer. Give me a second. I'm actually really tired right now. I'm just gonna do new. I'm just gonna do intersection observer. I'm gonna do entries here. Loop that entries, just like that. Oops. And for each entries, I'm gonna put that, and if entry dot is intersecting, if it is, then do animated counters an observer dot unobserved entry dot target. And now if we do that, I'm just gonna put semicolon here and do observer dot observe do stat section. And now if we reload, now reload this and come here, it didn't do anything. Give me a second. Interesting. So I think I made a mistake in the function here. So let me quickly just check if something is wrong here. Uh, if I do this, target. Oh, okay. So I just copy pasted this. This is not the formula. I did cut that. Do math dot floor. Do current. And here, plus. And if you do that, there we go. Looks pretty cool, right? Then yeah, that is our observer stat function. Now next what I can do is basically make another function for our main function that is opening booking overlay and closing the pop-up, right? I'm gonna do package name. Set a default parameter to that, and there we go. I hopefully go here up. And now open book pop-up. I want to make sure I put the same name, just like that. Now for that, I need to grab the overlay first. Quickly do that. That is document.getElement by ID. That is booking overlay. Overlay. Where is the overlay? That is right around here. Making sure it is, unless I do any overlay.style.display. As I said before, I will do display flex. I'm just going to do display flex. And yeah, I'm going to do document dot get no, actually document dot body dot style dot overflow. I'm going to set it to hidden. After doing that, I will make sure that it's hidden. And next is if the package name does not, like if it's null, what I'm going to do is do const package select package select equals to document dot document dot get element by ID. I'm just gonna set the package, and for what am I doing? Package. I'm gonna do length. I'm gonna do for is let option of package select dot options. And after that, what I'm going to do is do if option text includes, if it includes the package name. I'm just gonna do option dot selected equals to true, and just break. Do that. And there we go. That is. Now you have to make for the, we haven't made for the closing booking, so we have to do that. But for now, we have opened the book now, which is working perfectly. And now let's do it for the closing book. Let's try to close it. So I'll make a function to just close the booking, which should be relatively easy. I'm just gonna do function close booking pop-up. Now I'm just gonna do const overlay and equals to document dot get element by ID, and just do booking overlay and do overlay dot style. Now for do that, I just have to remove the class list, or you can remove the class list, which if you can do like that, I don't think it's good. I'm just gonna do display. Easier is just set the display to none. Just like that, and do document dot body dot style. Need to, change the overflow, because in the overlay you can just set it to hidden because the background is not, background does not need to scroll. That's why we put background set to hidden, because when you're scrolling through the overlay, you don't want to be scrolling through the background. So after that, we need to change that to auto. After doing that, I think it should be, yeah, that should work. And the next thing that we can make is also when you're in overlay, when you're clicking the background, I also wanted to close when doing that. So I'm just going to do add event listener, and it will listen to a click, and I'll put that click. And if e.target is equal to this, which is the booking overlay, what I'm gonna do is do closing book. Just close the book. So if I do that, there we go. There we go. It works. And that is for the form submission handling, right? What I'm gonna do here is probably do something really simple and easy. What I'm gonna do is make a function for handle booking submit. I will listen to an event. I hope that I spelled the same here, which is for the handle bookings handle. Oh, there we go. Handle booking submit. I will also listen to an event. There we go. I'm just making sure I don't do that. So first I'm just gonna prevent default, making sure the thing does not restart, and not restart, refresh. I'm gonna do form data equals to new form data. Oops. I'm gonna do event dot target, just like that. Do const booking data, make a new variable, and do object dot from entries, and just do form data. Get the all of the form data, and do const submit. Also gonna get the thing, get the submit button, and store it into this variable. For that, I can do event dot target. It will do that, and from the event, it will get the query selector. It's gonna get the submit button, just like that, right? And after that, I can do const original text equals to submit button dot inner HTML. Store that there, and making sure I don't do anything weird there. And now submit button dot inner HTML equals to, do class. I'm gonna do FE. First we'll change to spinner, and do spin, and close the icon tag. And here what I'm gonna do is also do processing, like that. It will change to that. I need to submit a request, but after that I'm just gonna set this submit button dot, I'm gonna set it to disabled, and I'll set it to true, just like that. And now I need to set a timeout. So I'm gonna do set timeout. Set timeout. Timeout will be of 2 seconds. And I'm gonna do alert. Thank you for your booking request. We will. I'm just gonna do that. I don't need anything else. And after that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do close booking pop-up and event dot target dot reset. After that, I'm going to do submit button dot inner HTML equals to original text, and do submit button dot disabled equals to false. And yeah, that is our function. Let's try our booking now, the book button. Before that, what I'm going to do is come to here, right? And oh, we are here. What I'm going to do is set the autocomplete to off because I don't want my phone number and all of my other information getting leaked midstream. So now I can just quickly just type whatever I want. I'm just going to do codin@gmail.com, whatever. Type one or whatever I want, country, whatever I want. I'm just going to quickly just set that. And just do submit book request. Yeah, that works. Yeah, thank you for submitting book request. And that closes. And boom, that works. Let's go. That works. Oops. So what I'm gonna do here, I alt tabbed and I don't know what happened. So next thing that we need to make is the animation for the scroll cards, right? I'm gonna come down here and do const observer options. So here what I'm going to do is make a object. The first attribute will be threshold. I'm going to set the threshold 0.1. I'm just not semicolon, you need a comma. Next is root margin. Root margin, I'm just gonna set to like 0 pixels, negative 50 pixels, and do 0 pixels, not PC, pixels, just like that. I'm gonna do const card, I'm gonna do observer equals to new intersection card observer. I'm gonna do entries again, loop that bad boy again. I'm gonna do entries dot for each. I'm gonna do entry, loop that. If again check entry entry is intersecting. If it is, then do entry dot style. Nope, entry dot target dot style. Style dot opacity. I'm gonna change that to 1. And entry, I'm just gonna copy paste this. I'm gonna style dot, I'm gonna transform. I'm gonna transform to translate y at 0. Now that is that, and I need to now call. Now I need to give the thing. Here what I'm gonna do is this here right here is basically that, right? And to give is give observer options here. Now that should work. Now I need to load all of these. Now we have to observe all of the cards. What I'm going to do is do document dot. I'm gonna add event listener on the document. Do DOM loaded. So I need to listen to the DOM loaded, right? Because we need to put the animation according to how much the DOM loaded. I'm gonna do const card. You'll see what I'm doing in a bit. I'm gonna do document dot query selector all. I'm going to do query selector all and have to listen to all of the things. So that is feature card, package card, and what else? And to also listen to the testimonial card, and at last I need to listen to blog card. So if we do that, that will listen to all of that and just put that into cards, right? Now I'm going to do cards dot for each. I'm going to do first I'm going to do card and set the index and do this and do card dot style dot opacity. Initially, when the DOM is loaded, they will be the opacity of their opacity will be 0. However, style dot transform, I'm gonna do translate y at 30 pixels. It will translate on 30 pixels and do card transition. I'm gonna set it to all 0.3s ease, and since I need string interpolation here, I'm gonna use backtick and type index, whichever index it is. I'm just gonna do 0.1 seconds, and here I'm gonna do card observer dot observe the card, and there we go. Now if we load the DOM, as you can see, it looks much more cleaner, and that is all of our website. That is our entire website. Now when we first load into it, there's a clean animation here, also books section right here where you can book the thing, right? Now when you scroll down, it will basically have the effect just like that. It will load slowly. There is full of animations, and this is a fully fledged, modern, stylish, and sleek website that we built, right? And that is all for today's stream. I know this project was a little bit scuffed than usual, but if you still like the stream and just want to support, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or another video with another project or another tutorial. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So in today's stream, we'll be doing another project videos. However, today's project video will be kind of cute because today we'll be making a color palette generator. So this will basically generate you random color palettes for your design, or if you're doing any design, or you just want a bunch of color palettes for some reason. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is first obviously create an index.html file because we'll be building in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now for others, I'm just doing style.css and script.js, right? We'll be basically using a color-based API to fetch the actual random data. So this will be thecolorAPI.com will be using the API of that. So yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to rename, unfortunately I didn't write JS, just like that. And now I'm just going to make my boilerplate. What I'm also going to do is also use a Font Awesome API. So it's not an API, it's just a link that lets you use Font Awesome icons. You can also do that. I've already made a video about that. It's in the 10th episode, or the final project episode of HTML, CSS, and Java, not JavaScript, HTML and CSS. So if you want to check that out, there's a playlist in our channel, you can check it out there. So I'm just gonna type cute color palette generator. So I'm just gonna do that. And yeah, I'm also gonna link my CSS file just like that. And at last, I'm just gonna link my JS file. So I'm just gonna do that. And with that said, our boilerplate is done. I'm just gonna format just in case. There we go. So first what I'm going to do is do background decoration. So what I'm going to do is make a div called background decoration. Okay. So this will be our background. So like our main color palette will be in the middle, and around there will be kind of a cute pinkish kind of vibe going. So yeah. So this will be our background div. This will basically make few shapes. So I'm just gonna do floating. So this will also float in the background to give it kind of a like a background, a running background kind of vibe. Yeah. So I'll make 3 divs with a class shape. I'm gonna do times 3. That will make 3 of those. And yeah, I think that should be it. So next is our image. So what I'm gonna do here is basically have our images, but I don't think we need image because I don't have. So I don't think we need image. So let's start with the main container. So what I'm gonna do here is make a header and also give it h1 and also a icon. So we have used icons. So I'm gonna do class fa palette. And one thing I forgot to do is to go live. There we go. Let me change that and boom. So right now we don't have anything, which again, it makes sense. So after that, what I'm going to do here is, oops, I messed up. If we do that, there we go. That's the palette. And yeah, outside this, I'm just going to give it a name that is cute color palette generator. So if I do that, that is our heading, right? That's our header. Oops. Another is paragraph. I'm just going to type create beautiful color combinations with real color data from color API. I don't think we need to write that. You can change it obviously, but for now I'm just going to do that because that's the theme, you know. So inside this container we have the header. Now after the header, I'm going to make a controls div. So this will basically let you sort different types of color generating. So right, like cute ones or other ones. We'll basically look into that in a bit, so don't worry. So it will basically be like random or analogous or complementary. You know, it based on your preference, it will generate from it. We'll basically be doing from JavaScript, so there's that. But like for now, this is just the kind of sorting kind of thing. You can also make a drop down, but from our design, I think a just 4 buttons kind of thing lined up horizontally will look pretty nice. So for that, what I'm going to do is make I need 4 buttons. So I'm just going to do buttons times 3, and I'm not making any class because we have different class that we want to do, right? So I don't think we need to make anything other than that. Then yeah, and after that I need to give all of these classes a button. So I messed up, so I need to do button btn. That's a more shorter. What I'm going to do here is basically just do this. So these all have a class of button, right? The first one will just have the class of button. When on click, right, On click, it'll basically it'll basically call a function that we'll be building in JavaScript, right? It will be random color palette. So this is a thing that we'll be generating, don't worry. I'll also give an ID for this button. So we can call this down from there. And also I need an icon, but before that what I'm going to do is push this a little beside there, just like that. And I need to copy and paste this. Now I think about it, I think putting it there might have been a better idea. So what I'm going to do here, the first one is done. I still need to add icons. I'll do that in a bit. What I'm going to do is change the second function. So this will now obviously call the random color palette, right? This will call random monochromatic. So this is the thing that we'll be making. So inside this, what I'm going to do is type random palette. This will be the content for this. This will be monochromatic, just like that. And also, what I'm going to do is do complementary. So this will be a random complementary. Complementary, just like that. And also do analogous. And basically just copy and paste this RAM. Okay, so next is the these things right here. I'm gonna do mono button. This will be comp. I'm just making short forms. Comp, and this will be analog. Yeah, that should be fine. Now for the icons, first what I'm gonna do is pull out this icon because I just make changes in the class of it, which should change the thing. The first one is random, so I think dice will be more fitting, right? Now next is monochromatic. I'm just gonna do specify layer group. There we go. That should be more fitting. And here what I'm going to do is just do yin yang, because it's complementary, right? And for this, what I'm going to do is just change to circle notch. Circle notch. There we go. I think that should be it. Now what I'm going to do is for my document, and yeah, that is our controls div. Looks pretty okay. Obviously we'll style it in a bit, but for now that's our controls div. Now next is error message. Now we also have to make for the error messages, right? So this will basically be the div that will show error message to the user. So I'm just gonna do I'm gonna give a class error message, and I'm also gonna give an ID error message, but in camel casing, which is kind of a tradition in terms of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Unless you use Tailwind, because if you do that, then it just completely changes everything. Now what I'm going to do here is, again, I need an ID, not ID, I need the icon, and this will basically be exclamation triangle. Exclamation triangle. Is that the correct spelling of exclamation? Oh, right. So this will basically be the error sign that you see all around, right? I'm also gonna do something. I'm just gonna type the labeling. So I'm just gonna do something went wrong. Please try again. Classic error message. I'm gonna give this ID a error text. That should be fine. Right? Yeah. Now next thing I need to do is make a div that is palette container. Under this, what I'm going to do is make a palette. I also give a ID palette. So this will be the div that will basically hold all of the generated data or generated color palettes. I'm just gonna type colors will be generated here, right? I'm just gonna comment the part just like that, so it makes things easier. And also gonna make a class called palette info. I'm making really sure I don't mess up the spelling of palette, but I still do mess up the spelling of palettes. And after that is the ID. What I'm gonna do is just do palette info. So that will be all for this div. I'm just gonna again make into a circle. So this will basically be an eye with a circle. And here I'm just gonna do click on any color to copy its hex code. Now, if everything goes, it does. When clicking on any of the color palettes, it will be making another function that will basically let you to copy that hex code, right? The hex color code. So yeah, that's what we're building right here. So yeah, that is all for our containers div. After going through the containers, what I'm going to do is at last make a toast, which will be a small pop-up on the right and like top right corner. When you click on any code and it's copied, it will basically show copied, your text color copied or your hex code copied, right? I'm just gonna make toast and also give a ID toast, and I'm also gonna give a icon here saying check circle. Will basically be the check circle just like that. And under this, I'm just gonna make a span tag saying color copied to clipboard. Make sense? Makes sense. So I'm just gonna do toast message. Yep. And with that said, I think our HTML structure should be done. I'm just gonna quickly format the document, and yeah, I think it's done. I know it's really slow, but all of the things will be more logical and styling. So there will not much be in HTML that we can do, but there will be a lot of things that we'll be doing in CSS and JavaScript. So yeah, look forward to that. So for CSS, let's style this bad boy. So initially we'll be doing the same thing, and after that we'll go to JavaScript. Okay. So let's start things off with calling the universal selector and doing margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box. This is the first thing that we do every time like we start doing our styling. So next one I'm going to do is call body, and for font family, oops, I typed wrong. Font family, I'm just going to do this one right here, and here what I'm gonna do, I don't think this one will be fine actually. What I'm gonna do is to set UI. Yeah, I'm just gonna use this. I think this looks really kind of not clean, but like it will be all right once we style. So next is background color. What I'm gonna do here for background color, I'm just gonna give it a hex code of F8, E8, and F0. Also gonna do min height and do 100 VH. Also gonna give a padding of 20 pixels, position to relative, and also do overflow X to hidden. So that's our body, right? Now next is the background decor or decoration. For the background decoration, the div will basically be doing it position fixed. Also be doing top 0, left 0, and also be doing width 100%. Also be doing a height 100%, and doing z index of -1, so it always stays behind our main container, and also do opacity to 0.1. Now if you do that, I will just quickly make sure that I spelled the thing correctly. I don't want to bother, so yeah, I think I did. Great job, me. And yeah, I think that's it. The most of the things that we'll be doing here is kind of pretty much straightforward here. We'll be making this, right? We style the div. Now what I'm going to do is style the floating shapes. Now floating shapes are these ones right here, the div inside that div. And what I'm going to do is do floating shapes, right? And here I'm just going to make it position absolute. So I'm just going to do position absolute. Now since this is a positioned element, it will basically stay fixed according to that, right? What I'm going to do here is do width 100% and height, I'm just going to do 100%. Again, making it taking entire thing to itself. And now finally style the shape. Now for the shape, what I'm going to do here is to position absolute again and say border radius about 50%, making it, you know, a perfect circle. Now for the background for this color, I'm just going to use the RGB color of 255, 182, 193, and 0.3 alpha. Now if we do that, now if I go here, right here, it's too much. Now for the animation, I'm just gonna, what I'm gonna do here is basically do float 6 seconds, ease in out, infinite. To basically, you know. Now for the shape. Now what I'm gonna do here is do shape right here, right? I'm gonna do shape dot end child 1. So this will be, it's like the first child on that. I'm gonna do 80 pixels. I'm gonna do height 80 pixels. I'm also gonna do top 10%, left 10%. I'm gonna do animation delay of 0 seconds. I'm also gonna do background to almost the same thing. So I'm gonna select that, right? Change this to 192 and this to 200 or 200 kind of 3, I guess. So that is our background color of the first child. What I'm gonna do here is this will be all of that, and now what I'm gonna do is change this to 2 and change this to 3, right? Now this right here will be of 120 pixels. This right here will be 120 pixels again. All of the thing, now it will change it to top 2, like top 20%, and animation delay will be 2%, and other things will stay at the same thing. I'll change this to 22. And this I'm just gonna change back to 60 pixels. That's 60 pixels. This will be 2. This will be 2. Animation delay will be 4 seconds. And the color, I don't think I need to change the color. I'm just gonna change it to previous, which is 193. Yeah, and for this, I'm just gonna change back to 105, 180, and 15. Now, finally, I'm just gonna do the animations. The identifier will be float because that's the thing I selected. Now for 100 and 0 and 100%, what I'm going to do here is do transform translate to 0 pixels and do rotate to 0 degrees. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here and just do copy and paste here. I'm going to change that to 50. And here I'm just going to do negative 20 pixels and 180 degrees. And yeah, I think that should be it. I think the thing is we still need to add JavaScript, so after we do that, I think it should look pretty nice. So next is container, right? What I'm going to do here is basically just first I'm going to make sure it has a max width. I'm going to do max width 1200 pixels. After that is I'm going to select the margin 0 and set it to auto. I'm also going to do position relative and also going to do z-index. I'm going to set it to 1. Okay, that's the container. Now next for the header. Header, what I'm going to do is do text line center. I'm going to do margin bottom. I'm going to set that to 40 pixels. I'm going to change the background to RGBA. And this will kind of be white, so I'm just going to set the background to set it to 255, 255, 255, and kind of 0.9. And now for the padding, what I'm going to do is set the padding to 30 pixels. Border radius set to 25 pixels. Also going to change the box shadow to 0, 15 pixels, 35 pixels, RGBA, and 255, 182, and 193. I'm going to set that to that. And yeah, that's our box shadow. Now next is backdrop filter. What I'm going to do is backdrop filter. I'm just going to add the blur effect at around 10 pixels. Next is the border bar, not border box, border. I'm going to set that to 2 pixels solid, kind of a pinkish color. I'm going to do FFB6 and C1. There we go. That's our topic, or not the header, but like the container for the header. Now let's style the header h1. And let's do color. Let's set it to D633 and 84. Kind of a dark pinkish color. And for font size, I'm just gonna set it to 2.5 rem. And for margin bottom, I'm gonna set it to 10 pixels. Now for the header key or paragraph, I'm gonna set the color to let's say 8E4 and E6B. Another kind of a dark brownish and pinkish color. For font size, I'm going to set it to 1.1 rem. And yeah, that is our header done. Now for the controls div, I'm going to set first, as I said, all of them to horizontal. And what I'm going to do is to justify content center, set it to center. Gap will be 15 pixels. Margin bottom will be 30 pixels, and do flex wrap for, making it responsive. Now for all of the individual buttons, what I'm going to do here is basically give. Now one thing I forgot to do in terms of these buttons is I was gonna make them the primary and secondary. I'm just gonna do secondary and do tertiary, and I think I'm just gonna name it how do you spell that again? Quaternary, I think. I think, yeah, quaternary is just sounds right, I guess. Now, for this thing, I'm just gonna do background color. What I'm gonna do here is, for background color, I think I don't have it, right? I'm gonna change that to 69 and change that to B4. That will be the color that we'll be using for all of the buttons. Color obviously will be white because for black you cannot see anything anyways. For the border, I'm gonna set to none. I'm gonna increase the padding obviously by 12 and 24 pixels. I'm gonna do the border radius to around 25 pixels. Change the cursor to pointer. Font size to about 1 rem. Font weight to around 600. And do transition all 0.3 seconds at least. Now next is box shadow. For box shadow, what I'm gonna do is do 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels, RGBA, and I'm gonna set this to this one right here with a higher alpha, about this much. Now next is display. I'm gonna set it to flex. I'm gonna set all of the buttons container to flex. So what I can do is align out from center. That will basically align the text to center. And I'm also gonna do gap to 8 pixels. And I'm also gonna do position to relative. After doing that, button should be over. Now for the button hover, when hovering, I'm just gonna transform, because we have in fact added the transition. I'm just gonna increase the translate. So I'm just basically gonna lift 2 pixels up when you hover over it. And after that is the box shadow. I'm gonna change, since the position changed, if we change the shadow, it will look really good. So what I'm gonna do is have the same color of the shadow, but I'm gonna increase the alpha by 0.3 to 0.4. And after that, I'm just gonna do background color. I'm gonna set to once again another pink. So F1, 14, and 93. So another pink color. So it's even darkish pink color. Now for all of the buttons, right? What I'm gonna do is do btn dot secondary. What I'm going to do here is change the background color slightly, so it looks kind of more cutish, because right now everything looks the same. That basically kind of symbolizes it does the same thing, but it kind of doesn't. It's basically a completely different thing. What I'm going to do here is change it to another pink color, that is FF91A4. That's for the secondary, right? Now I also need to change for the hover. Now I'm just gonna do that and change the background color to, what do I do? FF7B80. It's a kind of a darkish color. Forgot hash there. There we go. As you can see, gonna copy that, paste it right here, change it to tertiary. Not hover though. What you can do is do that and do that. This will not be the same thing. I copy this. Oops. What I'm gonna do here. For the secondary, it will be that, right? It will be that. So for the secondary, it will be that, and for the hover, it will be that. For the tertiary, what I'm gonna do, I got confused there, is gonna do B3 and D1, yet another color, kind of close to a baby pink in my opinion. And now what I'm gonna do is change that to 9 E, and C7. That's for the tertiary. And if I hover over it, yep, that should look pretty cool. Now, again, I'm going to copy this. This is for the quaternary. I'm going to do quaternary and change that to that and change that to FFAEB5. And yeah, everything kind of looks great up until now, at least. Now that is all for that. Now for the loading spinner. This is the thing that we'll be making from JavaScript, so yeah. What I'm going to do here is basically make a width of 16 pixels. I'm also going to do a height of 16 pixels. I'm also going to do a border of 2 pixels. I'm going to do solid RGBA, and this will basically be all white. So I'm just going to use that, but kind of a darkish gray. So this is for all of the buttons. If you're checking where is the loading spinner, we didn't make any diff for it. We'll basically be adding to these buttons right there. So yeah, I don't think we need to, make it too complicated. Now, only thing we have to do is time it with the keyframes. Now, okay, I've done that, but like, yeah. So now what I'm gonna do here is add a border top of 2 pixels solid white. Now if we do that, and also gonna give a border radius of 50 pixels. I'm also gonna put an animation of spin 1 second linear infinite. So that is a loading spinner. Now for the spin, what I'm gonna do, at 0%, it will basically transform to rotate 0 degrees. I'm just gonna copy paste that, change this to 360 degrees, 100. Yeah, I think that should be fine. That means it will basically spin, right? Now for the other things, for the palette container, which is the actual container for all of the things that we need to build, right? Like we have to build a lot of things like copy and a lot of things. For now, what I'm gonna do is do background. I'm just gonna set to white. So if I do that and do RGBA and just set that to 0.9, and I'm just gonna actually more white 0.9. Here what I'm going to do is do border radius about 25 pixels. Padding I'm going to set to 30 pixels. Just like that. And for the box shadow, I'm going to do 0, 15 pixel, 35 pixel. RGBA I'm going to do 255, 182, 193, and 0.2. That should be fine. Now for the backdrop filter, I'm just gonna set the blur to 10 pixel as usual. I'm gonna do margin bottom, I'm gonna set to 30 pixels. For border, I'm gonna do 2 pixels solid FFB6 and C1, which is this one right here. Yep. That is for our palette container. So next what I'm going to do is do the actual palettes. The individual palette, we'll be making it from the thing. Before we do this, I think it's better that if we made one palette. So let's quickly do that. I don't think we need to make it now, but what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm just gonna first style the palette, which is right over there, right? And after that, we'll basically style the other things. Now for what I'm gonna do is do display grid, and I'm gonna do grid template columns to repeat, autofit, min max around 200 pixels per fraction. Now that is the grid that we'll be making. Now for gap, I'm just going to set to 20 pixels, and for the margin bottom, I'm also going to do 20 pixels. And for the actual, what I'm going to do here is, give me a second here. Actually, what I'm going to do is just now style the color card. So this is a card that we'll be making from, this is a card that we don't have right now in HTML structure. We'll be making from create element from JS. So now for styling, I'm going to do pretty much really simple. I'm going to set the background to white, right? Border, I'm just going to do 20 pixels, not border radius. And do overflow to hidden. I'm also going to do box shadow to 0, 10 pixels, 25 pixels, and RGBA to 255, 182, and 193, and 0.2. If you do that, I'm just going to do transition 0.3 seconds at ease. Now cursor pointer, I'm going to do position set to relative. I'm going to set the border radius to 2 pixel solid. Set to FFE4 and E1. Yep, there we go. Now to check this, I'm just going to make a dummy HTML right here. So inside the palette container, I need to make a color card, which also has the loading, because we'll basically be also putting the loading thing right here. And inside this, I need to make a color preview. We'll basically doing that too. And inside that actually, what I'm gonna do is after that, I'm just gonna make a color info. So I'm just gonna do color info, and that will basically be all of the information. Now first is the color code. I'm just gonna do color code, and let's say the first one is pure white. I'm just gonna type 65 right here, and what I'm gonna do is do that. So for the color name, let's say it's loading, because it will be a synchronous function. I'm just gonna do loading right here. And after this, what I'm gonna do is inside this, what I'm gonna do is make another div saying color details. So this will basically be all the RGB, color code, and the SHL, right? Which basically stands for hue, saturation, and luminance. Now that will all. So for details, what I'm gonna do here is do span, and I'm gonna make 2 spans actually. So I'm gonna do twice that, and this will have a content of RGB, and I'm gonna set that to loading. And here what I'm gonna do is do same, change the RGB text to SHL, HSL. And yeah, I think that is our structure. That'll basically be our dummy structure. So let's style this. Let's style this guy. So after the color card, what I need to do is basically do color card hover. So I'm just gonna do color card hover, and I'm gonna scroll down so you guys can see. And I'm just gonna do, what I'm gonna do is, since we put transition all here, I'm just gonna transform the translate to like -5 pixels, just like that, right? And here what I'm going to do is do box shadow 0, 15, 35 pixels RGB. That means it will also be applied to this. That's one of the reasons I did it. I'm gonna set that to that color right there. As you can see. Another thing I need to do is do the border color. Now for the border color, I'm gonna change the border color to kind of a, do I have it? Baby pink. Yep, looks pretty sick. Now next what I'm going to do is set the card loading. So color card loading, what I'll basically do is set the opacity to 0.7. I don't think we need to do anything more. Next is color preview. So for the color preview, right, what I'm going to do is set the height to 120 pixels, right, and position will be relative. I'm going to set that to display flex. And also do align items center, and justify content here will be center. Yeah, I think it should look pretty good. Now, since there's only one thing, if I put another one right here, right? If I do that, oops, just copy that, it's right here. Oh, okay, give me a second. The grid's not working. That's weird. Now if I press Control A. So what I'm gonna do is first check palette. So this is not working here. Oh, okay. Spelling mistake. I'm back, guys. Yeah, okay. Now that looks good. Okay, grid's working. So yeah, I think that was just a small issue, so that should be fine. So next thing what I'm gonna do here is basically do the color preview. So for that is all for the color preview, right? If I do a copy icon, I'm just gonna set the color. So this is the copy icon that we'll be basically using. And if I do 25, 25, and 0.8 here, and if I do font size 1.5 rem, also do opacity 0 because right now we can't see it, and transition it to opacity 0.3 seconds at ease. I'm going to put a text shadow here, saying 0, 2 pixels, and 4 pixels. Add a blackish here, just like that. And yeah, that should be fine. Now the copy icon will show above the color, which will basically be controlling using JS, right? Now color card.hover and .copy icon. Now I'm going to change the opacity to 1. When you hover it, the copy icon will change the opacity to 1. And if I do that, now color info, finally the color info part. What I'm going to do is set the padding to 15 pixels initially and do text line to center. Okay. Now for the color code. Now you can't see the color because it's white. We'll be using JavaScript to basically set the background image to that specific color. So yeah. Now for the font family, what I'm going to do is just set the font family to Courier new, cut the Courier, and that will be monospace, just like that. And next is font weight. I'm going to set to bold. Next thing is the color. I'm going to set the color to B3684. Font size to 1.1 rem. I'm going to change the margin bottom to around 5 pixels. Yeah, that should be fine. Now for the color name. Now for the color, I'm just going to set to that color right here. Font size will be 0.9 rem. Margin bottom will be around 3 pixels. And do font weight to around 600. Okay, now this will change back, so don't worry, okay? I'm going to make sure that it changes. Now, right now it says to colors, but yeah, we're gonna change it, don't worry. I'm going to do the color for the details, which is right under that. For the details, what I'm gonna do is basically do B85 C7A and do font size. I'm gonna set to 0.8 rem. Display set to flex. Justify content space between, and also do margin top to 8 pixels. Yep. And next is the palette info. Now for the palette info, pixel line I'm going to set to center, and margin top I'm going to set to 20 pixels, and padding I'm going to set to 20 pixels. Background color I'm going to set to this one right here, and here what I'm going to do is set the border radius to 15 pixels and do color white. Right, palette info is this there right here, and here what I'm gonna do is also give a box shadow at the end. I'm gonna do that, and also 0, 5 pixel, 15 pixel, RGBA. I'm just gonna set to 255, 145, 164, and 0.3. Okay, I think that should be it. Right, what I'm gonna do here is also do this kind of a flex box and do align item center. Oh, okay, so okay, that makes sense. I thought it was flexed around the, and if it's on there, then it makes sense. Okay, then it should be fine. I don't think we need to change it any further. Now for the toast. Now toast will have a really complicated thing. First, I'm going to set it to fix. Top 20 pixels, right 20 pixels. It will probably around appear right around here. And background color, I'm just gonna set that to FF69B4. I'm gonna set the color to white, padding to around 15 pixels, 25 pixels, and border to around 15 pixels. Box shadow, I'm just gonna set to 0, 10 pixels, 25 pixels, RGBA 255, 105, and 180 and 0.4. That's it. And also gonna do transform translate at X, because we have to translate at X this time, and 400 pixels And transition, I'm going to set to transform 0.3 seconds at ease. Z-index will be 1000 because I want to absolutely be sure that it's on the top of everything when it appears. And align items, I'm going to do center. And gap, I'm going to do 10 pixels. That will be the thing for the toast. Now for the toast.show. Toast.show, it will basically transform it to translate at 0. That'll basically do that, right? And for the image decoration, I'm gonna do image decoration, setting this to that. This will basically be we'll be making from JavaScript. So, yep. I don't think we need image decoration. I'm just gonna cut that. We went straight up doing error. Now, the error is the only thing that is left here. I'm gonna do error message. I'm gonna change the background color to which one should I do? Let's see if I can find it. I'm gonna do FF 6B and 9. 6B. I'm gonna do 90. There we go. Now it's more dark than any other, so I'm just gonna set the text color to white, padding to 15 pixels. Border radius, I'm gonna set it to 15 pixel. Text line, I'm gonna set to center. I'm also gonna do margin to 20 pixels and 0. I'm gonna do display none because I don't want to see it. I'm gonna comment that out. Initially, obviously, error message will not be shown unless there's an error. I'm just gonna change the box shadow to 0, 5 pixel, 15 pixel, RGBA of 255, 107, 157, and 0.3. That'll be the box shadow. And yeah, so what I'm gonna do here is that will be the error message, right? So next what I'm gonna do is put that to none initially, and now I'm just gonna style the header h1 and I. I'm just gonna change the color to FF 69 and B4, 69 and B4, just like that. If I can do that, there we go. That looks much more better. Now, next is I'm gonna do is palette info and h3. Now, I'm gonna set the color to white, right? I'm going to do margin bottom 10 pixels. Now, we'll be basically making palette info. So what we will be doing is we're gonna change, you see, click on any color to copy hex code. This is the, for now, I forgot one thing. The palette div, I'm gonna cut everything in the palette div. What I'm gonna do is probably make it a variable here in JavaScript saying data or something like that, and use that backtick to paste it right there because I will need it in a bit when using map, but for now I'm going to do that. So here in the palette info div, right, what I'm going to do is basically change the HTML, which will basically consist of three things. That is title, which will be h3, and paragraph, which will be a just paragraph description. And next is small tag, which will basically contain like colors, names, and data provided, everything blah blah blah, right? From this API, just giving some credit to the API, which is a good thing to do. Now what I'm going to do is do palette info, change this to I, which is the icon. I'm going to change that to perfectly that, and we'll do that and close that. That will be the thing for the icons. Now next thing what I'm going to do is do custom scroll bar. So for that, what I'm going to do is probably do I need a custom scroll bar? It will look pretty good, but I don't think we need a custom scroll bar, so I'm not going to do it. I'm basically not making it too complicated, because if it is, then just let's not do it, okay? I'll just do max width of 768 pixels. I'm going to do header h1. I'm going to do font size. I'm going to set it to 2 rem. Just basic, because I think everything should be almost the thing. So let's do repeat autofit min max and the 150 pixel per fraction. Yeah, I'm gonna set to 15 pixels. Controls, I'm just gonna set to flex direction. I'm gonna set to column and do align items to center. And yeah, I think that should be relatively, what is it? Responsive. I forgot the word for some reason. Okay, that is all of our CSS now. Now let's move on to JavaScript and actually put some logic and make this an actual color code generator, okay? Or color palette generator. So let's move on to JavaScript here. What I'm going to do is basically put this here, right? Now, what I'm going to do is push it down, because I don't need it. Initially, what I'm going to do is do current palettes. So this will be all of the current palettes that we have. This will be inside an array. Initially, it will be empty array. Once we put, once we call the API and get a bunch of color palettes, we'll basically append it in that array. Now inside the initially is loading will be false, which will be the loading. And here I'm just gonna do const color. Basically be our color API that we'll be using, which is color API dash base. For color palette, this will be the thing. I'm just gonna copy the API. This will be the color API. Now for the code, if you want the code, it will be in that the stream's description after the stream ends. So you can basically check it out. It'll again be a link to our coding labs, where basically you can just directly check if it's working and edit the code and see what's happening live in the live preview. So if you want to check that out, link will be in the video description after the stream ends. So stay tuned until then. Now initially what I'm going to do is make a function that will basically generate random colors, right? And this will basically be random color, generate random color. This will basically return a hash, right? It will basically return a hash color. Now what I'm going to do here is do math.floor, because we have to use a math function. Now initially you'll, again, if there is a random thing, then we need to use math.random, right? It will basically give a random number between 0 to 1. Now what we have to do is multiply it by 16777,215, which is the maximum amount of the maximum number, which is basically, if you do this, right, it'll basically give you the white color. So this will be the maximum number. So after this, what I'm going to do is change that to string to 16. So this will give you a number of which is in the decimals, which is this again is 255, 255, 255 in hex to decimal, right? Which is the maximum amount. If we need to say in in hexadecimal code, I believe it's 0x FF FF and FF, which is basically white, right? Which is the maximum number or max number to a color code. Now it will basically give a random number, which is 0 to 1, multiply it. Now to string 16, it will basically convert that to hex number, which is hexadecimal number. And after that, we need to do pad start. And I'm just going to change that to 6. And we have to add 0. So what I'll basically do, pad start, now every time it doesn't matter that this toString will give us a 6 digits number. Now hex color code should always be in 6 digits, like 6 hexadecimal digits, right? Now this will make sure that it's always in 6 digits. Sorry, my voice broke for some reason. And if it isn't, it will basically add 0 to start to make it 6, right? Now that function will just basically do that. Now next what I'm going to do is make another function that will basically do, say, hex to SSL. It'll basically convert our hex number to RGBA. And I'm just going to do hex here. It'll basically take hex here. And here what I'm going to do is do const. Initially, you need to calculate const for red, right? First, I'm going to do is do parseInt. It will change it to integer. I'm going to do hex.slice. It will slice to 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to explain in a bit what it does, right? Don't worry. And I'm going to do .16 and divide the whole thing by 255. So you know that hex color code has 6 digits. Now it will slice from 1 to 2. It'll basically slice 2 digits. So if it's, let's say, 0xf, which is 0x, or let's say it's hashtag, let's say f12, it'll basically slice f and 1, leaving the 2, right? Which is 3 here is exclusive. And out of that, it'll basically change it to 16 again, 16, and that will basically divide it by 255, which is again the highest number for R. I'm just gonna copy and paste it 2 times. Only thing I have to do is change the variable name, which again cannot be same obviously. And here that'll be RGB, and this will have, since 3 is exclusive, I'm just gonna do 3 to 5 and 5 to 7. That is the thing that we need to do. And after that, I just need to do const max and setting the max value to math.max RGB. There we go. And I also need to do the same for the min, for calculating min. So I'm just going to do that, change that to min. And yeah, now for the let HSL be max. I cannot speak for some reason today. I'm going to do max plus min divided by 2. That is the Now next condition that we need to check out is, what if max is equals to min, right? If it is, I'm going to do h equals s equals 0, right? Which makes sense. And else I'm just going to do const d equals max minus min if it isn't, right? And do s equals s equals L, and 0.5 is okay. So if s equal s equals L is greater than 0.5. If it is, then I will basically apply this formula, which is 2 minus max dot min. And if it isn't, if it returns false, then I'm just gonna do d divide by max plus min. And yeah, that should be fine. And I'm gonna start a switch case for max. Now for the case R, I'm just gonna do h equals to g minus b, like this, and probably do that, and the g negative I'm just gonna type this formula just like this, and here I'm just gonna do break. Right now for the green and for the blue, so I'm just gonna do blue here and do green. So red, blue, green. For that, I'm just gonna do blue minus red divide by d, right? And here I just need to, I don't need to check anything right here. We'll basically just do divide by that by 2. And this will basically be, let me put that symbol here. I'm just going to change that to 4, and this will basically be r minus g. And yeah, that is our formula. And after that, I'm just going to do h divide and equals to 6. After that, that is our hex. They'll basically change our hex to SHL, and yeah, that should be fine. Now, next function that we need to create is SHL. SHL to hex. Now, for this, it will basically require all of the, hue, saturation, and luminance. So if we do that, we'll basically check if L is 100. All right, if we do that, and I'm just going to do const a equals s into math.min. We'll basically check that and equal that, and do 1 minus L, just like that, and divided by 100. That will be the formula calculate A, and just do const f equals n. We'll start the arrow function, do const k equals 2 n plus hash divided by 30 and just do 12. Oops, I misspelled const here. And for the color, I'm just going to do const color equals to L minus A multiplied by math dot max math dot min k minus 3 9 minus k, and what I'm gonna do is basically just do 1 and -1. Yeah, that is our color. Now I'm just gonna return it to math.round and do 255 into color to string 16 and path start to 0. Now after doing that, we'll make sure that it is 2-digit, and yeah, that should be fine. Now I need to return this. I'm just going to do return. It will be a hashtag, obviously, and actually I need to do backtick because I also need to use string interpolation here. do hashtag, and inside this, I'm just gonna do F0, right? It will basically, we use this formula right here and just calculate everything. Do that, and basically put that just like that. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do that, paste it just like that. I'm gonna change that to 8 and that to 4. Yep. And yeah, that should be good. I'll just make it look very pretty by doing that and adding a semicolon there. And except that, I think it should be fine. Now that is all the converters that we need to make. Now let's actually call the API. So for that, I'm gonna use the async await classic of JavaScript. What I'm gonna do is do get color code info. This will be the function that we'll be making, and do hex, right? It will take the parameter hex. Now inside this, what I'm gonna do is do const clean hex. So this will be the thing that will replace the hex with this right here, and so that will be the clean hex, right? After this, what I'm going to do is do const response. Now actually, let's fetch the API. Do const response. This will basically be the variable that will store the response. We'll need to await it because this is the asynchronous operation that we need to make here. We'll do fetch, and inside this I'm going to use the backtick. I think first we need to do the color API base and just do /id and do x equals to, here I'm just going to do clean hex. And after that, I think that is all that we need to do to call the API. Now you need to check if response is great. If response.ok is false, that means the response that the API sent us is throwing an error. Then we need to do throw new error. This is, I'm going to say API request failed, just like that. Okay. Next thing what I need to do is to store the data on the awaited. Now, if the response is okay, I need to convert the response, which is in JSON, to a JavaScript object, just like that, and I'm going to store that into data. So I'm just going to console.log just in case if I need to, put the data or see the data. And I'm just going to return the hex data dot. I'm going to return a function. Okay, not a function. I'm going to return an object that will have hex dot data dot hex dot value, which is the value. Next thing I need to do is do name and data dot name dot value. I need to do RGB. So this is the RGB. I'm going to return it saying data dot RGB dot R. This is the color code. Just gonna, okay, I didn't mean to do that. Do that. Now data.rgb.green and data.rgb.blue. RGB, we need to put all of that. And at last, I'm just gonna put the SHL just like that. Now for this, what I'm gonna do is make another string duplication, obviously, but I'm just gonna do math.round and data.shl.edge. This is for the edge. Now another thing we need to do is put this inside a degree. I will copy a degree logo just like that. You can find this while just putting degree symbol to Google and just putting it right there. You can also copy it from there and paste it there. Should not matter. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is basically copy this twice. Now at last I'm going to obviously cut out that. Now one for one it will be a degree. Next will be a percentage. I'm just going to do percentage just like that. And one for S, for H, S, and L. And that is the thing that we need to return. We got a comma there. And yeah, that should be fine. And after that, I'm just gonna put semicolon here, even though you don't need to obviously in JavaScript, but I just like seeing it. Now we need to make for the catch. I'm first gonna do console.error, obviously. If it throws an error here, it will basically send to catch block. And just do error fetching color info. And we'll basically just display error in the console. And next is I'm just gonna return hex. I'm just gonna do hex, right? And I'm gonna do name unknown color and do RGBA. One thing I forgot to do is this. RGBA, I'm just gonna do n/a, basically saying now found. And next, not RGBA actually, RGB. And next what I'm gonna do is do SHL and change that to an A, and yeah, that is our console.error. So that is our, function that fetches API and returns the JavaScript object of hex name, RGB, and HSL. And after that, what I'm going to do is make another function that basically sets loading. So I'm going to do set loading state. That'll be the name of function. It'll basically take the loading as a parameter. Now, for is loading, I'm going to set that to loading, right? So it'll basically set, if you pass set loading state to true, it'll basically set the loading true. Another thing that we need to do is, put all the things. Now I'm going to store the buttons on a variable saying document.getElementById. I'm going to get we can also do query selector. Let's actually do query selector. And for that, I'm going to do .btn. It will get all of the btn. After that, I'm going to do is buttons dot for each button. I'm just going to loop button dot disabled equals to loading based on the loading. And if loading exists, then just set the const icon equals to button dot query selector I, right? I'm just going to set the icon dot class name to loading spinner. So that's why we basically made the loading spinner, right? Makes sense. And now for the else statement, if it does not exist, I'm going to do cost button ID equals to button.id. I'm going to do switch button ID. Now, in case of random button, what I'm going to do is just do button dot query selector I dot class name equals to fast a dice, right? So this is basically the state where the loading is false. So if it's true, right, we'll basically set this to loading spinner. I misspelled it. Fortunately, I saw it. I'll basically set the loading to false. Now if it false, now that means it's not loading, right? It'll basically set everything to its original position or original state, which is dice and everything right there. It'll basically replace the eye with the loading spinner. But yeah, so next what I'm gonna do is just do break. Now I had to do this a couple different times. I'm just gonna do copy and paste. So we have 4 buttons, so that means 1, 3, and yeah, that will be 4. So next what I'm gonna do is do mono button. Next is com button, and for analog button. So after that, what I'm gonna do is set that to group, set that to yang. I forgot the yin. And that I'm gonna set to circle notch. And yeah, I think that should be it. That is our set loading state function. Next is function that shows the error message. What I'm gonna do is to show error message, and I'm just gonna basically do that. I'm gonna do const error element equals to document dot get element by ID. I'm just gonna, okay, so let's do error message. I'm gonna get that and do const error text equals to document dot get element by ID. I'm gonna get the error text. I'm gonna do error text. I'm gonna get the error text dot text content. Okay, error text dot get content. One set to message, and errand element dot style dot display. I'm gonna set to block, just like that. And after that, I'm gonna set a timeout of 5,000, and I'm just gonna do error element dot style dot display. I'm gonna set to none. Yeah, makes sense. Now we need to make another async function that will basically generate for the random palettes. So what I'm gonna do is do sync function generate random palette. Now we have to make for individual thing, we have to make individual functions, right? That's why it's kind of a long JavaScript, so bear with me here. So what I'm going to do is do set is loading. If it returns false, I'm just going to do false, right? If it's true, if it's still loading, I'm just going to do immediate return from the function. Now, if the initially it is, false, I'm going to set it to true first and do current palette close to empty string, and change that in case if there are other already generated color palettes, it will basically set that to empty array. After that, I'm just gonna start our try block. So I'm just gonna do for let I equals to 0, I is less than 5, and I plus, like classic for loop, and do current palette dot push when generate random color palette, and do that. It'll basically run it 5 times, calling the function again 5 times and pushing it, pushing 5 hex color codes to this current palette, right? Makes sense. And after that, I need to await for display display palette. This will be another thing that we need to make. We'll make it in a bit. I'm just gonna do, it will take two things, that is random palette, that is the name of the thing, and I'm just gonna do a beautiful collection of random colors for the description. We'll basically make this function in a bit, don't worry guys. And that is all for that thing. I need to catch the errors if there are any errors while doing. I'm just going to do show error failed to generate random palette. Please try again. And I'm going to use the finally to set loading state to false. And that is our random palette generator function. So for the thing, now what I need to do is I can just copy this, but I need to do a few things. So what I need to do here is, next thing is another for another thing, so which is monochromatic. So I'm just gonna set that to generate monochromatic, just like that. It will have the same thing. It will set the loading to true, first check, set the loading to true. Now I'm gonna set the current to, I'm not gonna set that to that. What I can do is do try const set the base color equals to generate random color palette, right? And I'm gonna set the const shl is now, which will be an array. I'm gonna change that to hex to shl and set the base color, just like that. Now I can just do current palette and set that to empty array. And after doing that, right? After doing that, I can loop that and set the, what I can do is do const new l equals to math dot max. I'm just gonna do 10 for math dot min. I'm just gonna do 90 l plus I minus 2 and multiply it by 15. And yeah, that should be it. Now we were pushing it, now we have to push a different thing, which is this right here. What I need to do is call shl to hex here and just do h, s, and l, right? Actually new l, and that should be our thing. Yep. And for await, I'm just gonna do display palette. I'm gonna set that to monochromatic palette, and I'm gonna set the description to different shades of the same hue. And after that, I'm just gonna do fail generate. I'm gonna change that to monochromatic. Please try again and set loading palette to 2. So that is our function that basically generates monochromatic. Now next, I'm just gonna copy that and paste it again. So here what I'm gonna do is for the complementary, first I need to change that to complementary, right? Now this basically do the same thing first. Now for the base color, it will check that again, and it's gonna check the SHL here. But for the complementary, what I need to do is do complementary complementary edge is basically the complementary edge. I need to just basically do edge plus 180 and divide we have mod by 360. It's not divide, guys, it's modulus. Okay, it'll basically divide it until it gets remainder by it will basically remain and give the remainder dividing by 360 on the whole thing. And after that, now for the color palette, I need to basically make, for this array, I'm just gonna set the base color. Next is SHL to hex. I'm just gonna do complementary edge and S and L. And here what I need to do is do SHL to hex and basically do H and S 0.7, and also need to do L multiplied by 1.2. Okay, so next thing I need to do is I'm just gonna paste that, another SHL to hex here. Paste it right here. What I need to do is basically change that to 0.7. Actually, I can just close this. Forgot semicolon here. There we go. And do that and do L into or times 1.2, and ls I need to do, I'll put that here and do plus, I need to add this by h here and divide it by 2, and after that I'm going to set the, I'm going to multiply the s to 0.5 and just set the normal L. So that is our array, right? And after that, after doing all of that, we don't need the thing. And just to await display palette, that will be complementary, obviously. And after that, I'm just gonna change to color opposite on the color VA. There we go. And here I'm just gonna set the same, change that, and yeah, that should be fine. This is our function to generate for the complementary. Now the last one is analogous, sorry, not analogous. So that means I've been pronouncing it the whole time wrong. That's funny. I mean how do you pronounce that? Analogous. There you go. That I did it. Okay, after that, what I'm going to do is for analogous, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, hopefully. So that obviously I don't need complementary, right? Everything will be the same until here, which will basically check if it's loading. If it is, it will return, set the loading to true, and if it's not, it will set the loading to true, and do const base color. I'm going to generate, I'm going to SHL. Now for the color palette, this time it will be empty array because we'll be using the loop, obviously. And for loop, what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna copy this for the monochromatic. I'm gonna paste it right there. It'll basically be similar to that, so I'm just gonna copy that, right? Set that to analogous, just like that. First check, set the true, base color check for random, and do that and set the color path to empty array, and we'll basically loop the loop and basically set the new cons. We basically right now in analogous we need new edge. Calculating new edge, we'll basically do edge plus I minus 2 and just multiply it by 30 and mod it by 360. If we do that, it will give us a new edge, and this time we need to put L as normal, but we need to give new edge. That is all. Now next is an analogous palette, and just gonna do colors adjacent on the color wheel. And after that, yeah, I'm just gonna set that to that, and that is our function. Not anything sketchy or like anything new. I'm just gonna set a few things and that's done. Yep. And after that is the display palette. We have been using display palette. We haven't made the function. Now this will be the function that will basically display all of the palettes. And do display function display palette. It'll basically take title and description, just like that. And here first I'm going to do is basically call the palette element from the DOM. So I'm going to do document.getElement by ID. I'm going to call the palette just like that. And what I need to do is also basically call the palette info. Hopefully I put it right. Palette info, there we go. I'm going to do palette element and palette info. Those are the two DOMs we need. So initially palette element, I'm just going to set the inner HTML to none because we have to change it, right? Now current palette dot for each. Now current palette has all of our palettes, right? I'm going to do color and do index. We need two of these, and I'm going to use map. We can use map, but I forgot we were using for each. You can also use map, doesn't really matter, it's the same thing, right? Map just returns you another array. If you need that, then you can do that. So what I need to do here is do const color card equals to document dot create element. I'm gonna create a div here. We're creating a div, so here we need a document dot create element.div. This will be the color card that we need. And here what I need to do is do the color card dot class name equals to color card loading. So this will be the class name that will be assigning to it. This will be color card. And do color card dot on click. So when clicking on the thing, will be what I did there. I'll basically do copy to clipboard. That's another function that we'll be creating in a bit, don't worry. It'll basically copy the color code, the hex color code. Right? Okay, makes sense. Now what I need to do here is basically say the color, right? And here what I need to do is do that. And here what I need to do is do color card dot inner HTML, and basically paste all of that. So here I don't need from the thing, but what I do need is to color from color preview. So first I need to check the color preview and copy that and paste it right here. That's the color preview. I need to style it a little bit, so I'm just gonna do style. Now inside the style, I'm just gonna do background and set the background color to that specific color, right? And another thing I need to do is check if iClass equals to, here is FES, FA copy fa copy and just do copy class icon. And we'll basically apply the thing and also do /I. Need to close that icon. So that is our class, right? Next thing I need to do is basically, I'm gonna space it here. And yeah, that should be it. Next thing I need to do is basically copy this color info. Just like that, I'm just gonna do that and paste it right here. And yeah, that is our thing. I need to basically do format the document. And now I don't need this data. Hold up a second there. I'm just gonna do that. That is that, and here what I need to do is to push it there and there. So yeah, that is our inner HTML. I got confused there for a second, but I think everything's working fine. Yeah, everything's fine. So that is for that and that and that. There we go. So yeah, that is our thing for the inner HTML. So what I else need to do is probably just after that, what I need to do is do palette.element.append child. Append child, I need to append it in color card. There we go. And after that, what I need to do is basically do const color promises. So when using that, I'm gonna do color promises and do current palette dot map. We'll basically use map to actually do it now. Using a sync, and obviously it'll be a sync, and do color index. I'm just gonna do that because the current palette right here can be a sync sometimes. So what I need to do is this map function right here will be a synchronous function because I need to basically get the color info, which will be, where's the function that we made here? This color info, which is a sync. So that, because we need to use this function, we also need to make this map asynchronous. So I'm going to do const color info equals to await get color info and check the color. And after that, I'm just going to do const color card equals to palette element dot children and do color card dot class list and do remove. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit and do loading, just like that, and do color card dot query selector. I'm gonna change that to dot color name and do text content to color info dot name. Next is color card dot query selector. I'm just gonna do color dot details, and I'm gonna basically enter all of this. What I need to do is now for these two, right? These two will be loading. So that's why while mapping another again of these, we need to do that. So what I need to do here is make sure that it's loading. So here we have already made using a certain, like, while it's loading, you can basically do other things, and we need to find the asynchronous operation of this while we get data and then put it into our div. So here what I need to do is, instead of this loading, I need to change it to color.info.rgb, RGB. And yeah, that is there. Let's set that to that. Set that. Close that. I need to do color info.hsl. I'm gonna format the document here. Yeah, that is our thing. After that, what I need to do is, give me a second here. And what is remain is the palette info. So we still haven't put the palette info. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna await promise, do promise dot all color promises. And after that, I'm just gonna do palette info after all of the things are completed, which is the promises. I'm just gonna do inner HTML and basically do this. So here what I need to do is make an h3 tag. So I'm just gonna make the here and basically do that, okay? The first thing in color palette info, which is this container right here, what I need to do is make an h3 tag and also basically put this a thing. I cannot copy this, paste it right here. This will basically be a color palette. To do fs and just change that to palette, just like that. And here it will basically have the titles. I'm just going to put title here. That makes sense. And next is p tag. P tag will just have description, just like that. And next is small. For the small, I'm just gonna basically have the color info. Obviously, inside this we'll have this tick right here. Instead of check circle, this will be a info circle. So I'm just gonna change that to info, just like that. And after that, it will just basically say color, names, and data provided by the color API. After doing that, what I'm gonna do is obviously close that, and yeah, and I need to style this. I'm gonna do style. I'm gonna set the opacity to 0.8, margin top to 10 pixels, and also gonna set the display to block. And yeah, that is all of the thing that we need here. What I need to do is now cut this, save here, and paste it right here. Do is to for my document. Again, basically do that and basically do that. And push it one step back. And push the whole steps right there. And yeah, that is our inner HTML. And that is our display palette function that will display all of the things. And at last, we need to make two functions, that is copy to clipboard, which is one function that we really need, right? I'm just going to do navigator.clipboard.write text color. It will basically now take that. Then I'm just gonna do show toast. We have to make show toast in a bit, don't worry. Now for that I need to do color and change to copy to clipboard, and yeah, that should be done. Oops, I forgot to do one thing, that is put all of this in a bracket, just like that. Okay, because this is a function, right? After then you should call the function. Now I need to catch it. Now since we use that, I'm just gonna do that. And here what I'm going to do is do const text area equals to document dot create element. I'm just going to our text area, and here I'm just going to do text area dot value equals to color, and do document dot body dot. If the above things gives an error, we'll basically run this. I'm just going to do append child and do text area dot, I'm going to use text area dot select, and document dot exit command, and do copy, and do document dot body dot remove child, do text area. After I'm done that, I'm just going to remove that, do show toast. Actually, I can just copy it from here. So if this function right here does not work, we'll basically do it manually just like that. First, we'll just make a text area, put the value of the text area to that color. I'm gonna append it to text area right here, right? Append the body to text area. I'm gonna select it, execute the copy command, which is basically copy it and remove the text area after it is done, because it doesn't. And yeah, that is our copy to clipboard. Now, next function that we need to create, and the last function that we need to create, is the show toast. I'm going to set to message and do const toast equals to document dot get element by ID, and set that to toast, and const toast message equals to document dot get element by ID. You can do toast message and toast message dot text content dot message. I'm going to do toast dot class list, and I'm going to add it and do show here, and basically set a timeout, and timeout will be 3 seconds. I'm just going to do toast dot class list dot remove. I'm just going to do show. And yeah, that should be it. That is our JavaScript. I need to call the function that is generate random palette. We do that, and yeah, there we go. It's kind of really bad, but it is working, so that's great. Sending the object. So now right now what I need to do is probably fix it, seeing if that works. Okay, the copy to clipboard is in fact working. Okay, which is basically copying the color code, but yeah, let's fix the thing, okay? Let's fix these issues. What I need to do here is probably the first issue that I'm facing here is probably this one, which is something wrong with the structure. Okay, I immediately see it. I can just fit that around after the icon, and that should be fixed just like that. Okay, so I didn't notice that, but now I do. So next is field to load complementary. So if I need to go to here, okay. I also messed up the order. So this should be RGB, not RBG. So RGB. I also messed up here. That is RG and B and RGB, just like that. Next thing I need to do is check if I messed up the order here. Yes, I did. Oh my god, it says RGB. There we go. And if I do that, if min-max here, it's okay, I forgot to return, right? Yeah, I forgot to return it. So what I need to do here is do return. I forgot to return the array. That is h into 360. And just copy this and paste it 3 times. So here, what I need to do here now is basically change this to S and this to L. And cut that because we don't need it. So with that said, I think it should be done. It is not giving any result. Also notice it's all FFS. I forgot to probably change this. Okay, I forgot to change that. So quickly do that. Do color to uppercase. That will basically change that to uppercase. Give that and basically do that and basically give that to uppercase. And yeah, other things is they're showing no calculations. So I probably messed up in SHL here. SHL to hex, the formula. So if I do that, min max, okay, I forgot this right here. So, okay. So forgot the argument button here. The next thing I could have messed up is right around here. So if I do that, return. Oh, okay. So yeah, the data is still not showing, which means I still messed up something. What can I mess up others? Let me go to random palette and just go here. Everything is black, which is kind of not great. I think, wait, I think I messed up in return again. Oh my god. Okay, so I think that is one issue. After that, let's go back. Let's go back to our listing right here. Okay, I forgot the angle bracket. And after that, everything should be working. Now, another thing that I can do is probably, yeah, I think that's it. It's working perfectly. If I click this and the show message option, the pop-up is not working. Okay, that's why. Okay. There we go. Now if I click this, the pop-up still not shows, which is kind of, it's kind of not working. Give me a second. If I go to here and, oh, okay, put this to class, put this to ID, and if I do now, okay, the thing is working perfectly. So that's great. And yeah, it's working perfectly. Now if I just copy this and paste it right here, it'll give me the hex code. Okay, that's it. After all, a lot of troubleshooting and making it happen, we have finally finished our color palette generator. If you like the stream and watching me code or getting a lot of errors and just me fixing it, then hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or another video with another tutorial or another project. And before that, let's just quickly, play with this thing a little bit. Yeah, it's working. I can do that. And yeah, that's it. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow or the after tomorrow probably.